and you can compost the solids and turn them into compost. Um, all right. So so if you have more people, another good technology would be anaerobic digestion. So that you can actually combine the waste streams as well as kitchen waste, yard waste, and also animal waste, and you can produce biogas using and also the uh, the liquid that comes out of the biodigester is good for fertilizer. So as far as another good thing is water. So you have to have water on a homestead. So you're either going to get it from the ground or from rainwater harvesting, um, or if you have a river, but you need to just focus on getting it tested if you're getting it from the ground and figure out what type of filtration you need. And let's see. So the biggest thing for water and waste disposal is planning your system. So you need to know what your capacity is going to be and how are you going to size your system. So like I was saying, if you just have a couple of people, the the composting toilet might be all you need. But for a larger system, the biodigester is really good setup because you can take as much waste as you need, put it into the biodigester, and it'll produce, like I said, the the liquid and the gas. So you can use the gas for heating, cooking, and also um, you could you could mine with it if you produce enough. You could run a big generator. So anyway, are there any questions from the audience as far as treatment on the homestead for? Mhm. Oh yes. So most of your municipal water has like 400 to 600 parts per million. They're usually over 200, but a lot of the groundwater has a lot fewer. So you want your groundwater to have fewer than that. Um, so fewer suspended solids is a typically a good thing. But there's a bunch of different parameters that you need to check for in groundwater. Um, I mean, there's bacteria, there's all different things. I've had my groundwater, so I have a spring that I'm working on developing, and I've had it tested, and the pH was slightly low, but everything else checked out pretty much. So it's good to drink straight from the ground without much treatment, and that was really good to find. But you have to you just have to go through the process and get it tested and see where you have to start. Well, yeah, this you definitely would want to. Almost all pipes are plastic, and that's hard to get away from. So, I mean, almost I've personally used PEX because it's just easy to use, but I don't. It's hard to get away from the plastics. But if preferably if you could put in all copper pipes, that would be the preferred. Yep. Okay. Little package plant, I guess. Little package treatment plant, I guess. Yeah. Hmm. Well, see, that's a different type of treatment system. So that's like a probably like a 4 or 5 stage. Yeah, that that uses biological treatment, all this stuff, but they don't capture any of the gas. So, and that's part of the problem with centralized water and wastewater is there's so much waste, and so and also so water saving devices have had a tremendous effect on like the main infrastructure because whenever you have less water, then your concentrations go up for all your bad stuff. So it just makes everything worse not having the water in the system. So it's just all these different policies have really affected how our. It could be. So if you had an anaerobic digester in there, then you could capture the gas. But most of the time, that's just off gassed into the atmosphere. Same thing with a septic tank. So you could put in a septic tank, but it pretty much does the same thing as an anaerobic digester. But you get to catch the gas and get the beneficial um, fertilizer out of it. So it's just normal systems are just wasteful, and they don't really. So I would not recommend unless for gray water, septic tank's great, but you're probably better off putting in a rain garden or something where you can utilize the water, or have it go into a some sort of um, permaculture system or something, so you can utilize the water on the homestead. So, incinerating toilets, I mean they're okay. Uh, they're just kind of yeah. You usually don't have that much power on a because I think they're most of those are electric, aren't they? Or some of them are propane. Okay, yeah, and I think they're just I think the front upfront cost is probably the expense, but yeah, and you can get a kit for an anaerobic digester for I think they're about $1,700. That'll be enough for 3 or 4 people in a home. So yep, I'm not sure, I'm not familiar. Uh, was there's a project called Precious Plastics. Is that I'm not sure if that's the same one, but they actually have a system to where you can okay, but yeah, Precious Plastics is good for like plastic waste. They have a system that allows you to recycle plastics and I believe turn them into 3D printing filament. But anyway, any other questions? Hmm. Hmm. Um, no, but there's these other nice little devices that actually use UV light that you can use to treat water. I mean, I'm not saying you'd have one of those with you, but another thing is iodine. They use iodine to treat water. Um, probably not, but there's several different methods. But yeah, just there's also you can distill you can make a solar still as well, and yep, okay. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with. Cool. Yep.
All right, so our next speaker, Mr. Nakamoto, would you like to go? Where'd he go? Not ready yet? Okay. I don't have the schedule in front of me, so Go ahead. Come on up. And somebody get me a copy of the schedule, please. What? Yes. Do you have slides? I don't have any slides. Even better. I'll get your slides up when you're going.
Just for the live stream. Yeah. All right. All right. Should I look there? Look around. Gotcha. All right. All right, everybody. So go get started. All right. So good morning, everyone. I am Wayne Marcel. I run head of growth at FIO Protocol, longtime advocate of the crypto space, and really doing things the right way. Love this event. Joined up with FIO a little over 4 years ago. And so I want to tell you about that, but I'm not just going to tell you about what we do at FIO because there's a bigger message that's needed. And it's about simplifying the user experience, the need for simplicity, right? We've got all these great tools that are being built. Well, some great, some not so great, but right, there's a lot of tools that enable people to do a lot of things that they can't do and really escape a lot of these centralized systems that are just gatekeeping, walled gardens. And the problem is it's too complicated for most people. We've taken on that burden, we've bared that weight to figure out how to use these processes, right? And maybe along the way we lost some seed phrases. Maybe along the way we sent a lot of crypto to different wrong addresses, wrong networks, everything else. And so we've got, we need to have a call to action that there's a lot of great tools being built, but we've got to focus on the user experience. And so that was my journey. In early 2016, I finally, after going down the rabbit hole of Bitcoin and ignoring it for a few years, I finally decided to, it was much of 2015, I was looking into it. Probably took too long because it probably cost me a little bit, but went ahead and bought my first few Bitcoin. But I'm the type of person that I need to know more about it. And I went deep into the Federal Reserve System, fractional reserve banking, just our whole financial system, how that works, how lucky we are even to have, we have access to banking systems or financial systems, even though they're corrupt, but there's people in the world that don't have access to most of those markets. And I saw this as a way to really reach a lot of people and really help foster a lot of innovation and a lot of prosperity for people to take advantage of this without having to go to some gatekeeper and say, please give me access. And so that was my journey. And then in 2018, I decided to start podcasting what I had learned. And because I also knew that once, the more you can learn and talk about it, the more you can bring people on, I was going to learn as well. And so then I started doing educational content for different companies that were creating different projects in the space. And for me, that was important because there's only so many people are already in crypto, right? So if we are in an echo chamber, we're not reaching anybody else. And so at some point, no matter what you do, if you're building any kind of project in the industry, you need to simplify that experience and educate your users. And so that led to holding some local events, holding some larger events here in Miami a few years ago. And then eventually, one of our sponsors was FIO, and I liked what they were doing because they were doing that, what I said, you needed education and you needed simple user interfaces. And so I jumped in with the team, really to start help them to get the word out, market it. And early on, one of the founders approached me and asked me to help take over his role because he was ready to retire, been in tech 35 years and was ready to just step out. And so I left a 24-year corporate career to do this full time. And so a little bit about what FIO does is we focus on simplifying the process right now of sending and receiving assets. And we have a few other protocols, protocol tools, but the main one most people know as far as our wallet handles. If you heard Paul speak yesterday from Edge, Paul is actually on our board, and Edge Wallet is one of our best wallet integrations we have out there. And we have a lot of great partners, but our protocol is designed to be in anywhere where you would use wallets. Whether that's a non-custodial wallet, exchange wallet, and now we're also working with some layer one, layer two chains, gaming projects, a bunch of others, because you can take a fee, what we call a FIO handle, which is in the format of user at domain. We don't use any dot extensions to link all your different wallet addresses to one handle. I know there's others that do something similar in that part of our protocol. There's ENS, and many people heard of Unstoppable, but our protocol, what makes it different, one is it's governed by a layer one chain. There's not just a smart contract that's behind it. It's we don't even have control of the protocol anymore. If we want to make an update or a change, we've got to submit it to basically to the chain and the community to vote on what we want to do next. So one arbitrary person or group can't just change that handle or take away that ownership. The second thing is it's interoperable with all chain addresses, all coins, all tokens on every address. So whether you're sending Bitcoin or ETH or Monero or whatever, you can use our handles for that. One universal handle that works for all. So you can customize it. So if you go into Edge Wallet today, you'll be able to set up your username at Edge. Or if you go to our main page, you can also create your own endings, your own custom domain ending, whether that's your company name, your brand, or anything else you may want. And that's just one piece of the pie. So that's what we do. There's also a feature that's in Edge Wallet and some other wallets that we created called Field Request, and it's very much like a Venmo or PayPal type experience. So imagine being able to send a request just like Venmo. You pick the crypto you want to accept. You take the amount you want to get, and then you can put in a memo and you send that to the other person. And when I get it in my wallet, I pull it out and say I approve it. I just have to, depending on how the wallet integrates the UI, I can either press the button to approve it or swipe the bar to approve it, and it sends those funds. There's nothing to type. There's nothing else to do. It simplifies that user experience. So, and that's why we're working a lot with games too, because as these Web3 games come about, you're going to have a lot of them start to, that user wants to have a gamer handle within that game, but then they're going to need a wallet to hold their assets. And a lot of those games are going to have in-game wallets. And so that's why it's important to simplify that process. We're not going to onboard a lot of people until we fix that. Some other things that the call to action is that we need to solve is, and I've seen some projects that are doing some really cool things around seed phrase management. Anybody ever lost a seed phrase? Yep. So it's complicated. And then what do? Do you write it down on paper? Then it's vulnerable to water and fire, right? Do you stamp it on the steel? Then it could be found. Like, where do you put it in a lockbox? I tell everybody do secondary locations. Don't just leave it at your house. Kind of ironic story was, luckily I practiced what I preach. In 2021, I live right outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, and I had a seed phrase in a lockbox in my office, and we had a hurricane come through that was a Category 4 and it stalled over my hometown for about 6 hours. Now, normally these things pass through in about an hour or two, ripped most of our roof off. Everything in the house was ruined. And that seed phrase notebook was completely drenched. I couldn't get anything out of it. Luckily, I had another copy at another building that we own. And so I had a secondary copy. And so that, like, when people lose that, or if I'm talking to you today, right, and I tell you, hey, set up this wallet, try it out. Or you're not at home, you're not at your office, what are you going to do with that seed phrase? What do most people do? Put in the notes, email it to themselves, save it to Google Drive, all electronic, online. Not really recommended. There's other ways that you can secure those private keys. Actually, Edge Wallet does a great way of doing it differently, to where you don't have to have that seed phrase. There's a different type of encryption that they use. So what's that? It's a key on your device, password, PIN number, username, and if the device is gone, it's like a 3 or 4 type thing. Yeah. And so if you don't have Edge Wallet, actually, Paul gave me some cards to hand out. So we got a card, you set up an Edge Wallet, and then there's a private key QR code on here. So even if he hadn't given you one yet, you scan that private key and you get sweet $5 worth of crypto. I don't know what he loaded on it, but I'll hand those out as soon as I'm done. But those are the things that we need. Simplicity. We need to hide the complexity from the user. And I always go back to internet adoption, because I've always studied past adoption cycles. Even back to the automobile. Think about the automobile. The first people that had cars, you think everybody thought, oh, these are amazing, I can't wait to get one? No. What are you doing? It's a death trap on wheels, right? The first people to put electricity in the home, you think everybody applauded them and said, wow, this is amazing? No. You're going to burn your house down, right? And so when you think about the internet itself, I mean, the internet was around for a long time before we started to achieve any kind of mass adoption. And it was when we started putting these windows and layers on top to simplify it, and which drew a lot of inspiration from what we decided to do. Because when you go to a website, do you type in the IP address anymore? Nope. If you remember those days, I mean, you had to remember those IP addresses if you wanted to go to that website. And so, you had to either keep it in a notebook, keep it in your pocket, and then a protocol was built on top of that to hide all that complexity. We still go to IP addresses today when you type in a website, but most people don't realize what's happening behind the scenes. And there's a lot of those same complexities in cryptocurrency, Web3. We need to hide those complexities from the user and just make it simple. We can't just say, oh, you got to do better. You sent the wrong address, well, you got to make sure you do it better next time. Because there's going to be some people that are going to come in and they're not going to be willing to stick it out. In their first transaction, they lose their money, they're out, they're gone. You know what? That never happened with PayPal or Venmo, whatever. And so my last call to action to people that are building in the space, besides focusing on simplicity, is we have to focus on interoperability, because what we're seeing happen is we're trying to escape these centralized walled gardens of Google and Meta and all these other platforms and systems. And what's being built? These walled gardens that are on blockchain now, right? So we do have to focus on interoperability to where it shouldn't matter, what chain you're on or whatever. And I've seen a lot of these tools being built, but focus on and support those ones that are focused on interoperability, simplifying the process. If I want to bridge a token from one chain to another, it shouldn't have to be, all these steps. It should be, so you should be able to push a button and do it. I know it sounds like a dream, but all of us want more user adoption. I want more people to be able to leverage this technology because it's going to benefit the world. We kind of have some privileges here in the US that some people in other countries don't have, but the more we drive adoption here, the more it's going to happen elsewhere and more people will have access to it. So that's it. If you want to find out more about FIO, it's simple. You go to fio.net, fio.net, and check us out. If you got any questions, feel free to ask me. And I'm going to hand out some cards if you guys want to set up an Edge wallet. Edge wallet's a non-custodial wallet. It's very simple. So when I'm onboarding new users, so I'm not just shilling Paul stuff. That's if somebody tells me they want to get started and they want a non-custodial wallet, I start with the Edge wallet because it's super simple and don't have to worry about all the complexities of seed phrase management. So any questions before we wrap up? Yeah, what you got? I mean, that's a great idea with redundancy, right? You want that to be your only method. I mean, you hear about this, what was this guy recently? I mean, I think it was in the news last year. He's got some type of hard drive that if he gets one more try wrong, the whole hard drive locks up, right? And so he went through all his tries and he's about to lose millions of dollars because forgot the password and pin and everything from years ago. So that's a great idea, but always have like some method of redundancy. I know we're trying to, we're going into the digital age, but it'd always be good to have multiple copies for that reason. But it's a great idea. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah. What you got? Do you know the person that has it? Yeah. So there has to be an owner. I mean, it'd probably be best to store that in a multi-sig wallet. Your handle and your domain separately are individual NFTs actually. So you can send and receive them. So I can register a domain and I can transfer it to you. I can register a handle and I can transfer it to you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're able to transfer those over. It's very easy, and each domain has its own option to switch on public or private. So public means anybody can register a handle in that domain. So that's how like Edge Wallet is. If you go into Edge Wallet, they have the @edge domain public, so any user can register it, or you can keep it private, which means only the owner can control what handles are created on that. So that's if you want to use it like just internally for your business. And it's super simple. When we're doing those conferences, like I needed to pay a bill. I needed to pay Bruno, one of my business partners, so he could pay this bill. I didn't have to say, hey, what's your ETH address? What's your BNB address? I would just type in Bruno at Crypto EXP and send it to him. And it would, it basically, what happens, it matches the asset being sent with the on-chain address you have linked to it. And if there's no on-chain address linked to that asset, it'll come back with an error and won't let you send it. So it won't let you send it to the wrong address. It won't let you send it to the um, wrong network. Okay. Anything else? Yeah. Well, I mean, then we'd have some bigger problems, and that means the network's vulnerable, right? I mean, that's why it's considered lost forever. And also, if you don't know, I mean, a lot of these, if you've lost funds that way, whether you send it to a scammer or send it to the wrong address, be very leery of any of these recovery services, because if they say they can recover it, then that means they're saying they can hack the encryption of the chain. They can get into it, and that would be a bigger issue altogether. And depending on where it's sent, if you accidentally send it to an exchange and that exchange owns the private key for that, it's really up to the exchange if they can get it back to you. So yeah. It's not impossible to lose stock. You've got a custodian that you've got to trust. And that's the biggest problem is you want to eliminate the need to trust anybody else because trust leads to things like Mt. Gox and FTX and all these others. And, if a brokerage that's holding your stock goes down, you're going to be the last one to get anything out of it anyway. Oh. Yeah. Yep. Sailor's already said he's going to die with his crypto, with his Bitcoin. Yeah. For us, it's really just continuing to grow that ecosystem. But we realize, I mean, every time you turn around, there's new wallets coming out. There's new blockchains, right? New layer ones, layer two. So just continue to grow our ecosystem, but continue to build tools now that we started to build like bridging, like not actual bridges, but kind of that connection, that middle layer to where if you want to use our protocol in a wallet or exchange or anywhere else that doesn't support us, we've got tools that you can do it. So that's been coming out and we're continuing to innovate that. I think the next thing in the short term we're looking at some browser extensions to where you're on an exchange, that exchange doesn't support a protocol, but you got the FIO browser extension. It can make sure you get that right address when you send and receive from there. So that's in the short term. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right.
All right. So next up, we have Dan Berman of Taxation is Theft fame. He's got a new book out. We're all very excited about it. He was a political candidate for president. Come up here, Dan.
Oh no, I'm on this thing.
So anything you say in this?
What's that? What's that? FBI? IRS? They're listening now? Okay. They're sending me. What's that? Oh, is this like okay? Gotcha. I see what I'm doing. Is this fed like speaking in my ear that was kind of throwing me off here? All right, so yeah, so I'm Dan Taxation is Theft Berman. I actually changed my middle name to Taxation is Theft as part of my presidential run. But I just wrote this book about taxes, and it's all about how the government rips you off and lies and everything. So it's been an adventure. Like I've been kind of like someone said I was pen testing the government. And that's actually a really great analogy for it. But I've always been like testing their systems and like, how far can I push the limits of what I do? So I haven't had a driver's license in 15 years. Yes, I've been stopped by the police. Yes, I've been given tickets. Half the time when I show up to court to fight them, because I'm like, okay, I'm here for a fight. Let's do this. They're like, oh, sorry, the ticket's already been voided. And I'm like, why? What does that mean? What's going on here? I haven't paid income tax in about 7 or 8 years. Yes, the IRS knows about me. They have all kinds of 1099s and W-2s and everything. But I just don't pay the taxes, and it's not like I'm not filing. I tell them that money's not taxable, and so it's a long history. It's a really long story. But what I want to share with you today is like some really interesting information about just how they operate. So there's a fundamental like basis of like what this stuff is, right? And we see this with traffic cops and traffic stops all the time. So imagine this: if somebody came to you and there's somebody went to the government, right, and they're like, this guy murdered somebody. Are you willing to testify to that? Yes, I will. And he goes to court and you're arrested and you're taken, you have your trial. And this guy gets up on the stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And he swears on a Bible and everything. And yeah, okay, yeah, I will. I saw him murder someone. What's going to happen? You're probably going to go to jail. Unless, what if you get up there and testify and say, no, I didn't? Right? You might have a fighting chance and there's going to be questions of evidence and everything else. But if somebody gets up there and tells a jury, that guy, I saw him murder someone, and you don't even deny it. You don't even say like, he's lying. He saw something else. You don't even try, right? What's going to happen? You're going to jail. And why is that? Because you have evidence submitted against you and absolutely nothing in your favor, right? So maybe you get some other evidence and you can go through like, DNA and all this other stuff, but it's a complicated process, and you want to argue your side, right? You want to say, no, this guy's a liar. Taxes work in the exact same way. And police work in the exact same way. So let's say you get a speeding ticket and you go to court, right? What happens? The cop's like, he was speeding, and you're like, no, I wasn't. Well, now it's your word against his, and of course, traffic courts, that's a whole other story because they're not real courts most of the time. I know it sounds like a crazy statement, but I can prove it. Get the book. But so now it's your word against theirs, right? But imagine if the cop says you were speeding and you don't say, no, I wasn't. You don't even have a fighting chance. Now, what happens if the cop doesn't show up? Well, then like obviously there's nobody there to testify that you were speeding. There's a ticket, but you can't verify because the cop's not there. So the case gets thrown out. We all know that, right? Now, what happens if the judge doesn't show up? That's a weird situation, right? There's no court. We should like not even be here. We shouldn't even have a meeting without the judge, right? This actually happens all the time when you go. This is what I mean about fake courts. I'll just say this real quick. When you go, and a lot of times they're like, well, the judge isn't here. We're going to give you a substitute judge. We're going to, sometimes depending on the state, this is a prosecutor, blah, blah, blah. He's going to hear your case. Or in California, they call it a judge pro tem. It's a legal loophole that they do to say, we're going to put you into arbitration. So we don't have a real judge that has to follow the law. You don't get a jury. You don't get, we get to bypass all this stuff. And yes, this is true. And you can go, try to sit in, just go to traffic court in your local county, wherever you are, and try to sit in, and you'll probably see this. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes they have real judges and real courts, and they just go straight to that. But the reason they do this is because they're trying to get everybody through like sheep and just like, like guilty, right? Can't have a real judge. He's got to hear the real cases, the murders and money laundering and asset forfeiture and all the other ways they're robbing us, right? So I want to ask you guys a quick question. Lettuce, is it a fruit or a vegetable? Anybody? Vegetable. Okay. What about a tomato? Fruit or vegetable? Okay. You guys know. A lot of people. What about a cucumber? Okay. You guys, we got a smart crowd here. A lot of people think tomatoes and cucumbers are vegetables, right? And a fruit is actually defined as something that starts as a flower, and then you get this little thing behind it, and it starts growing. The flower falls off, and then you have this fruit with seeds in it. What about a loofah? Does anyone know what a loofah is? It's a fruit. It actually grows on a tree, like a vine, like a cucumber, and then they dry it out, and like nobody knows where those things come from. It's So like all these things, it's really interesting what they are, right? But so why do so many people think cucumbers and tomatoes are vegetables if they're fruits? This is an interesting question. Why am I asking this? Okay, in the late 1800s, there was a tax on imports on fruits and vegetables, on vegetables, and fruits were specifically excluded. So there was no tax on fruits, but there was a tax on vegetables. That's exactly what the law said. Tax the vegetables, not the fruits. Tax the vegetables, not the fruits. And this tax collector at the port in New York was like, we're going to tax those tomatoes. And the guy importing them was like, no, those are fruits. And it says right here, you cannot tax the fruits. And the tax collector was like, we're going to tax them. And if you don't pay it, you're not going to get your tomatoes. So the guy's like, okay, well, I'm going to pay. I'm going to get my fruits, and then sue you later. Now, this went through this whole process. It went through a court of appeals and everything, all the way to the Supreme Court. And if you know how the courts work, like you can't just like everyone's just like, I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court. That doesn't happen. You have to go through the appeals first. You have to get, and then the Supreme Court has to be like, do we even want to hear this? Like, you guys are ridiculous. I don't even want to hear about, right? But this one, because the government, they have to like protect themselves and be like, we have a right to steal, and we need to protect that right with our Supreme Court. So there was a case called Nix versus Hedden, where this went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court was like, I guess technically it's a fruit, but for the purpose of taxes, it's a vegetable. So now tomatoes are vegetables because a couple hundred years ago they wanted to tax it. So like absolutely crazy, right? And the government does this all the time with everything else. So if you filed your taxes in the last few years, you might have noticed that there's a checkbox now, and they ask you, do you own any crypto? Well, like you're not paying taxes just for owning crypto, right? It's like, why is that question there, right? And a lot of people think like I have to check that box because I'm signing it under penalty of perjury. But what if you just leave it blank and don't check it? Then you're not lying. And what are they going to do about it? Because if you go into the actual law, and I've looked into the tax code, and I'm like, where does it say anything about crypto? And people don't understand this about 1040s, right? You have to submit, if you fall in that category of people who have to pay taxes, you have to submit a return to the government. You don't have to use a 1040. You can actually write everything out on paper longhand if you want and just send it to them. And that's enough for them. There's no obligation for you to use their forms, right? As long as you include all the information that they require to make sure that you're telling the truth about what you're supposed to pay in taxes. And if you did that, you wouldn't write anything about crypto ownership, and you probably wouldn't write anything about whether or not you had health insurance either, right? But they put these things on the form. And they do this to lie and conceal from you and collect extra information. Like when you're in a traffic stop and they're like, where are you coming from? I don't have to answer that question. Or they'll do this all the time. You're not under arrest, but you're being detained. There was this case called Terry versus Ohio a long time ago. This is where they came up with the Terry stop, where they're allowed to pat you down and see if you. But like, and they say like, yeah, we're allowed to stop and frisk anybody, but it's like, no, you have to have reasonable suspicion that they have a weapon and they're dangerous. And it's like, okay, well, oh, reasonable suspicion. Now we can stop people for reasonable suspicion. No, that's not what it said, but this is what the cops think, right? You're not under arrest, you're being detained. And in that case, they actually said, like, you'd have to be a complete idiot to think that you have not seized someone for the purpose of the Fourth and Fifth Amendment if you're telling them, like, you're not in handcuffs, you're not in the back of the police car, you're not going to jail, but you're not under arrest. You're seized. You can't go anywhere. You are under arrest. All of your rights apply. Your rights remain silent and everything else. But also, oddly, what they've said is that a normal traffic stop, yes, you're under arrest, but then they write you a ticket, you show all your papers, and they let you go, and that's the thing, right? So you don't need to know your Miranda rights. This was actually a case. Someone's like, I didn't get my Miranda rights during a traffic stop, and they're like, well, you don't need it because it's just a traffic stop. They're just going to write you a ticket and let you go. It's not like they're putting you in a room and intimidating you and interrogating you. And it's like, well, there is a man next to my window with his gun like right at eye level, and he's just like, so where are you coming from? Where are you going? And he's asking all these questions. That's kind of intimidating to a lot of people, and they feel like they have to answer. So should your Miranda rights apply? Well, sure, I think so. But, you know, the government, they always want to protect their taxes, right? So the government always does, like, they do these other things too. Flag me if I'm running out of time because I can literally talk about this stuff for like hours. 5 minutes. All right. So the government does all this like trickery all the time, right? Now, I mentioned, like, you have to, like, if you don't testify against someone who's lying and saying you did something you didn't, like, you lost, right? So people ask me, like, how do you not pay taxes? You just not filed? And no, it's more complicated than that. What happens is the people who give me money, usually they're like, I'm not going to give you any money unless you give me your social security number. And then once I give them that, they're like, oh, I'm going to report it to the IRS and I'm going to send them under penalty of perjury. They are testifying against you that the money that they gave you is taxable. And most people are just like, well, I guess so, because, like, you know, if I call the IRS and say, is it taxable? They're going to say yes. Well, but what if I tell the IRS that it wasn't taxable? Now, is it my word against theirs? Like, who's theirs, right? It's not the government's, because the IRS didn't testify as to whether or not my income was taxable. They just said this other guy said he gave you money and it was taxable. So what actually is taxable? Well, I was giving a talk like this one time on Clubhouse, and this guy came in and he was a former IRS agent, and he's like, yeah, everything you said's yeah, some stuff makes sense, but some of it's kind of bullshit. I've been helping collect taxes from, like, you know, people who hide their taxes, hide their money overseas, and he's like, yeah, some of this is nonsense. And I was like, okay, answer me one question: who has to pay taxes? And he says, everybody. And I'm like, really, everybody? So is somebody who's unemployed and doesn't have an income, do they have to pay taxes? And he's like, well, obviously not. And I'm like, okay, well, who else doesn't have to pay taxes? And he's like, everybody else. And I'm like, does Vladimir Putin have to pay taxes? And he's like, well, he's not a citizen. And I'm like, oh, well, you obviously don't know the tax code, because the income tax is applied to anybody regardless of citizenship. In fact, there have been dozens and dozens of tax protesters who have gone even to the Supreme Court saying, I'm not a citizen and therefore the tax doesn't apply to me. And they're like, no, you're a citizen and it doesn't matter. The tax applies to you. Now, this is a bold-faced lie that the IRS does, because the whole reason they lie and they make everybody snitch on each other is because the IRS can't come in and say, because they don't know, like, what's my business with you? Oh, you gave me $100. They might know about the transaction, but they don't know why you gave me $100, right? So they can't testify to this. But they lie even more. And this one's pretty extreme. If you go on their website, they will tell you something that most Americans believe, that the 16th Amendment allowed them to create a direct and unapportioned tax. And what that means is basically they can create a tax on property or on us or something directly on all the people and say, you guys are going to pay a tax, and we don't have to apportion it by population of states. So if one state has twice as many people, they have to pay twice as much, right? Those people have to pay twice as much. And the IRS sticks to this line. The 16th Amendment created a direct and unapportioned tax. That's not what happened at all. The Supreme Court said in 1916, right after the 16th Amendment was passed, they said, no, actually, this doesn't change anything. This doesn't give Congress any new power. All it does is it prevents Congress from creating a tax on income and taking it out of the category which it belongs, an excise, and calling it a direct tax. So in 1916, it was ruled that the income tax is an excise. And the IRS still has it posted on their website that it's a direct tax. But this is where it gets even crazier. In 2024, last year, for some completely unrelated reason, a guy had an offshore company. This went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has said again in very clear language, almost exactly verbatim to this, they said the income tax is an excise. And yet the IRS still, for the past year, has had on their website, the income tax is a direct and unapportioned tax. Total lie. But what's really cool about the IRS is, like, when they're lying, sometimes they'll tell the truth. If you go to the fact question on the fact page on their website, they'll actually say, don't trust anything you see on the website because this is not a matter of law. If you ever get to court, it's the law that matters. You can't say that you were just following the directions of what's on the website. That doesn't really matter. It's the law. Anyways, like I said, I can go on for hours about this. I'm going to stop there. I'm getting the finger. Do you have time for like a question or two? A question or two. No, because, well, yes, as long as nobody else has filed, as long as you don't have any snitches. Because if somebody snitched on you, now you're back to the point where you have somebody in court saying, she murdered somebody and I saw it, and you're just sitting there like, I'm not going to deny it. And the government's going to be like, well, I'm going to trust that. So what you have to do is you have to intentionally go in and say, look, I know you got these forms, but they're wrong. And here's a corrected version. I'll zero them out for you. I didn't receive anything that's taxable. And of course, like, there are actual situations where you might have taxable income. So, you know, don't take my words as saying nothing is taxable. But like, for most people, like 99% of Americans, that's the case. So you need to actually go and do that, you know, intentionally deny. That exempt is actually, which, by the way, that checkbox doesn't exist anymore. Now they tell you to write the word exempt between like some empty space, because, like, you know, they don't want you to know it's there. But all that does is that stops withholding for the income tax. But if you look at your paycheck, there's 10 taxes on there. There's, you know, the FICA, the Social Security, all this other stuff. It doesn't exempt any of that stuff. You can still get that back later, and I've done that, but all it exempts is the actual income tax itself from withholding. You're never gonna. So, like, this is what the IRS does, right? If they don't have anything to go on, they're like, they can't do anything. So sometimes they'll send you letters and be like, hey, you haven't filed, where is it, right? But so, okay, this is what happens if you don't file. If you don't file, they're like, we have all this information, we're going to put it in a 1040 and do some calculations. They're going to send you a bill and say, based on the information we know, this is how much you need to pay us. If you disagree, you can go file, or you can, you know, do, there's things you can do, right? But if they don't have any of that information to start, then it's like, what are they going to do? So that's, yeah, they have to, someone has to make an accusation to get the ball rolling. Exactly. Good. One more. All right. Thank you. Taxationstuff.info. You can get the books. If you pay with crypto, you get 10% off.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Before I get started on all of this, do we have any actual farmers in the room? Awesome, we do. And how about people who are not ready to call themselves farmers, but are producing some kind of food somewhere? Even more. I love it. All right. So I have about 20 to 25 minutes to try to convince you all that, we've been talking a lot about decentralization this weekend and peer-to-peer and our monetary system. And I've got this short 20-minute segment to try to convince you that peer-to-peer and decentralized food systems are just as important, if not maybe even a little more important than our decentralized monetary networks. So here we go. And I'm going to dive in with 2 examples from history to help us understand how we are where we are today. Because I think we can all pretty much agree that our food system is a little screwed up right now, yeah? Or is anybody here just like, oh, it's awesome? Okay, so we all understand it's a little screwed up. And how do we get it back? And my argument, what I want to convince you all, is that the decentralized network of direct and local farms is the answer. And your participation matters. I know there's a big gap between understanding that and taking action on that, but let me give you a couple of examples from history. So way back, we're going to go way back to the late 1700s here. And in 1794, Eli Whitney invented the what? Anybody know? The cotton gin. And his goal, his aim was to make things actually better for the slaves. But what happened was so much cotton got sorted and the seeds got taken out, and that created a problem. There were so many cotton seeds. And they needed something to do with all of this waste. So a few chemists got together, and aided by Procter and Gamble, anybody know that duo? All right. They created this substance that was solid at room temperature, and it mimicked the much more valuable animal fat that they were currently using for candle making. So they started manufacturing, or started using, all of this waste cottonseed to make candles. And that was great. It all was going along just fine until a guy named Edison came along. And what did he invent? Right, the light bulb. And what happened with the candle industry with the light bulb? It tanked, right? So all of a sudden, here at Procter and Gamble, they just invested all of this money into figuring out how to take the waste products from cotton manufacturing and turn it into candles and soap, by the way. It was also soap. We're going to get to the soap thing in a little bit too. So now what? They had this huge investment in that. So the thing is with cotton seeds is they have a chemical in them called gossypol. I hope I said that right. I'm not exactly sure. And that causes heart disease in humans and a whole range of other symptoms. So it's not exactly edible. But what they did was they hired more chemists to figure out how to get rid of this phytochemical, or how to neutralize it in the cotton seeds. And then they took that product and they put it in a container, slapped a fancy label on it, and started selling it. And they marketed it to a lot of the Jewish housewives, because they said, look, it looks like lard and it acts like lard, but it is not lard, so you can use it. This was in 1911. Anybody know what that product is called? Crisco, crystallized cottonseed oil. But okay, that was fine. They had about 2 million in sales that first couple of years. But so they decided to launch a massive marketing campaign. They hired the top marketing firm of their era, and they published a cookbook. This is a 615-page cookbook with a woman's byline, and they targeted it to women. They did all their research very effectively, mind you, quite effectively. They knew the keywords that the women were looking for. It was it's hard work cooking, right? So they were saying, oh, it's going to alleviate some of that work. It's going to make your pies taste better, and it's more digestible, and it's healthier for your children. So they did all this research. It wasn't research in a lab. It wasn't health research. This was market research to find the concerns facing women at the time and how could they address those concerns. In that 615-page cookbook called A Calendar of Dinners, what could possibly be more elegant than that, right? The first 30 pages were just sheer propaganda, using women's own words against them. And they put this label on the Crisco container, shipped it out along with that cookbook to millions of American households. And Crisco was born. 60 million in sales the following year. But guess what? It gets even trickier than that. So sales are going along. They've put these health claims on this product that has never before been eaten by humans. They're making it up out of thin air, and they're making tons of money on a waste product that they can no longer use for candle making. But then in the 1940s, there was this baby organization called the American Heart Association. Right? Nobody's ever heard of that one, right? It's a no name. And Procter and Gamble, oh, by the way, here's where the soap reference comes into play. So back then, you know, it was mostly radio. So they would have soap operas, stories on the radio. And the reason they're called soap operas is because they were sponsored by soap companies. And why is that? Because they wanted to be that familiar voice coming into the homes of women daily so that women would trust these brands. All right, if you're not suspicious already, you should be. So they had this radio segment, and there was like a winner for it. And this winner happened to be the American Heart Association. And this was 2 years in a row. And the American Heart Association won, it was something like 4.5 million, which is equivalent today to about 60 million. So they got a $60 million grant from Procter and Gamble. And guess what? All of a sudden, animal fats get vilified. And they continue marketing Crisco to women. It's healthier, it's more digestible, it's better for your children. It will make him love you more. It'll make your pies crispier. All of these targeted words that women wanted to hear, right? How easy could this be? I don't have to go get this expensive lard anymore. I can just get a can of Crisco. So obviously our fake food industry was born. That is the beginning of fake food in America, right there. And it's based on marketing, marketing, marketing. Now we're going to fast forward. Well, we're going to backtrack a little bit, back and forth in time. Now there's another story. Everybody probably has heard a little bit about raw milk in America and how controversial it is, and some of the government raids against our small farms. And listen, I will just tell you right now, like, I'm a huge advocate for dairy, all of it, because the dairy animals, they will take something we cannot eat and often land that we cannot grow on, and they will turn it into healthy, nutritious food for us. There's natural preservation in raw milk, whether you're turning it to yogurt, to kefir, to cheese, so many ways to preserve it. So you have this amazing food that's nutrient dense for us, takes land, makes it usable, gives us nutrition. But that got all screwed up too. And that actually starts with, what is it that Americans hate more than anything? This guy before me was just talking about it. Taxes. So the reason raw milk is vilified so much in America is related to taxes and whiskey. I know, that's like the perfect libertarian conversation, right? Let me get through this story real quick, and then yes, of course. So after the Revolutionary War, that thing was expensive. So Alexander Hamilton, and if I'm wrong, please correct me on that, said, well, we're going to pay for the Revolutionary War by taxing the whiskey imports. What did Americans say? We can do it. So the American farmers started making whiskey. And that was all fine and well, but remember, this was before we had all these lovely roads paved. It was before even the trains were crossing the country. So the big issue was transportation. If the farmers were growing the grain and then they were distilling it on the farm, you still had to get all of that liquor, all of these thirsty Americans. So they did something else. They decided to start making the distilleries in the cities where the people were. And that created another waste problem. What was that waste problem? Anyone know? Excess grain. So a couple of investors, and if you dig into this, you're going to see some familiar names with these investors, said, oh, let's take this waste product, this spent grain from the distilleries, and let's put the dairy cows right next to the distilleries and feed them all this spent grain. Well, that did not work out very well. In fact, it worked out horribly because a cow's food is not spent grain. It is grass. It is a whole diversity of grasses, being out in the sunshine, moving from pasture to pasture. But that's not what happened in these inner city dairies, if we can even call them that. They were, and rightly so, vilified at the time. They were horrible. There was only open milking. People were rampant with tuberculosis. They were in the cities. There was no sanitation and proper sewage, as our first speaker was talking about. It was just horrible, filthy, filthy conditions. And at the time, and especially in cities like Chicago and New York, the infant mortality rates were unacceptably high, awful. Nobody wants to see that. And it was a combination of all the factors. It was the milk, it was the lack of sanitation, it was the rampant disease. But guess what got blamed the most? The milk from these horrible, disgusting dairies. So this is all now time frame, we're looking at like late 1800s, early 1900s. And so there was actually two campaigns that were started. Nathan Strauss, anybody know who he was? Okay, Nathan Strauss was, if not the, pretty close to the richest guy at the time, one of the top. And he was the co-owner of Macy's department store. And it's kind of lost on my generation how big Macy's was, but it was a big deal. And Nathan Strauss said, okay, let's pasteurize all of this disgusting milk and make it clean for the children, the inner city children. And obviously this guy had a ton of political influence, financial influence. One can only wonder all of the closed door conversations that happened. And the other was a group of doctors called the Medical Milk Commission. Probably nobody's heard of that. And that was led by Dr. Henry Coit. And they said, you know what? Actually, our children need clean, healthy milk. And we as doctors can go to the surrounding farms and we can certify these farms as clean farms. But that was also a little bit more expensive. It made the end product a little bit more expensive. And our benevolent Nathan Strauss was subsidizing the pasteurized milk for the city children. So I don't know if that's ringing any bells of any parallels these days, but it's well worth further investigation if you're curious about that. So ultimately, Strauss won out. His pasteurization campaign won out because it was more efficient than certifying the clean raw milk dairies from the surrounding farms. And in 1908, our first mandatory pasteurization laws were passed in Chicago. And from there, we have a document called the Pasteurized Milk Ordinance, the PMO for short. And the Pasteurized Milk Ordinance is about a 1,000-page document on policy that governs every drop of milk sold in this country. And you talk about centralization. One document with one set of standards that determines everything from the price the farmers get paid to what you're allowed to drink. And it even, believe it or not, it even governs the sales of raw milk, because those standards have to meet the pasteurized milk standards at a minimum. So I will say, of course, if you have the means, the land, the capacity to get a dairy animal, that is your best bet, because then you don't fall under the pasteurized milk ordinance. If you do not, develop a relationship with local farmers and see what you can do about accessing your dairy locally and sustainably. And I will advocate all day long for participatory production. And what does that mean? It means you get out there and you get to know your farmer. Because believe it or not, even with all the good farmers out there doing the right thing and making it all work, there are some farmers who are using notoriety and using anti-government sentiment to do the wrong thing and just to make a buck on other people's ignorance. So the more you can understand about this and participate in your food production, also the more we can relocalize, I'll say hyper-localize our food systems, the more we have food security everywhere. Time check? Okay. All right. I want to take a couple of questions. I know this is a loaded topic for many reasons, so I want to make sure to leave time for that. Yes. Well, nutritionally or in terms of decentralizing our food systems, and so, okay, then I'll answer it both ways. Oh, the question was, why is raw milk the best choice? And so I will say, to caveat that raw milk from a local farm, because there are some farms that are shipping for massive distances, and I don't agree with that. I don't believe that that is the right path to take. And because we've got to support our dairies right now where they are as they are. And circling back to the PMO, the pasteurized milk ordinance, the processors, so we have layers there. The processors, they're called co-ops, processors, that pasteurized milk ordinance determines the price that the processors pay the dairy farmers. So if you're a dairy farmer and you're struggling to pay your bills, pay your land, whatever emergency comes up, you have no control over the price you're getting for your milk unless you're going direct. And raw milk is one of the best ways to go direct, because then you have, as a farmer, you can control the price you're charging for your labor and your expertise, right? It makes a huge difference. Nutritionally, I've been drinking raw milk for over 20 years now. I raised my 5 children on raw milk. I had it for 4 pregnancies. Nutritionally, there's so many components to raw milk. Look, and I want to caveat all of this and say clean, safe raw milk, okay? I'm a huge advocate for standards. Got to be there. So if you're getting clean and safe raw milk, you're going to get the enzymes that naturally exist in the milk. And those enzymes are proteins. They are also the byproduct of certain of the bacteria in raw milk, and especially fermented dairy. Also with the raw, it's such a culinary adventure, because when you get raw, you can make your own yogurt, your own kefir, you can make your own cheeses, both fresh cheeses and aged cheeses, and you can't do that with some of the other options available for sale, or you're going to get just a completely different quality. It tastes better, yes, especially like you do want to check and verify that if it's cows, that they're 100% grass fed. If it's sheep, 100% grass fed. Goats, of course, don't do well on that, so they need their forage. But you do want to have some understanding of what the animals are being fed and how they're being kept. Yeah, Paul. Oh man. I would say if it's got that wretched taste. The question was, the taste of raw milk is really good, but why is the cream not so good, right? And the butter. If it's not for the cream, it's likely not fresh, or there's some kind of processing issue. It should taste really good. And so your best bet will be to get the milk that you think tastes good, let the cream come to the top, and then pour the cream off. Or there's fancy like pitchers you can get that like pour the skim milk off. So you can do that on your own. It's not going to be super heavy cream. It's going to be more like half and half at the end, but it should taste good. That's another thing. Oh my goodness, that is another thing. Raw milk from a clean producer with good standards should taste amazing. It should not taste like it's going sour. It shouldn't have that weird farmy taste. If you're getting that, you're not getting clean milk, and go find a different source. Also talk to the farmer, because there is that couple of months in the spring, or couple of weeks in the spring, when the cows get into the onion and garlic grass, and that will change the flavor as well. But in terms of the butter, it's probably not getting washed enough while it's being pressed into butter. And you can make your own. Again, you can make your own. I know, it's like a whole nother level of, I don't want to do that, but you can. You can. Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, the comment was a number one, yeah, number one country for raw milks, Netherlands. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is a struggle. It's a struggle to find it, but I hope that with the illustrations I gave, and I hope that you can understand that it's worth it, that we need to decentralize our food systems as much, if not more so, than our monetary systems. Right. So this question is about soil restoration, regenerative farming, and the counter narrative to greenhouse gases, right? Or that big trigger word, climate change. So when you are properly managing soil and rotational grazing, and what that means is basically, I'm gonna throw out some big words here, but don't worry, I'll go back and say what they mean. So rotational grazing is basically biomimicry, and if you all can just peel away layers of modernity here and think about the American grasslands when the bison were roaming free. And what happened when the bison were roaming our grasslands? Here are these huge hooved animals going in herds, completely disrupting the ecosystem and tearing up all that grass, eating it, and then they are leaving behind all of their nitrogen-rich urine and all of their carbon-rich manure. And what happens after that in that cycle is the birds come along a couple days later and they're pecking through, and there's like entire ecosystems, mini ecosystems within that vast grassland ecosystem. And the birds come along and scratch through all that, spreading it all out, and they add their own manure, nitrogen rich manure. So you're getting these layers and layers of soil, topsoil building. And essentially rotational grazing, you're going to hear that in the regenerative farming circles, is doing its best to mimic that natural cycle on a much smaller scale. So with the rotational grazing of the animals, you're getting that same kind of layering of richness, which means the soil is going to hold more carbon and it's going to hold more water. And I recently did a podcast, it's the Nourishing Liberty podcast, with a grasslands expert, Jim Garish, who talked so eloquently about all of this. So if you like to completely geek out about our grassland ecosystems, that's the podcast for you. But yes, what it does is it solves so many of these problems. So you don't get these massive floods in one area, massive droughts in another area. Our grasslands are that sink for our water and for our carbon, and we are abusing them right now. So regenerative farming is part of the solution. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So the question was in terms of policy, what can happen on the policy level, right? Is that, or collective action? Absolutely. Collectively, and I mean, I can't answer that without saying, hey, everybody find your local farm and support them. And as local as possible, whether it's one of the things, like, you know, everybody wants organic, pristine, regeneratively farmed. We all want that clean, that level of it. And then, you know what, the ideal the ideal farm does not exist anymore. So find a farm you can support and work with them to transition to more regenerative systems or organic, whatever those standards are. Work with them to transition, because when we lose our dairies, and just that pricing that I was telling you about a few minutes ago, when a farmer, they call it getting a letter. When they get a letter from their processor, like those farms sell, and then we don't have farms anymore. So it's better to support a farm that is not doing it perfectly and work with them to get to that collectively. And that's a great example of what we can do as a community. You know, you get 50 people together who are willing to all buy from the same source, and you just saved a farm, literally. All right, you just saved a farm. So collectively, that's one option. There are legislative and policy changes happening in different states, including in Maryland right now. We are working on one in order to make this more available for farms. And then, yeah, that's find your state and take action in your state. Yeah. 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 Right. Right. You nailed it. The question was, how did we get here? How did we get here? And that is such a complex answer. I don't even know if I can answer it, because it's such a combination of policy and complacency. And humans, we don't want to do the hard work sometimes. And then, well, that's policy, right? So regulation and our policy that got put into place, and Earl Butz's Get Big or Get Out. Earl Butz was the Secretary of Agriculture in the 70s, and his policy to farmers was get big or get out. And so we started consolidating farms into larger and larger farms in order to make money. So I think the multi-layer answer to that question is work hard. Don't go for complacency and convenience. Be willing to work really hard for your food. Also, like, remember what's valuable, and our health and our soil and our earth are valuable, and our connections to our local community. And if we value what's valuable, we have a different world. So it's multi-layered. Yeah. Thank you. You had one question? Okay, so we're talking about standards and what are red flags to look for if you're looking for clean, safe raw milk. Number one, open doors. Like, and that is to say, a farm is a business and it's their home. Don't invade their privacy. Don't show up unannounced, but they should have some kind of policy where you can come and see how your food is produced. So number one, open door. Number two, it should taste good, like basically all the time. If it doesn't, if it's consistently bad, it's don't go there. Local, hyper local, small. Like, I will always advocate for, you want small dairies, you want hyper local as possible. Another red flag is, well, with the A2 milk, like that's a big branding thing right now. The only way to actually tell if the milk is actually A2 is genetic testing. And they should have the results from that genetic testing. If they do not have those results, then don't believe them. If they're not willing to share those results, don't believe them. Also, I'm not convinced that it's that important. It's a branding thing. It's not necessarily a nutritional thing. That might be going too far over my time. So we'll have that conversation. It's a protein in milk, basically, but it's really a branding thing. Yeah. One more. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So that comment was go to your ag extension agency, and I will second that. Look for local sources. They're there. They're waiting for you. They really, really value every sale. Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to have Amy Voluntary. Amy is a first mate over at the Pirate Chain and also encourages people to do volunteer work. Amy, why don't you come up, and I'm going to get you set up where you can get your slides up here.
Oh, so I can hear. Thank you. Can I hand this to you for a second? Thank you.
And we'll be getting started shortly. We're just pulling up the slideshow.
Oh, hold on. Oh, this is incognito. So they can see. Oh, how can I type in here? Oh, dude. It's weird. Thank you.
Hey.
How's the? Yeah. How's the slide on the thing? Can they see? Oh. Oh, sorry. Oh, so they are seeing my speaker notes then. Oh, so I should switch it to a different screen. Okay, sorry. Let me go back. Because I need to, no, because they're on, I want only to see the screen though. So I need to, oh, well, thank you. Can you hear it? Are you hearing a sound or no?
And the name of the chip was privacy. The winds blew hard and fear dipped down below me. Crypto boys blew. Soon may the pirate chain come to bring us crypto golden rum. One day when the system is done, we'll take our treasure and go. She not been but 2 years from shore and have found it began to soar. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take those bankers in tow. Soon may the pirate chain come to bring us crypto
Voluntary, and I'm Amy First. Whoops. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Oh, there it goes. All right, private. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Amy Voluntary, and I'm a first mate with Pirate Chain. Pirate Chain is a private and anonymous cryptocurrency. The website is piratechain.com. The ticker symbol is ARRR, or R for pirates. So, why have privacy and anonymity coins? Because money should be private, personal finance should be private. You can't build a personal financial system on a transparent ledger. So personal finance should not be public record, and personal finance should be private. Pirate Chain was launched in 2018. It's a private by default cryptocurrency. It uses ZK Snark technology, which I'll go into a little bit later, but that shields peer-to-peer transactions, making the transactions anonymous and private. So in case it isn't clear or there's some misconceptions out there, Bitcoin is not private. Bitcoin addresses are pseudonymous. It is not anonymous. So Bitcoin transactions can be tracked and traced. There have been a number of news articles recently talking about this, even in the mainstream media. There was a Bloomberg article talking about Chainalysis, which was an $8.6 billion startup that helps governments trace crypto. There was also a New York Times article saying early adopters might have thought that cryptocurrencies were private and safe from prying eyes, but tracking and tracing this information has become a big money business. There was also a CNET article saying, are cryptocurrency transactions actually anonymous? And the tagline was, spoiler alert, the transactions can still be traced. So who here has read the original Bitcoin white paper? Anyone? Raise your hand. 1, 2, about half the room. That's great. So the title of the original Bitcoin white paper is Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And also, if you haven't read the original Bitcoin white paper and interested in crypto, I really encourage people to read it because it's only 9 pages. You can skip the equations, math equations, but yeah, read the context to get the background of what Bitcoin was and designed to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. It didn't say in the white paper that, no, it's not digital gold. You weren't supposed to hodl it for number of money go up. The title itself is peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And then in the original Bitcoin white paper itself, Satoshi did write a section on privacy. I'm going to read this. It's section 10 on privacy. And he says, as an additional firewall, a new key pair should be used for each transaction to keep them from being linked to a common owner. Some linking is still unavoidable with multi-input transactions, which necessarily reveal that their inputs were owned by the same owner. The risk is that if the owner of a key is revealed, linking could reveal other transactions that belong to the same owner. Now, I've been guilty of this myself, but Satoshi himself said that you're supposed to use a new address, like a new wallet address for every transaction. And that's because Bitcoin, by default, is not private. So then take the Pirate Chain white paper, for example. The Pirate Chain white paper is titled Pirate Chain, Anonymous Digital Cash. So that shows the intent of Pirate Chain. You can get more information on the Pirate Chain white paper at piratechain.com/white paper, which outlines some of the details and technical details and information. So the difference between public transaction coins versus privacy coins. So Pirate Chain uses zero-knowledge ZK Snark technology for the privacy, making both the sender and receiver addresses and the amounts private. I'll go into a little bit more of the ZK Snark technology. There's also Monero XMR, which currently uses ring confidential transactions. Doug Tuman, who will be speaking a little later today, he can go into more detail about that. And Monero is also moving into full chain membership proofs plus plus, so a newer technology. And again, just to be clear, just so in case it's not clear, most other cryptos that you find out there are not private. So that includes things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Dogecoin, Litecoin. Those are all public, transparent blockchains. Now, there are some other privacy blockchains besides Pirate Chain and Monero. I think, who is it? Aaron Day is going to be here later today also, and he's a big fan of Xano. Their technology is a little bit different than what Pirate Chain and Monero are trying to be as peer-to-peer private digital cash. I believe Xano also allows you to privately tokenize assets. So again, they have different use cases, more use cases, but things like Pirate Chain and Monero trying to be private digital cash. So technologies used in Pirate Chain. Pirate Chain's history and lineage is that Pirate Chain was a fork of Bitcoin, fork of Zcash, fork of Komodo, and fork to Pirate Chain, but with default shielded addresses and transactions. But unlike Zcash, where not all addresses are private, Pirate Chain has the Z addresses for privacy on by default. So here on the screen, for those of you on the live stream, there's a illustration of an analogy that one of our Pirate Chain community members came up with to explain how a zero knowledge proof works. On the picture, there's a picture of Waldo, but Waldo's covered by a little screen, but we can see Waldo. And it shows that the person knows that we can, oh, actually, first of all, most people know where's Waldo. You know, you see a lot of people in the pictures. So on the screen, it's showing, hey, like I found Waldo. Waldo is here. But in the other screen, I'm not showing exactly where on the screen I've shown Waldo. I only show that I know where I've proved to you that I know where Waldo is, but I'm not going to show you the exact location on the screen. So that was just an analogy of saying it's a zero knowledge proof. I've proved that I know Waldo is, but I do not need to reveal the rest of the information. Similarly, Pirate Chain uses ZK snark to privately prove transaction information. So instead of hiding your transaction with others by obfuscation, a zero knowledge proof allows you to shield and prove transaction information, like sending a black box where all the transactions are identical to each other, where the information is provable and secure without revealing additional information. So with that, Pirate Chain is shielded by default with ZK snarks. And both the sender and receiver addresses and the transaction amount are never publicly revealed. So the Pirate Chain community is with a group of decentralized volunteers. It's a grassroots group of people who are really passionate about personal privacy. Pirate Chain was developed and launched with no ICO, no pre-mine, no dev tax, and no VC or institutional funding. The Pirate Chain privacy ecosystem includes the Pirate Armada, which is a fleet of merchants who accept R, and that website is armada.com or ARRRMADA.com. There's also a Pirate Chain marketplace similar to eBay, and that's barter.com, BARRRTER.com. There's a screenshot of the merchant directory where you can find merchants who accept R from things like art, t-shirts, clothing and accessories, and even travel. And if you're willing to accept R, you can be added to the merchant directory as well. So go to armada.com to find out how. The official Pirate Chain links, the website is piratechain.com. There's also community discussion and chats on the Discord, which is piratechain.com/discord. The explorers at explorer.piratechain.com. And if you're a developer, you can check out our GitHub at github.com/pirate network. And that's information that I have in the I can write it chat in the Pirate Chain Discord community and get back to get back to you on the answer to that. But yeah, thanks. Any questions? Hey. Thank you. I just want to say the question so I don't have to repeat it. Thank you. Hey. Okay. And what's great is Doug Tubin from Aneratopia is here up next, so he can help answer this question as well. So, okay, my personal opinion, there are different technologies, right? And again, Pirate Chain might be a little newer, a little testing out. Basically starts, the lineage is really great from past, so past technology. Which has to turn on privacy and the attributes I described. So if you currently look at Gcash, I think around 90% of the transactions are not private. It's just for the user because you're always sending money to somebody else, right? So even if you're trying to be private, you're sending something to somebody else as a self-user again. So again, Pirate Chain is our lineage from Gcash, but we actually turned on the Gcash. So Pirate Chain is 100% private sender receiver and about anonymity. So the difference between that and again, Doug can explain this more. Actually, yeah. So Monero. Oh yeah, yeah. You're speaking next. So let me finish and then you come up. So currently Monero uses green credential transactions. Currently, the anonymity limit is 16 for your transaction is obfuscated among a set of others, and that's what I was trying to show on the slides. For those who could see the slides. But they your 100 million. The entire set. That's why it's called full chain membership. It's an increasing full set. Again, there are different technologies. So, as Mary showed with, Pirate uses different technology, different user bases as well. For me personally, what we saw is that in like peer-to-peer, in-person, physical marketplace transactions, because Pirate Chain's transaction of 1 minute block size are faster, that works a lot better in marketplace transactions. What you could do is you are buying chocolate on one marketplace vendor or raw milk, as people were saying at the next vendor, right? But the thing is, if your wallet is blocked with achievement has a slower block and confirmation time, sometimes your wallet can't get blocked for 20 minutes. So that happened to me at a marketplace. Like I paid someone for something, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to buy jewelry here or something, but like my wallet was blocked. Luckily, I had 2 Monero wallets, right, so I could make those transactions. But my point is that as a user-specific chain, Pirate Chain in a peer-to-peer, in-person, farmers market or marketplace transaction might perform better for this kind of use case. And yeah, I'm going to be looking into increasing adoption in Armada and increasing in-person vendors as well. But again, different technologies, different use cases, and yeah, also a fan. Thanks. Awesome. Thank you. Exit out here. Thank you.
Tuman, and I use Monero. Hold up, guys. We'll get started. So I'm going to give you kind of everybody like a 101, really. I mean, just my story, how I got into crypto and ended up in Monero, and why I've been in Monero ever since, like a maniac, talking about it 24/7. I'll get into all that. It's been a fun ride. How many people here are already familiar? Okay, so it's gonna be more for the viewers at home then perhaps. But I'll give you kind of my overall take on why I think Monero is more than a privacy coin. I think it's kind of a misnomer, pejorative in a sense. I think it's much more than a privacy coin, and we should label it as such. Okay, and I can just go back and forth. Okay, sweet. All right, what's going on, guys? Name is Douglas Tuman. I'm going to give a talk on being all in on Monero, my life's mission to preserve our liberty in the digital age. That's what I think it's about at the end of the day. I know that sounds pretty extreme, but I don't think there's too many technologies that will be serving that purpose. I see Monero as one of them. I think there'll be a few others, but we're going to need a pure form of digital cash, a digital cash utility that cannot be co-opted by any state or corporation. And I think Monero has the best chance at fulfilling that purpose. So first off, who is Douglas Tuman? I'm a civil engineer. I know there was another civil engineer in here earlier today. I've been hitting off with him. We've been enjoying each other's company, among other things. I'm a professional engineer. I'm also an attorney, a New York attorney. I'm actually a patent attorney, but I've only filed one patent. I work as a civil engineer during the day. But I do think my practice in becoming an attorney and the reason why I got interested in it did help me out in the early days of the crypto space. I kind of read the Bitcoin white paper from the perspective of a patent attorney trying to really understand what the inventive step was. Like, what was the actual invention when we talked about Bitcoin? What was actually created? What was invented? And in my mind, what was created, what was invented is an unstoppable protocol for transacting value peer-to-peer, right? And that's what I'm most excited about. Oh, really? You haven't heard me online since? No. Okay. All right, people at home, hopefully you can hear me. You didn't miss much. So just giving my intro. So civil engineer, most people don't know that. Attorney, patent attorney, not that it matters. And yeah, so my point is, I think that kind of gave me some insight early on into really understanding what the invention was with the advent of the Bitcoin white paper. Ran for U.S. Congress in 2020, actually out of a love for Monero, believe it or not. I saw the writing on the wall where things were headed. I saw people talking about Bitcoin. I saw, elected officials talking about Bitcoin. I saw people coming to represent Bitcoin on the floor of Congress. And the conversation would always end with, them being in front of a committee, and the final question would be, well, what are we going to do? This thing can be used to finance terrorism. It can be used for people to do bad things. And the ultimate response always was, well, don't worry, actually, Bitcoin is extremely traceable. In fact, we could probably fight crime better with it. This is what was being said, right? And I always found that frustrating. Rather, the answer should be, well, yeah, it is traceable, but in fact, we don't want it to be traceable. We think people have the right to transact peer-to-peer with the digital cash protocol because we think it aligns with the values of the U.S., what this country was founded upon, blah, 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 free speech. And I never really heard anybody making that argument and case for true, untraceable digital cash. And I kind of saw things headed in a direction where ultimately somebody was going to have to stand up and make that argument for true digital cash. And that's why I ran for Congress. Didn't win, but came pretty close. Actually, I was supported by my local Republican Party in Nassau County. I ran as a Republican. I'm actually a libertarian. They kind of found that that out the hard way once I started to run and they saw my platform. I got COVID really early on. As soon as I got tapped to run, I was like one of the first people to get COVID where I live in, where I was running in Nassau County. And so that became a big part of it was very much anti-vax, very early, very publicly early with regards to that. So some people in this community might align with that. But really my mission was to get into office, to protect Monero, protect free speech. I also had this other wacky, zany idea that I had worked on many years ago, pre-crypto in like 2011. It was called Gov Together, and it was a system, a tool to improve representative democracy in the United States, right? It was kind of a hack. And the idea was we get a US representative to agree to use this tool, and it would allow them to communicate directly with their constituents, and their constituents can vote directly on every issue in their district, and then that representative would use that to then go vote in Congress, right? With obviously always being the represent, being in a position where they could disagree, but using that as a tool. Long story short, that was a big part of my campaign as well. What you guys can't see this over here in the live audience, but one of the things that happened as an aftermath of my campaign, I wish you could see it. It's pretty crazy. A letter was sent out. I don't know who sent it out. An anonymous letter was sent out to every single person that donated to my campaign. Sent out to my family, people that I know, people that I don't know, and sent to their mail. And it was 8.5 by 11 picture of Doug Tuman from his campaign with the let me see if I could actually with the words, "You were better off flushing your money down the toilet. Next time, Google Monero ISIS and Monero Tuman before giving money to this traitor." And a big picture of me, big picture of Monero logo, and a picture of like the Taliban with machine guns, right? And they sent this to all the people that donated to my campaign. I was getting phone calls. "Hey, Doug, do I got to worry about this?" This is after I ran and after I already lost, because whoever this was, they didn't want me to run again, right? And if I ran again, I would have won. I don't know if you guys know George Santos. I think everybody does. The guy who completely fabricated his resume. Do you guys remember George Santos? Oh, this says battery low, by the way. Anyway, so George Santos was running in the district next to me. He won. I would have also won. I actually did better than him the first time I ran when he ran the first time. Anyway, that was kind of the long story short with the running for Congress and being the Monero candidate. I got threat letters sent to all my donors threatening me not to run again. And there we go. Okay, is it good? This is great. Okay, let me just take it off.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Can't control batteries. If I could, I'd figure it.
Pretty sure Elon figured that out. We good? All right. Oh shit. We're not stopping though. We're not stopping. I cannot be stopped. Oh, now the slides. What happened to the slides, bro? Oh, wait. Hold on. It's just this popped up. Are we good? Okay. Anyway, that was running for Congress. I was like, fuck that. It was a heartache dealing with the politics and being at everybody. Everybody's trying to influence you and change you, and the cypherpunk crypto anarchist approach is obviously I think much more effective, right? And ultimately that is what I'm most interested in. I did see maybe a way where I could help the project by getting political, but ultimately I think the way we win is completely opting out, using Monero peer-to-peer, ignoring the state, ignoring what they have to even say about it, and we go build our own ecosystem, right? While maybe trying to, influence Trump along the way, again, to do some good things for Monero, but it shouldn't be something that we should bank on, the political approach. Anyway, so my Monero story, how did I even get into Monero? I actually started off, believe it or not, with Dogecoin in 2013, like a couple of days after it launched. I had heard about Bitcoin, but never stopped to do the research. And then I saw this Dogecoin thing. I was like, oh, this might be my chance to just like take $50 and turn it into whatever, a couple $1,000s without understanding crypto at all. I thought Bitcoin was something that could just be shut down. I had no idea that it was decentralized, all that bullshit. I buy some Dogecoin. The reason I remember the day is very significant. It was 20 December, Christmas Eve, 2013. I buy some Dogecoin, $50. I use PayPal, sent somebody $50 in PayPal on Reddit. Some rando who said, "Yeah, I'll send you some Doge." He did, sent me the Doge. He could have stole the, could have taken it. No, but he sent the Doge, but he sent it to a wallet that I had just created, an online wallet, right? It's kind of like rule number one, especially back then. You don't use these online wallets. You're not your keys, not your coins, right? Did not even know that concept existed. I woke up the next morning, Christmas morning. Everybody's having a happy family Christmas. I go to check my Dogecoin. Go to open up my wallet. It's gone, zero. There's no more Doge in there. It's like, what the fuck? I go to the Reddit. I go to the Dogecoin Reddit, and sure enough, it was like the top feed for the day, like the great Christmas hack. You guys could go Google it. The amount of Doge, everybody who had those online wallets, all got fleeced. But it sent me down the crypto rabbit hole. I was like, there's no way this stuff works like this. This is asinine. Everybody would just be losing all their crypto. There must be more to it. I went, read the Satoshi white paper, Eureka moment, the whole, public key, private key, the mining, boom, I was sold. I was like, holy shit, this crypto thing is huge. Bitcoin is the one. I was a Bitcoin maxi for quite some time at that point. But then I started to use Bitcoin, right? I would send it to some friends to try to get them into it. And I'd be like, oh, and you can go to this site and you can see the Bitcoin moving. So that's what I use to track it so I could see it. And they're like, oh, cool, yeah. Let me look. Oh, by the way, oh wow, you have that many Bitcoin, Doug? That's, and I'm like, wait, that's not so anytime I send somebody my Bitcoin, they can go look and see at my see my account and see that was a wake up call for me. And that began my search for something that solved that problem. I saw the issue right away. Money, this isn't going to function as digital cash if it's not private, if it's not fungible, right? Every unit needs to equal every other unit. That led me down the Monero rabbit hole, and I've been down it ever since. So I believe all roads lead to Monero. So the really why Monero, right? So why Monero? Because Monero is what Bitcoin was meant to be. Monero is not simply a privacy coin. It is the untraceable and unstoppable version of Bitcoin. It is fungible digital cash that no corporation or government can co-opt. Its purpose is to disrupt the state financial surveillance apparatus. So that's what really got me excited about Monero and digital cash, right? We need a tool that really its utility is allowing people to transact peer-to-peer for the purpose of cutting off the state from its ability to surveil us all, right? And perfectly extract tax and do whatever it is that they want to do, right? They can control us with that. So where I think we don't give enough Monero credit where credit's due. It's not simply a privacy coin. It is an untraceable and unstoppable version of Bitcoin. And I think the thing that needs to give more focus is the unstoppable part. We all know it's untraceable. Obviously, there's arguments that it could be more untraceable in ways, and we could get into full chain membership proofs, which is going to completely shut down any arguments against Monero at that point. But what's really more, what's not talked about is the things beyond its privacy and fungibility, and that's its unstoppable nature, its inability in many ways to be co-opted. So Monero, comparing to Bitcoin, I'll just go through some things. Monero in ways is arguably more secure in perpetuity. Monero has something called a tail emission, right? So a lot of people don't even know that, right? They know about the privacy. It has a tail emission. Bitcoin has a 21 million coin cap. So at some point, all the security is going to come from the transaction fees, and there's kind of an unknown there of if Bitcoin can be secured in perpetuity without a tail emission. There's already talk about it. Peter Todd talks about it, perhaps the need to add a tail emission. Monero has already done this work. It's more secure in perpetuity. There is not going to be any debate in Monero as to whether or not we need to add a tail emission. That debate is going to happen in Bitcoin at some point, right? So we always talk about Bitcoin being super secure, but is it secure in perpetuity, or is there going to be something like we saw with the block size war? Is there going to be a war around whether or not a tail emission needs to be added? Something that's a big difference between Bitcoin and Monero. It's actually more scarce despite its tail emission. Monero is more scarce than Bitcoin. There's less Monero than Bitcoin today that exists, right? And there will be less Monero than Bitcoin up until 2040, right? And then at that point, it would start to pass. But Peter Todd also did analysis on this as well, looking at it and like, well, if you know if a currency like Monero is built to be used for transactions, there's going to be a lot of loss of coins as people send it around, right? The more a coin is actually used, the more losses you're going to see. And there's arguments that Bitcoin really isn't built to be used on chain. It's built to be stored on chain. It should have been built to be used, but really the meme is to hold your Bitcoin, not send it around. More predictable supply. I got into that, right? So like I think that's something key to understand, right? The 21 million cap is something that the Bitcoiners talk about all the time. It's very easy to understand, scarcity, right? But Monero, that wasn't really back to the invention. That really wasn't the invention that Satoshi, like that wasn't the breakthrough. It wasn't the 21 million supply cap. It was the fact that we have a system where the supply curve is known, right? And can't be altered, right? It's whether it was 21 million cap that gets produced or it's a certain amount that's produced over the amount of time, whatever that is, but just knowing that that can't be changed, right? That the emission curve cannot be changed. And Monero arguably has a supply curve, an emission curve that's less likely to be changed because it's already done the hard political work of agreeing to add a tail emission. Monero is arguably more scalable on chain. It has dynamic blocks. This is something that people don't realize too. This actually ties in with the tail emission. Bitcoin has a fixed block size, as I'm sure you guys all know. You know, it led to the big issues with big blockers versus small blockers. Monero has completely avoided that issue, is scalable on chain. There won't be any debate whether or not to increase block size because Monero's block size dynamically changes based on the demand. And so the blocks will actually get larger as more people use it. And actually transaction fees will go down over time as more people use Monero, which is contrary to Bitcoin given its fixed block size. So once again, it's built to be used for people to send. That's my next point, spendable, useful. It's built to be used as digital cash versus being held as digital gold. It actually works better the more it's used. It becomes more private and it becomes cheaper to send the more people that use it. It's private and fungible. We don't need to get into it. That's the one that everybody already knows. It uses 3 different forms of technology to obfuscate, you know, the sender, the receiver, the amount. The end result is Monero transactions effectively cannot be surveilled in any way. There's, you know, arguably some probabilistic ways to analyze one component of that, which is the ring signatures. Won't get into it because that's going away. It's moot. But for the most part, Monero is completely fungible, more fungible than any other crypto we know, given the amount of usage that it gets. It's unconfiscatable, right? Everybody always talks about Bitcoin. It's unconfiscatable. Nobody can confiscate the Bitcoin. It's the most confiscated asset of like all time. I mean, some of the largest confiscations from individuals have had. I mean, look at look at like Ross, right? I mean, how many Bitcoin did they take away from Ross? One fell swoop, confiscated, taken away, right? There's not too many assets where you could so easily grab all of it from one person in one fell swoop. There's arguments that Bitcoin, Monero, because of its privacy, it's more unconfiscatable, right? Privacy is security. People can't see that you don't have your Monero or whether you have it or not. There's no boating accidents in Bitcoin. There's this idea to me, when you lose your Bitcoin keys in a boating accident, and you know the Fed's knock on your door and say, you know, where's your Bitcoin? We know you have Bitcoin. We saw you bought it on Coinbase or whatever 10 years ago. Oh no, I lost the keys. I don't have it. Now they are watching the chain, and as soon as they see that Bitcoin move, they're knocking on your door again, right? With Monero, there's nothing for them to see. When you lose your keys in a boating accident, there's no chain to go look at to see if that guy was really telling the truth when he said he lost his keys in a boating accident. So it's a very important thing to point out. I think Monero beats Bitcoin in a very big way in its unconfiscatability aspect. Censorship resistant. It's much arguably Monero is more censorship resistant because in Bitcoin there's very large centralized mining companies, right, that do the mining. These are doors that can be knocked on. Federal regulators, people in suits can come, and they come knock on the door, the largest miners, and they say you have to do this and that. And what do? The miners do? They enter in deals and they agree because it becomes regulatory capture, right? Like they make a deal with the government. This is the natural tendency of things. We see this happening in, the pharmaceutical industry. Same thing's happening in the Bitcoin mining industry where they can get co-opted, right? So the Bitcoin miners enter into cahoots with the regulators, right? Like, okay, we'll follow your rules, we'll do what you need to do, but just let us continue to mine, right? And so in a way, we have a scenario where there's doors to be knocked on, and the government can say, we don't want you to send these transactions. You can send those transactions, but if we see Bitcoin come from any of these wallets, we want you to censor it, right? And that is a possibility. In Monero, Monero is ASIC resistant. There are no ASIC miners. There's less tendency for Monero mining to centralize. All Monero is mined by CPU. So whether you have a computer or a phone, you can compete equally with everybody else and mine Monero. So there is no tendency for things to centralize and to have large mining corporations mining Monero. There's resistant to surveillance. That's obvious given that the chain is obfuscated, right? So their chain analysis doesn't exist on Monero. It exists very much in Bitcoin. And once again, you have this potential of co-opting between the government working with chain analysis companies and using that as a way to surveil the cryptocurrency. It's more secure and private on the network level, right? A lot of people don't know about that aspect of Monero as well. It uses something called Dandelion++. So it obfuscates where a transaction is propagated from, what node it left. So when you're using your Cake wallet, as long as you're connecting to your own node, when you send out a transaction, it's not clear as to where that transaction then propagated. So then that obfuscates you on the network level, so people don't even know when you're using Monero. Bitcoin is more, in some ways, it's more susceptible to being co-opted. As I said, ASIC companies, I got into that, the traceable ledger, the inability to scale on chain, right? So that is another vector of attack in terms of being able to co-opt Bitcoin. We've seen this happen. Everybody now is then moving over to LN, right? And arguably, we don't know. Probably right now, not now with the Trump administration, but there is some scenario where Lightning nodes can be labeled as money transmitting, as money transmitters, and then here you go, it's co-optable. You have the government attacking the second layer of Nick Spano's calling me. That's pretty cool. I would never not answer that. Wait, hold on. Hello, Nick. You're actually a lot of people can hear you right now. Let me call you back. I'm giving my presentation. Yes, and we'll have you on the. Yes, I'll see you soon. All right. See you later. No. Oh my God, I'm hanging up. Okay. But Bitcoin, there's arguments that all transactions could eventually be perfectly taxed, right? With using KYC and surveillance. Who knows? Maybe, obviously not with the Trump administration, but maybe in the future we see governments assess unrealized capital gains on Bitcoin. They can see all your transactions. They know who owns what amount of Bitcoin. They could come knock on your door and be like, you owe us your pound of flesh. We want our pound of flesh, even though you're not using it, you're not sending it. Unrealized capital gains. It would be It would be a boon for governments everywhere. Monero is the ultimate. This is just another way of looking at Monero too that I think is often overlooked. It's just, if anything else, ignoring everything I said, it's just the ultimate hedge to Bitcoin, right? It's its own protocol. There's the Bitcoin protocol. There's the crypto note protocol. It's not a fork of Bitcoin. It's not some new version of Bitcoin. It's its own unique protocol. So if there's some flaw found in the Bitcoin protocol, it's not going to affect crypto note. Hence, it's a hedge. Bitcoin is perfectly transparent. The ledger. Monero's is perfectly obfuscated. A hedge. Two different things, right? Bitcoin is ASIC mined. Monero is CPU mined. Got into the reason why that matters. Bitcoin is a fixed block size. Monero is dynamic block. So it's different in all these elements. Bitcoin has the hard cap. Monero has a tail emission. So it's a good way to kind of counter your bet. And if you want some form of this to work, and even the elliptic curve is different. It uses a different elliptic curve than Bitcoin's. Bitcoin uses SEP256K1, Monero uses ED55, a different elliptic curve, which is actually arguably more highly rated on safe curves, so different elliptic curves. So even on that level, and then another major difference that's overlooked is Bitcoin. The culture is to essentially ossify the software. They don't want to see any big updates being made. Monero, the culture is to continue to evolve and to realize that digital cash is a never-ending battle, right? And to win that battle, we have to upgrade as our adversaries upgrade. And then just the culture of digital cash versus hoarding. In Bitcoin, it's about hoarding. In Monero, it's about using. I don't know if I'm going over my time here, but I just want to quickly get into. If I going over time, are we? Yeah. Okay. I wanted to get it. Are you guys enjoying this? Is this okay? Okay. I want to get into. I want to show my projects. I think it's important. A lot of people don't even know have the stuff that I'm doing out here, and I think it's really important stuff for the ecosystem. Quick Monero is something I started in 2017 just to get an idea of what I was thinking, and it was a way. 10 minutes. Okay. It was a way for people to buy scratch off cards redeemable for Monero for cash, right? And the idea is you walk into your 7-Eleven, right? And so I worked on that in 2017. I had the cards printed up, had the system built out, but due to the fact that I was coming out of New York, Nick would know, right? Wasn't very crypto friendly, especially Monero friendly. I balked at it, and I started trying to get it up and running, and I got scared. Didn't want to deal with the regulators. Didn't want to get thrown in jail for selling, redeemable Monero gift cards for cash, but just to get an idea of things I've been working on. Then I got into started the Monero New York City meetups with Vic, with Cake. We had an amazing time doing those in the early days. Monero Talk I started in 2018. It was because I was obsessed with the fact that we needed digital cash. I thought Monero was the best one at the time, and I wanted to talk to really the Bitcoiners. I wanted to talk to the guys that convinced me, that got me so hyped up about Bitcoin, and ask them, but aren't you concerned that it's completely transparent? You can spell it, and that's why I started Monero Talk. And I had a lot of I had Andreas Antonopoulos on the show, right? It was like a dream come true, talking to him about but dude, don't we need this shit to be private? So you can go and watch those, and I've been doing it to this day. 2020 ran for U.S. Congress. Monerotopia show is another show I started. So Monero Talk is like kind of 101. Monerotopia is a community show. We do the shows every Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. You can watch it live. We're gonna do one live over here. Gratuitous coffee I started. It's a way to buy coffee with Monero. Really good coffee, roasted on demand. It's a good use case, right? Getting people to use it. This is in 2021. Then I started the Monerotopia conference in 2022. You go to monerotopia.com. We're throwing another one in Mexico City. We just had one. It was really good. Anybody? I don't know. Was anybody there? Right? You guys were there. Can you vouch for Monerotopia? Right? It was really good, guys. And I mean, tons of talented people down there. And a big part of the theme is opting out using Monero. We had almost 100 vendors, a lot of locals, and they were there accepting Monero for the weekend. It was great. People are using it. Monero Nodo. So I built this. Oh, I didn't build it. I had a team of people that built it. This is a plug and play Monero node, right? So the best and most secure way to use, the most private way to use Monero is to run your own node. So let's say you're using your Cake wallet, your My Monero or Monero Uju wallet. You want when you use that wallet, you want to connect to your own node. So you could run your own node on your CPU. You can figure it out. It's not too hard. Or you can buy a Nodo, and this device is purpose built for being a node 24/7, right? So you don't have to worry if you turn your computer off, right? It runs 24/7, and then you can link your Monero wallet with your Monero node, and now you're using Monero in the most private and secure way possible. So you're connecting to your own node. You're not connecting to somebody who's, you know, the NSA can run Monero nodes, right? Nobody, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're running. You don't want to connect to the NSA's node. You want to connect to your own node. XMR Bazaar. This is my favorite project right now that I'm working on. I think this, at the end of the day, will have the largest impact of anything that I'm currently doing. XMR Bazaar, as you can imagine, is a Monero-based peer-to-peer marketplace. I don't even think we've been up for a year yet. We have quite a few listings. I was looking today. We're almost at 2,000 unique listings. We're constantly getting the word out about it, and it's a way to basically live off Monero. You go on there to earn Monero by sell your old bike. List that you're a graphic artist and you're for hire for Monero. And it has all the things that you can imagine. So basically like a Craigslist, Monero based, no fees. Doesn't cost anything to make a listing. We don't take any transaction fees. Everything is completely peer-to-peer. When I go on there and I buy something with Monero, my Monero is going from me directly to the seller. It's not going to the platform. We're avoiding being labeled a money transmitter. We're just like a Craigslist, putting buyers and sellers together. And then we even have Monero multi-sig built into it. So if I'm buying, you know, maybe I'm buying your Ferrari, I probably want to use multi-sig. I wouldn't want to just send you the Monero with the hope that you show up to my driveway with the Ferrari. I would use the Monero multi-sig feature. It allows you to put the money in escrow, and then it gets released after the Ferrari is delivered. And that's decentralized as well. It's mediators that act as a third party in those transactions. It's not the XMR Bazaar platform. And so I'm really excited about it. Check it out. I think that is where we can make the largest impact, is actually opting out and trying to live off of these things. It becomes the best way to earn it, KYC free. Nobody knows what you're doing, right? You're not, and it also is how we really have the greatest impact in terms of the effect we want to have on the state apparatus, right? We could do what Bitcoiners are doing, and we have like our own sound, store of value, right? But we also want digital cash where the state can't then track, surveil, and perfectly tax us, right? So we need to, it's a double whammy when you use Monero, and actually use it for buying and selling goods. You're really having the greatest impact possible. So I recommend people check it out. You can create a profile. You can be completely anonymous. We have trust and reputation things built into it. And we have a lot of, good things coming down the pipe, which I think will help grow it. XMRchat.com. It's a way to receive Monero-based super chats. Once again, completely peer-to-peer. So you, as the streamer, you set this up, your viewers can send you a super chat directly with Monero. It doesn't go, no fees taken. It's not like a typical super chat where they take 20% of your fees, and it's unstoppable, right? We want a free speech way to send super chats. The powers that be may not like what you're saying on YouTube. They don't want you getting those super chats, but it's going to be hard for them to stop you from receiving XMR-based peer-to-peer Monero super chats. Copa Monero, I'll throw that out there because that was a huge effort and we got it off the ground this year. We had a Monero-based soccer tournament where 12 local teams played in the Formosa province of Argentina in this town called Ibarrete. Long story short, they started naturally using Monero there, organically using Monero. They were using it for gambling on soccer, and they created WhatsApp groups where they would trade Monero for pesos. I went and visited the town. Sure enough, they were all willing to accept Monero for any little service you can get done in the town. I was like, we got to throw a Monero soccer tournament here. We did. We had 12 local teams compete. We had thousands of people come out and show up. And I recommend you guys really kind of look into it. It's, you have the Bitcoin beach or whatever. It's maybe not as sexy as Bitcoin. There's no beautiful ocean there. But there's what's happening there is a rose among thorns in Formosa, Argentina. Check it out, Ibarrete, and they're organically using Monero. And the last thing I'll say is this year I do want to try to, or the next 4 years, work on eliminating the bit license in New York. So yeah, right? It's about time. I'm talking to Nick Spano about that. I think now's the time, given that Trump's in office. It's complete bullshit. I don't know if people, like, how many people realize it. I mean, I'm a New Yorker. Monero people aren't treated well. It's perfectly legal to use Monero in New York. I could go on the street and sell coffee for Monero. I've done it, right? But it's not legal for a centralized exchange to just open up its doors without getting a bit license. And the way it's just worked out, the only exchanges that have gotten the bit license are exchanges that have refused to add Monero. So there's never been a way to obtain Monero on a centralized exchange in the financial capital of the world, in New York. They've cut New Yorkers. I don't know. I'm seeing a. I don't know. Am I wrong? I mean, I've been a New Yorker Monero guy since the beginning. To operate in New York, you need a bit license, and all the exchanges that have opted into getting the bit license, Coinbase, Gemini, have always refused to add Monero. So Kraken has Monero. Kraken does not have a bit license. When the bit license was created in 2014, Kraken said, "F you, we're not doing this bit license thing. In fact, we're not going to give New Yorkers services." Mad respect to them for doing that. But now we need to get rid of the bit license. And if Trump wants to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world and bring back New York, he is a New Yorker. Let's make it the Monero capital. Let's give people access to Monero. Let's eliminate the bit license in New York. And I'll leave it at that, guys. Thank you so much. I'll put up my oh, you can't see it, but for those at home, hit me up anytime if you guys want to talk to me. You can email me, monerotopia@protonmail.com if you ever want to ask me anything. At Douglas Tuman on Twitter. Oh, do we have questions? Yes. Yes. What's that? There's instant swaps on Edge. I mean, there's a little bit of a difference. I don't know if you were going to go into that on your talk, but Edge is like it has advantages in that when you use Monero there, it's very instantaneous. But you're giving up your view key for that purpose, right? Because you're using what's called My Monero. So there are arguments to be made that those who control the My Monero server that has your view key can gain insight into your transactions. But in return for that, you're getting like instantaneous sync time, as opposed to a wallet like Cake, which doesn't take your view key. You lose that instantaneous sync, but you're not sacrificing your view key. It's a little, I don't want to go down in the weeds, but what? What don't I don't like that not enough people know about it. Right? Is that it's been that's not a good answer. From a technical level, yeah, I mean, technical level, I don't like that we had ring signatures, right? And we've been advocating for those to get upgraded. We're upgrading them. That's kind of I don't like the lock time, the 20-minute lock time in Monero. So when I like the super fast transactions are very fast, 2-minute blocks. Practically, you could do zero conf on Monero. I could send you a Cake transaction, and as soon as you see it propagate, you're good. That's not getting double spent. What I don't like is when I send you Monero for the first, you've never used Monero before. I tell you to download Cake Wallet. You're gonna sell me your hat for Monero. It's the first time you're ever using it. I send you $20 in Monero. That Monero is now locked essentially for 10 blocks for 20 minutes before he can send it to somebody else. Cake Wallet is one of the wallets you can use for Monero. So I don't like the 20-minute block time. Practically, for somebody like me that uses Monero all the time, it never becomes an issue, right? Because I always have, different inputs in my wallet. I always can make a spend. I've never gotten caught. I obviously have, but rarely get caught in a situation where I go to spend and I'm locked, right? But for somebody who's new, who's just getting onboarded, to then be confronted with a lock time for the first 20, it's, for usability purposes, yeah, I would love to be able to get rid of that. And there is currently, unfortunately, there really is no known solution yet. And if Luke Parker can't figure it out, I don't know who the hell could. So, yeah. Because it's suppressed. I mean, you can't get it on, a lot of exchanges. It was just it was delisted from Binance like a year or so. All the major exchanges have delisted it except for Kraken. So, but then you got to ask why. Why don't they want you to get Monero? So there is an advantage. Think of it as an opportunity, right? It's Bitcoin 2013 now. It's a little harder to get for noobs. Can't really get it, but those who understand it can get it. It's not that hard. You can go buy Litecoin, buy, open up your Cake wallet and do an instant swap into Monero. There's a lot of different ways you can obtain it, and without KYC, which is ideal. That's interesting. I mean, maybe that I'm sure that plays. I don't know why it would be so much more difficult. I mean, at one, payment IDs and things like that from back in the day, and I mean, yeah, if you have insight, if you want to answer that, but yeah, yeah, right, yeah, yeah. So yeah, you don't have the traceability to go look at it. You can't go check the block explorer and be like, oh yeah, I sent that to that. Well, there are ways there's transaction IDs, there's keys, there's view keys. You could, very easily, for a noob, not easy, but for somebody who knows, you can prove that a transaction was, sent, received, things like that. But yeah, not as simple as perhaps Bitcoin in that respect. All right. Thank you guys.
All right, so next we have Polycarp Nakamoto. I'm going to do a very brief audio reconfiguration so he can use this table for his presentation. Be back within 2 to 3 minutes, and then he's going to come on. I have no idea. I know, but we want to broadcast it to people online. Testing. 1, 2. All right, we're good on audio. So you know what? I know it's awkward as hell.
Test, test, test. Check, check. Check. There we go. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Polycarp Nakamoto, and I am the director of Lab 484 in Austin, Texas. And we are building Web 5. Now, I have a description here of our current internet. This is what the current internet looks like. And here we have our food. We get Uber Eats, right? We also order our Whole Foods groceries from there. We have our transportation. We call a Lyft, or we buy airline tickets on the internet. Let's see, what else do we have here? We also have some bill payments. That's important. You got to pay your rent. You have to provide for your family. What else? We also have, oh, secure communication or insecure communication, social media, email, phone calls, voice over IP. We also have jobs. Many of us work remotely and we work online. Our entire livelihood is based on this thing we call the internet. Now, down here, along with our entertainment, this represents our internet, this last block. That doesn't work out so well, does it? Right? It works right now because Google maintains it and it's maintained by third parties, but it needs centralization to continue serving us. The internet is essentially broken and there's no way to fix it. It doesn't matter what privacy technology or software you're currently using. The internet basically snitches on you all the time. You have a cloud dust of data around you. And as you're walking through life, there's different data points that are being created about you. And on top of that, you have a unique digital signature that no one else has. If you say, oh, I'm going to go buy a new cell phone, well, that new cell phone is going to have the same type of digital signature as your old cell phone. So even switching the hardware does not give you perfect privacy or anonymity. So what can we do about the internet? The problem is not on our apps or our laptops or on our phones. The problem is the architecture of the internet. It's how we connect. A lot of us have heard, not your keys, not your coins, right? Not many of us are aware of not your node, not your network. And that is the next place that Bitcoin is going to go. So what is Web 5? Web 1 started with data centers owned by banks and governments, right? And you could connect to those banks and government data centers and you could read information, but you could not write information. It was a read-only internet. In Web 2, we were given an identity on the web, but we don't own that identity. We don't own the email address or the phone number that you use to log into Google or Facebook or any of these web platforms that we currently use. In Web 3, we were given private keys that allowed us to build reputation that allowed us to actually own something on the web. No one else has your private keys. In Web 4, that is all about peer-to-peer communications and mesh networks. In Web 5, this is the final level of decentralization. We use the Bitcoin blockchain as the new DNS, replacing the bottleneck of the internet. ICANN, IANA, we don't really need them. We don't need their censorship. We don't need their surveillance. We can do everything on the largest nodal network called Bitcoin. Bitcoin has 20,000 nodes all around the world, and that allows us to build a fully decentralized and distributed internet owned by the people, maintained by voluntary individuals. So what does this mesh network look like? It's actually incredibly simple. That's all you need. This is just one example of many, many tools. You can place this on your house, in a tree. Someone else can have it up to 5 miles away, and you can get 150 megabytes of speed of peer-to-peer communication. We are building this next web in Austin, Texas. And the Counterparty has always been known for innovation and technical deployment, right? That is why we are releasing our white paper for everyone to look at and give us feedback on. We would like this white paper to get into the hands of people who are smarter than us, because we want to build a fully decentralized internet. If you would like to take part in building this new internet, we will be starting in Austin, Texas, with the first 5 towers in Austin, where people can purchase simple hardware like what I just showed you and connect to our decentralized internet. The Bitcoin node is the most essential part, because if you don't have a server for the new web, then what are you going to use? The Bitcoin server is just that. It is a server. It can hold a private cloud. It can hold your media. It can hold your transactions. Everything that we just built into that tower can be hosted on a Bitcoin node and accessed peer-to-peer through Web 5. If you're interested in learning more, we'll be around. We have some pamphlets on the table. And I have a QR code here that you can scan to visit the white paper, read it, and then give us your feedback. That is essentially the way that this new internet will be created, through everyone's contribution and involvement. It won't just take millions of dollars. It won't just take talent and code, muscle. It won't just take a social movement. It's going to take the hands of many becoming one and building this new internet that gives us privacy, censorship resistance, and anonymity for a world that we're not prepared for. AI has completely changed the game. It used to be that if there was a lot of data, it took a long time to process that data. AI has sped up that process. Now, AI actually needs more and more granular data about you. And they're going to find more ways to surveil you and find all of that hidden data, that verifiable data. That's what they want. And so owning a private network ensures that your data stays under your control. It doesn't travel through some middleman, an internet service provider. It doesn't send a request to a centralized DNS maintained by who knows who, right? I don't know who they are. Does anyone here know who they are? Do we vote them in, right? Who has control of the internet? It should be us. But we never had the tools to be able to control the web. We had to rely on the government to build it. We had to rely on these big corporations to maintain it. Now, today, not only do we have mesh network capabilities, we also have Bitcoin and eCash and Nostr and so many more tools that we can use to truly achieve the vision of a decentralized web. So I invite you all to join us as we build this mesh network starting in Austin. By November 5th, 2025, we will have Web 5 completely operational. And it is our goal to make 2025 the year of Web 5. Thank you so much.
We can take questions.
Yep. I was aware of the pizza party. That's what I was running away for. So we'll take a couple of questions and go ahead. Yep. The question was, can you access the old internet with Web 5? Yes. Can the old internet access Web 5? No. And that's the beauty of it, because AI won't be able to attack you. Sure.
Hi, so what's your website? How much does it cost? How do you ensure the privacy in the communications and the peer-to-peer communications of the device? How do you ensure that there's no backdoor on this device because you're talking about privacy? And maybe more questions as well. Thanks.
Yeah, we invite all of these questions, and I would love to answer them downstairs, and we can chat with everyone there if you'd like. We don't have one. We aren't selling anything here. This is regular off-the-shelf hardware, and you could use many different pieces of hardware. Sure.
How much does it cost off the shelf? And then how much are you charging for your service?
Sure, if you wanted to set up a robust mesh network that would give you passive income by literally pulling Bitcoins from the air, that would be about $1,500. If you're a personal user and you just want to access this web, you can download an app to your Bitcoin node and buy a open source router. That's pretty much all it takes.
Question about the trial in Austin, like how many of these do I need somebody, like how do you communicate unless I know someone who has one of these devices?
So when the first 5 towers go up, they're going to be able to maintain multiple connections, at least 5 on the low end and potentially up to 25 on the high end. And so that would be 5 points of contact. So a redundant connection that can't go down if just one piece goes down. And so with that, sure. Yeah, so data. Yeah. Cool. We have a demo outside, and I'm happy to show anyone who has these questions. On your Bitcoin node.
We continue this, but it can't be right now because I was just informed that we need to announce the pizza party stuff. But I would actually welcome a panel if you want to come back and do that another time, maybe later today.
Thank you. I received that.
But, all right, so we are going to break down for a pizza party hosted by the Pizza Down. We will be taking a break for the online viewers, but if you are local out here.
Well, I would love to name one of the first towers after you. So, yeah. Exactly. That's Tower Lucinda over on the south side of Austin, and north side we've got, yeah. Somebody setting up a note right now. No way. Cool. Mm-hmm. That's a good deal. What's up, guys? Sorry to cut you off there. Oh, no, I cut. Hey there, Andrew. Nice to meet you. Perfect. Oh, the shimmering loading screen of doom. Yeah. Well, the first thing is what internet are you connected to?
He's not on the private network. He's just on the Wi-Fi.
Okay. There's probably something blocking the Tor connection. And so it's probably better for him to join that network than it is to go through your Wi-Fi. How's it going, brother? Yeah. Yeah. Just hardwire it. Yeah, don't even bother with the Wi-Fi. That's the Wi-Fi.
No, no, no. It was only in the back seat. It's okay. Yeah, I can manage it. Hey, which testing, testing. I got you. I got you. It's got heavy cancellation on it. Testing. Okay. Where's my screen share coming from? Which tab is it coming from? I don't see it. Oh, it's literally inside here. Oh, I don't know. All right. Cool. I'll just post it in. Okay, that's good. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Tuxedo. I work for Cake Wallet. We are a non-custodial open source cryptocurrency wallet that was the first Monero wallet for iOS and has gotten to become one of the largest, if not the largest, Monero wallet in general. So the presentation will be mostly about Monero. It'll be covering some of the stuff that Doug did a little while ago, but I'll also be talking about some more specifics like how to get Monero. As Monero has become very hard to, not really hard, but somewhat hard to obtain as it's been removed from a lot of centralized exchanges like Binance. And I'll talk about a little more in depth of the features, and I'll also talk about a couple privacy features that Cake Wallet has been the first to implement on both Litecoin and Bitcoin. So let's get started. So the main problem with having a sovereign digital currency in general is that you need it to be private by default. And I'm sure everyone knows here that Bitcoin, your money has to be fungible. Your money has to be usable. It needs to be fast and cheap. You shouldn't have to pay large fees just to buy a coffee at a shop, or large fees just to send money internationally, which can be quite an annoying and expensive challenge. Your money also needs to be secure. Your money has to be something that you own and that you fully control. And I'm sure everyone being a Bitcoin here fully understands and fully agrees with that already. So what about Bitcoin? I know it's a lot of Bitcoiners here, but we need to address some big issues within Bitcoin that prevents it from becoming what it really should be. Bitcoin is not private, and it has very limited privacy tools, and it has very limited ability to become private or be used privately. Bitcoin is also not fungible. Coins can become tainted based on its history. Depending on who has used that Bitcoin in the past, it can become unwanted Bitcoin, which obviously is not as much of an issue if you're using it in a fully peer-to-peer fashion. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. It's never always going to necessarily be peer-to-peer. You've got other custodians in place for accepting Bitcoin that will try and filter your Bitcoin out and give it a score, almost like a social credit score based on its history. Bitcoin on-chain has become somewhat unusable. High fees and slow confirmation times. This has been a problem that especially plagues Bitcoin during peak times where fees become very expensive. Sometimes you'll pay upwards of $20 just for a single on-chain transaction, which is crazy. Especially with the recent halving, people were literally paying thousands of dollars of fees just so they could get their transaction into the first next block after the halving to get the rare sat. Using Bitcoin is a future liability, which I'll go through a few examples of this in the next slide. A couple examples are Roman Sterlingov and Roger Ver. Bitcoin will lose its security budget. No more block reward. Bitcoin at some point will have no more block reward and will be required to fully sustain miners on just fees alone, which will promote even higher fee environment than what exists today. And there's a lot of questions regarding around what's going to happen to Bitcoin when there's no guaranteed block reward anymore. And of course, there's a lot of problems with on-chain. People like to shift and talk about Lightning. Well, Lightning also doesn't fully solve the L1 issues of Bitcoin. People like to say you go to Lightning. Well, it's like, okay, if you're already in a high-fee environment, just getting onto Lightning is going to cost you a lot of money already. Lightning does not solve all the inherent privacy and scalability issues of L1 Bitcoin. Now, Lightning and L2s will eventually be required if you want to get to the level of people like to talk about, like Visa, MasterCard level of transacting per second. You will need eventually an L2, but Lightning doesn't really solve that right now, and it doesn't make up for the inherent issues of Bitcoin on-chain. So people persecuted because of Bitcoin. Now this phrase is a little bit cheeky. People haven't been persecuted directly because of Bitcoin, but more of like the consequence of the lack of privacy and fungibility from within Bitcoin itself. So first example, which I'm sure you all know of, is Roger Ver. Roger Ver is being charged with alleged tax fraud because of Bitcoin he owned almost a decade ago. And the IRS is now coming after him after he's already become, he's expatriated himself as a citizen of the United States. And the IRS is now coming after him almost 10 years after he sold his Bitcoin, which is ludicrous. And the reason that they're so effectively able to do this is because they can see all of his Bitcoin that has ever been linked to him. They can see how much he bought, and if they can see if he ever got rid of it, and they can calculate how much tax they expect him to pay, which is north of $48 million on that Bitcoin specifically, which is crazy. So the reason that I go do that is simply because of the traceability and the lack of privacy in Bitcoin. Next is the Samurai Wallet devs. They operated a coin mixer and are now being indicted and extradited to the United States for charges of money laundering and operating without a money transmitter license because of the mixers they run, the Whirlpool mixers, because they were trying to obtain privacy on Bitcoin. And part of the reason they're able to, once again, kind of calculate how much they could extract out of, or what they expected to have been given to the tax guys from Samurai, because they can see the Bitcoin going into Whirlpool. They can kind of calculate a value of how much tax they would expect to have gotten, which they didn't get, and they shouldn't have ever gotten anyway. And also, they claim that they need a money transfer license, which is probably bogus. Once again, they're just trying to stretch the law in ways that haven't been used before. And the next, we've got Roman Sterlingov. Roman Sterlingov was sent to prison on assumption of him operating the Bitcoin fog mixer because of specific UTXOs that were using Bitcoin fog could also at one point be tied to him, but there's no real evidence that he actually operated Bitcoin fog servers. So just using Bitcoin, if it's in your hands at one point and it can be tied to you, and somebody else in the future uses it for something criminal, if they can only tie it back to you, they might just do that. They might just tie it back to you and say, you did this, even if you had gotten rid of that Bitcoin at some point and you didn't actually own it. So battery is running low. Last example, and this one's a little bit funny. He's not totally innocent. Jimmy Zong, he got in trouble because he accidentally mixed some KYC Bitcoin with stolen Silk Road Bitcoin. So Jimmy Zong, back in, I think this was 2014, he managed to sort of steal 69,000 Bitcoin from the Silk Road because of a withdraw bug that allowed him to basically withdraw infinite Bitcoin. And so he withdrew 69,000 Bitcoin. And this guy was a high roller for like 8 years. He had mansions, he had cars, he had everything. Until one mistake he made, which was he accidentally mixed some KYC Bitcoin with some of the stolen Bitcoin from the Silk Road withdrawals. And that was enough for them to go after him because they've been tracking these addresses and these wallets for a very long time. So this is an image from the Bitcoin Talk forum, bitcointalk.org, which is one of the early Bitcoin forums. This is a couple examples of Satoshi actually talking about some specific privacy features that he desired to eventually come into Bitcoin that never really made it. Some of these things were actually developed, but never actually made it into Bitcoin, and they were developed originally for Bitcoin. And a lot of these things did end up making it into Monero, but never really saw the light of day for Bitcoin for the most part. So how does Monero fix this? So we talked about how Bitcoin has an inherent privacy issue and inherent transparency issue, which transparency isn't always bad, but when it's forced and that's the default, that's not really good for a private or just a sovereign money in general. Money has to be private. Using Bitcoin today, it's kind of, in some ways, worse than using your credit card. At least your credit card, your buddy can't just look up your, sorry, someone's poking the table here. Your buddy can't just look up your bank account information and see how much you currently have and where you freely spend it. But if I want to send you $5 of Bitcoin, you give me your Bitcoin address, well, I can look at how much Bitcoin you have on that wallet right now and for the ongoing future, as long as nothing changes. And I can see any previous transactions you've ever been a part of, which is pretty dangerous, actually. And that sets a scary precedent for the government being able to track people's addresses and then just kind of sit on those addresses for a really long time to see what activity has occurred. So Monero tries to fix this by doing several things. And all these things individually aren't that powerful, but when you combine them together, it creates a very private currency. So the first thing that Monero uses now, and this is actually about to be phased out to something better, but the first thing Monero does to protect the sender, it's called ring signatures. Ring signatures obfuscates the sender by using previous outputs as decoys or rings to all sign the transaction. So when you send a Monero transaction, it looks like it's actually 16 other transactions, and there's one real one in there, but you don't know. You don't know. And there's some tools that can help authorities figure that out, but it gets exponentially harder as more and more transactions going on. If you're trying to discover, if you're trying to trace a particular note, it gets harder and harder for every single transaction that goes on because it's 16. And that's actually going to be replaced with full chain membership proofs, which will make the anonymity set from 16 to, I think, over 100 million, which will make Monero effectively untraceable. But stealth addresses is the next major feature. Stealth addresses hides the real address on chain by making the sender, so the client on the sender, automatically generate a new address every time they send to the receiver. And this address that is generated is using the public key of the address that was given to you. Your wallet will take that address, will take that public key, and generate a one-time unique address that only the receiver can know is theirs and can spend from, effectively removing that tie on chain of having an address that funds were sent to. And the last important privacy feature is called bulletproofs. It is a type of range proof that hides the amount while making sure it's within a reasonable range so people can't just create Monero out of thin air and have an inflation of Monero. So bulletproofs hides the amount, and it does so in a way to make sure that there's no inflation that could occur. And it's been around for quite a while, and it's quite safe to use. So Monero, on top of the privacy improvements, it also includes a lot of usability improvements because Bitcoin has a pretty large scaling problem due to its block size limit of just around 1 megabyte and then a little bit larger per SegWit. But Monero actually includes what's called dynamic block sizes, which allows the block size to grow and shrink depending on network demand and depending on how many transactions are currently in the mempool. So that's a really big feature that can help with scaling. Obviously, if you're going to scale really large, at some point you'll probably need an L2, but dynamic block sizes can take Monero way farther than any chain that doesn't really have that, like Bitcoin. And then Dandelion++ is a feature regarding sending transactions to nodes, and that helps to hide the origin IP of the transaction submitted to a node by first routing that transaction through multiple nodes individually before broadcasting it to the rest of the network. So it's almost like using Tor, but when you're sending a transaction. And that's just designed to help prevent passive observers and trying to figure out the origin node that a transaction came from, and then also figuring out the origin IP address of where that transaction came from. So it's not going to really help you if you've got like your ISP spying on you. Your ISP can trace all that traffic easily. If you use a VPN, that'll cover that. But this is designed to just help prevent the tracing of the origin of the transaction and where it came from. And then the last feature I have here mentioned is RandomX. RandomX is a proof of work algorithm that is optimized for CPUs only and is ASIC resistant, ensuring the one CPU, one vote model. So Bitcoin has a big problem at this point where the only way you can effectively make any meaningful effort towards the proof of work on the network is if you have a really expensive ASIC. And that kind of takes away from this original idea of having one CPU, one vote, where if you just have a CPU, if you just have a desktop or computer, you're able to effectively contribute to the network in a way that's meaningful. Monero tries to bring that back with this algorithm that is ASIC resistant. So there's not really any ASICs that work against Monero. Literally the best processor, the most efficient processor you can use for Monero is like a Ryzen 9. AMD Ryzen 9 enthusiast processor, maybe a Threadripper, and those are relatively obtainable for the average person. They can get a little bit expensive, but way more obtainable, way cheaper to run than these massive ASICs that are very hot, very expensive that you have to use for Bitcoin. So that helps to also decentralize the network, allowing individuals to more easily contribute to the network instead of it getting clogged up by all these mining farms that have massive hash power because of all these expensive ASICs that they manufacture or have the money to buy. So next up, I want to cover some of the wallets that you can use for Monero. So this is just a few listed here. We've got Cake Wallet, Monaruho. That's a little dark, hard to see. It's called Stack Wallet, and you're at the bottom. Edge Wallet. Cake Wallet's available on pretty much all operating systems. Monaruho is available for Android only. Stack Wallet was originally a fork of Cake Wallet. It has some unique features of its own. It's also available on all platforms. And Edge Wallet, I think, is only on Android iOS. That's right, folks. Okay. Yep. So these are a few of the decent Android wallets that are somewhat popular. Obviously, I recommend Cake Wallet because I work for them, but I also believe that it's the easiest to onboard. It's a very newbie-friendly wallet, and it is a full Monero wallet because some Monero wallet options, like Buy Monero, use what's called a light wallet, where the server actually has your incoming key and they can see all of your incoming transactions, which kind of voids some of the privacy benefit of Monero. So if you're going to use Monero, I recommend using a full wallet. And Cake Wallet's really easy to set up and works on all platforms. And it's a full Monero wallet, so you get all the privacy benefit of using Monero normally. So I do want to talk about a couple of features that Cake Wallet does have for other chains as well. Obviously, Monero is not the only private coin, privacy coin. It's just the one that's been largely adopted. It's the one that I use the most, and there's a large community around it, and it's the one that's gotten the most attention. So Cake Wallet actually implemented a couple of unique features for Bitcoin and Litecoin that tries to bring some of those privacy features of Monero into the other chains. So we have a feature called silent payments for Bitcoin, which is effectively the Monero stealth addresses on Bitcoin using Taproot. So it does basically the same thing. If you're a client, you're going to take the receiver's silent payment address that they've given to you, and it's going to take the public key from the address and generate a unique one-time address that shows up on-chain that then only the receiver is able to know is theirs and spend from. And the cool part about this is that you can't even tell that they're using silent payments because it's a standard Taproot address, and it doesn't require any modification to Bitcoin itself. It just works on Taproot. So all it requires is client modification and client adoption. On the receiving side, you have to do scanning of the blockchain so you can figure out what addresses are actually yours, which is similar to Monero. Monero has the one downside of needing to scan the whole blockchain instead of being able to quickly just fetch a few addresses. It has to scan the whole blockchain to know which outputs belong to you with your private key. And then we also implemented a feature for Litecoin, which is called MWeb, which is the Mimblewimble extension block. The Mimblewimble is a privacy protocol that has some privacy and scaling enhancements, and this has been integrated into Litecoin. And this has actually combined several things into one, sort of like Monero. It has confidential transactions, so it helps to hide the amount with proofs. It has stealth addresses like Monero. And instead of having ring signatures, it has a coin join, which is a bit weaker than ring signatures by a decent margin. But they're looking to improve that further to get the sender privacy even better. But all in all, MWeb adds quite a lot of privacy to a traditionally transparent blockchain. And those two features right now are, to my knowledge, only available on Cake Wallet. And hopefully, the hope is that other wallets will adopt them as well. So people can send MWeb and send silent payments to other wallets as well. It's not just Cake Wallet. So where to get Monero? This one's a little bit of a challenge because Monero has been heavily censored in a way to where it's been removed from a lot of the mainstream exchanges, and it hasn't even been added to a lot of them as well. So Coinbase has never had Monero, to my knowledge. Binance had Monero globally, and then it was removed globally last year, which took a little bit of a hit on the price, but it recovered. So a lot of people who get crypto, they usually use all these big services because it's easy. You can just connect your bank, you can connect your credit card, whatever, and can buy as much as you want whenever you want. But because of the inherent privacy Monero provides, a lot of these exchanges are scared to list it, even when there's no legal framework against it. So in the United States, there's nothing illegal about Monero whatsoever. A lot of these exchanges have removed it anyway due to just being afraid of future regulations or future problems that they feel they might run into because of having private coins on their exchange. So the one exchange you can still get Monero on, which I do highly recommend, is Kraken. I'm a big fan of Kraken. You still do need full KYC. They're illegal. They're a full exchange in the U.S. You have to do full KYC. But Kraken is one of the better ones for sure. And they recently donated, I think it's $111,000 to Ross Ulbricht. So they donated over $100,000 to Ulbricht recently. They're a really good exchange. The person who started Kraken is a really good guy. So Kraken, I do recommend if you want an easy, quick way to buy Monero. You do have to KYC yourself, of course. If you're in the EU, you've got a decent exchange called DFX, which is actually a really great option. DFX allows you to buy up to 990 euros of anything like Monero or Bitcoin without KYC within 24 hours. So every 24 hours, you can buy almost 1,000 euros of Monero or Bitcoin without actual KYC. You have to link a bank account, but you don't have to go through the KYC process of giving them your ID, taking a selfie, and all that. That's really great. A sort of gray market solution is TradeOgre. TradeOgre is, I don't really know where they exist. I think they're running Russia or something. They've been around for a really long time. They're unregulated, but they've been around for like at least 7-8 years, I think. TradeOgre allows you to swap between lots of different coins. So you can't buy things directly on TradeOgre, but you can do swap. From, like, let's say you buy Litecoin from the exchange that has it and you want to get some Monero. You can swap that for Monero on TradeOgre. But once again, it's unregulated, so don't keep a lot on there. It could go away. But even then, don't keep it on regular exchanges either. Don't for no reason. If you want to go the P2P/DEX route, you've got Basic Swap, which Basic Swap is newer, but you can use it today. Basic Swap is sort of like a decentralized exchange. It allows you to swap certain coins back and forth. Sarai is coming soon. Sarai will be a DEX that is primarily designed for Monero, but allow you to do swaps between like Ethereum and Monero and Bitcoin to start. If you want to do traditional swaps, you've got options like Inside Cake Wallet. This is actually really popular. A lot of people who want to get Monero, they will just buy Litecoin Inside Cake Wallet because Litecoin is on the exchange, and they'll just simply swap for that for Monero within Cake Wallet itself, and you can do that, and you don't have to leave Cake Wallet. So that's a really easy solution if you want to get Monero directly. You buy Litecoin in Cake Wallet, you can swap it to Monero. Trocador is kind of like a swap aggregator. So Trocador has like 10 to 20 different swap services lumped into one service that'll help you get the best rate. That's a good option if you want to try and get the best rate for swapping from something like Bitcoin or Litecoin to Monero. You've got Wizard Swap, which is just another swap service. That one has no KYC or AML checks. And you have EXCH, which is another one that has no KYC or AML checks. So if you have tainted Bitcoin, it most likely won't get held up on those exchanges. And then, of course, you can always earn Monero. So you've got some options, like you've got Monero Market.io. You've got XMR Bazaar, which Doug opened around a year ago, which has become pretty big. And, of course, you can always work for XMR if you're lucky enough to have an employer that can pay you in crypto. If you don't want to go through all these exchanges and do all this, you could just have your employer pay you directly in Monero. Oftentimes, if they're a crypto-based company, they'll already have an exchange, like they'll have an account on Kraken they could use just to send you crypto. And then places to spend Monero. This is a list of a lot of places where you can actually use Monero to buy stuff day to day. There's Monerica, which is kind of a giant list in and of itself. Monerica is a list of Monero accepting merchants. It's monerica.com. You've got Monazon. I think Monazon might have been shut down by now. But Monazon lets you purchase products from Amazon using XMR. Someone else would buy something for you and you paid it in Monero. You've got Monero Market.io, and you've got XMR Bazaar, which is kind of like eBay, but for Monero, and allows you to also post like services. And if you want somebody to do something for them, you can post jobs. You've got KYCNot.me. KYCNot.me is a great site that gives you a ranking of services online for what kind of KYC they require. So if you want to see what good exchanges you can use that don't require KYC or AML checks, you can look on KYCNot.me, and it has a lot of services. So if you want to get a VPN that has Monero support, then you can look on kwcnow.me and they'll show you they have Molbad, IVPN, which you can buy those for Monero. Gratuitous is a really awesome website. You can get super fresh coffee directly from the farmers straight to your house, paid for in Monero. It's super cool. My mom loves that coffee. It's the only thing she drinks now. UPA is a pemmican beef bars that you can buy that you get 10% off if you pay in Bitcoin Lightning or Monero, which is awesome. Grass-fed beef, tallow protein bars, really good. And then Molvad, of course, is a VPN provider. They're the kind of go-to one for the privacy community. They accept Monero. They have for quite a while, and they have no logging, and they're court-proven. And then Silent Link is just an anonymous data eSIM service. So if you want to get an eSIM for your phone anonymously, and you only want to use data, then you can pay silent.link in Monero. And then just a few ways of how to run if you want to run a Monero node. Running a node isn't as necessary in Monero for your privacy as it is in Bitcoin, but if you want to, there's some really easy ways to run a Monero node. So you've got Monero Nodo, which another project from Doug, which is a already ready-to-go device you can buy online. It's really high quality. It's basically plug and play. You've got Monero Suite, which is a website that makes you a Docker script that makes it easy to run a Monero node. And you've got the Umbrel, which is a self-hosting device that you can buy that's also pretty plug and play. And same thing with Start9, which is another self-hosting little computer device you can buy. And then for mining, you can mine directly from Monero GUI, or you can mine from GUPAX, or you can mine from XMRig, which are a few easy ways to mine, or a few easy programs to run if you want to mine on Monero. And it's easy to do on Monero because all you need is, you need a desktop computer, and that's basically it. You don't need an ASIC. And if you have a good gaming computer already, you can probably get some decent hash rate on Monero. You could actually probably make a little bit of money. Obviously, it's still, altcoin season isn't on yet, but once altcoin season takes off, I'm sure a lot more people will be mining Monero because it'll get the top move again. And you can take that gaming computer that's just been sitting on the side of your room for a while, and you can start cranking out some hash rate and mine on Monero, and you'll make a little bit doing that. And that was the bulk of my presentation for Monero and crypto privacy. Once again, I am Tuxedo. I do operations at Cake Wallet. You can follow me. That's my X handle. That's my website down there at tux.pizza. Do we have time for questions? Yes, sir. I don't know specifically what that would be, but you can. So Cakewall at the moment does not have native Tor daemon, so you have to run like Orbot separately on your Android device. But in a coming soon update, we're going to have Tor daemon natively in Cakewall, so you'll be able to turn that on, and then you'll be able to connect to any Onion node for it. So if you have an Onion node you're running from your Umbrel, you will be able to connect directly to that very soon without any other software. So, yep. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. So Paul asked about quantum computing relating to Monero's privacy. To my knowledge, at the moment, it's not super quantum resistant. This is definitely more of a Luke Parker question. But also, to my knowledge, full chain membership proofs plus, which will replace ring signatures, will enable a type of forward secrecy, and it will allow us to more easily switch over to a new address type, which will be quantum resistant. And that's about the most I know about that, to my knowledge. Yeah, so swaps on Cake Wallet, we essentially do the same thing that Trocador does. We kind of have a large list of swap services built into Cake Wallet that are third parties, and you'll be using one of those when you swap in Cake Wallet. So you'll create a rate. So if you want to swap like one Litecoin and see how much Monero you get, it'll basically do an API check for every swap service we have and get you the best rate. So in terms of privacy, we don't have any information about the swaps, details about the swaps. So we get like generalized analytics, like how many swaps are being done within Cake Wallet, but we don't get any specific details. We don't know what addresses are being used. We don't have the trade ID. We don't have any of that. So in terms of it being like peer-to-peer, it's using generic centralized swap services for the most part. We do have Thorchain, but Thorchain doesn't support Monero, so you can only use that with other currencies. And the goal in the future is to integrate more DEXs. So like in the future, we're going to integrate basic swap. We're going to add support for Sarai once that's finally out. At the moment, most of the swap services within Cake are just going to be your standard centralized swaps, but it is private from us. We don't see that information. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah. Sarai and Basic Swap. We have some plans. Basic Swap. We're going to start working with the Basic Swap guys hopefully later this year. And then Sarai, once that's out, we'll definitely have a priority for adding Sarai. We have a commitment to that, and we'll probably be able to let people put up liquidity for Sarai as well from within Cake Wallet, hopefully. So, yes. Potentially, haven't really looked into that yet. We do have the ability to buy and sell within Cake Wallet as well. So, like, you can buy from a lot of traditional exchanges and sell for fiat. But Monero is not really able to in the United States because there's very limited exchanges that I think you can buy Monero from Gardarian, but the rate's terrible. If you do live in the like the European economic area though, so if you're in like most of Europe, you can use DFX within Cake Wallet. You can buy Monero directly within Cake Wallet and DFX currency. So that is possible in Europe. In the United States, unfortunately, you can't really buy Monero within Cake Wallet directly. If you want to buy an exchange, you have to use Kraken for those parts, or you can get Litecoin on Binance or Coinbase. So same, you can get Bitcoin on either of those and swap it from there as well. Possible. Yes, sir. My favorite Linux privilege escalation vulnerability. I haven't really thought about that. I couldn't tell you. That's a funny question. I wasn't expecting that. I'm sorry? Only, so for Monero, only to the extent if you don't want other people publicly knowing. So let's say you have a NIM or like an Anon account and you have some donation address and you don't want people knowing that's you. Obviously, don't use that address on your Twitter profile. That's personal. But reusing an address on Monero doesn't have any inherent privacy problem or issue like it does with Bitcoin. So like Bitcoin, the big problem is that you constantly reuse addresses. And silent payments helps to solve that a little bit. Monero, you don't have to do that because of the stealth address feature where every time somebody sends to that address, even if it's the same public-facing address, behind the scenes, the client's making a new unique address that's on-chain every time. So you don't have to worry about that in Monero. And that's kind of the beauty of Monero is that, okay, you can achieve some privacy on Bitcoin by using mixers, using silent payments, and other stuff. Same with Litecoin or any other transparent chain. You can obtain privacy, but it's really hard and it's super easy to screw up. So Monero makes that simple. You don't have to think about it because the thing is that you only have to screw up one time, and that's it. You only have to screw up one time. The other guys just have to get lucky one time, right? So you have to get lucky every time. If you screw up once, then it's over. In Bitcoin, it's easy to screw up the privacy. Monero just kind of takes care of most of that for you, and you don't really have to think about it. So, yep. Thank you.
All right, so this is going to be a presentation you've never seen before, and how you can use trust and foundation to legally avoid taxes as well as we get set up here. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. All right, I'm Tim Pachote. I go by the Liberty Advisor, and today we're going to talk about how to use foundations and trusts to exit and build. And this is also a great way to not only avoid a ton of money in tax legally, but also a way to get ahead of what we think is coming, help out the community, and basically make everyone except for the IRS better off. Disclaimers: this is for informational purposes only. Do your own research. This is not for a normie type of investor that doesn't know anything about Bitcoin, crypto, gold, silver, privacy coins, which obviously this crowd is very in tune to all of that. And I'm not an attorney, not a tax professional, not a CPA. I am a certified financial planner since 2011. I started my career on September 15th, 2008, which is actually the Lehman Brothers collapse. So great timing on my part. And this is definitely not going to make you an expert. This full presentation should be an hour. We're going to do it today in 20 minutes and consult with your own financial professional. And to be honest with you, there really is nowhere you can learn this stuff. I got really lucky with connections that I made. And so one of those connections I made, he is calling this the King's Plan. I didn't come up with the name, but it's going to combine tax savings, food forests, community gardens, off-grid compounds, and for what is the ultimate legacy preservation tool. Also going to get into charitable remainder trusts, and doubt we have time to get into the rest of things. And so I'm dubbing this Crypto Foundation Planning, which is also a spin-off of the fact that I'm a certified financial planner. So we've got CFP in there twice. And I first gave this slide at Acapulco in 2018, and I was all set, ready to present everything. And the broker dealer I was with banned every single advisor in the country from talking about Bitcoin right before I was about to present. I'm like, I'm not 5 years old. Fuck you guys. Had to quit my job in order to give the presentation. Then the state of Arizona didn't allow me to basically continue for a year, and it wasn't a great financial move. So wouldn't necessarily recommend doing that. But I'm not a Johnny come lately to this. Is I guess where I'm going with this. But yeah, there's a reason why the richest families of Florence in 1427 are still there today. And one of the quotes I like is, no one wants to just give away their money, but everyone would want to become a philanthropist if it didn't cost them, if it costs them more to not be one than to be one. And look at this. We've got, do you think there's a reason why Bill Gates has a foundation? Do you think this is why the Rockefellers, the Clintons, Bloomberg, Soros? I think it's because, they want to help everybody and that they're the most charitable people in the world? Or do you think that there's ways they're making themselves better off? And so I'm going to have to kind of skip through some of this stuff. In college, I graduated in 2008. I was actually in a class where it's almost like a David versus Goliath type thing, where I wasn't actually on the actual team, but my classmates won the national competition on the Federal Reserve against Harvard, Yale, MIT. The actual indoctrination that they had for us was in Fed We Trust. You can just think about that. And so I graduated in 2008. Everything collapses immediately. I was just told that none of this stuff could happen, like literally why it was happening. And then one day I'm actually in a hot tub with this guy that looked like Rob Zombie, I'd never met before. And he's telling me all this stuff about the Federal Reserve being private. And I'm like, you're full of shit. There's no way it's private, this and that. I'm going to prove you wrong. Long story short, I found out that I was wrong. And it really pissed me off because I was in the preeminent class that won against all these people. And I didn't even know this. And so, and then my girlfriend at the time was sick of me talking about it. She was like, I'm going to shut you up. She gave me a book. I didn't know the book existed. The book was Creature from Jekyll Island. Not only did it not shut me up, it definitely turbocharged me into everything. And that would be my future ex-wife. And then a lot of you probably know Ernest Hancock. So I was at a pool party at his house one day, and he's like, hey, we got a bunch of rich crypto guys here. It's 2017. He's like, how would they take, let's say they put in $1,000, now they have 10 million. How would they take out $1 million to, basically not get killed in taxes? I'm like, well, I kind of have it. I mean, the thing is, when you're 20-something years old, you're not running across people that have, this type of wealth to be able to do this. But since I was a CFP and probably one of the youngest ever to pass that test, I had an idea what to do. But I'm like, well, I don't really know a community foundation that would accept Bitcoin, and it's, it's really kind of niche thing. It's like easy to do with stocks. The next day, I'm meeting with some guy that has nothing to do with any of this stuff, and he's like, oh, I want to introduce my dad. And his dad ends up being like literally the guy that like pioneered the whole charitable giving space. But he was like an 80-year-old Mormon guy, so he had to build up a lot of trust for a long time. And so when I say there's nowhere really to kind of get this knowledge, like, yeah, you can go take the CFP, and that's not going to teach you really anything about this. But I befriended him and was able to learn this stuff over a long period of time. So people are like, oh, let me go read a book on this. Yeah, there is no book unless I decide to write it later on. But the first time I presented, I already mentioned it, was at Acapulco. And what we're up to now, this is completely blows. It was a great thing I presented on in 2018. This is that times 1,000, blows it out of the water. Some of you probably know Josh Segerson. I'm still a contributor for Roll Turner Media. Probably done like 500 videos with them. Woo! Yeah, I probably have done 200 videos with Ernest Hancock at Terry Independence. I've been on like Sam Tripoli show. I've been on Mondero Talk Radio. Lots with James Corbett, Anarchapulco 5 times through the TDB Summit, interviewed by Berwick. And one of the quotes I like the best is by Steve Jobs, and it's everything around you that you call life was made by people that are no smarter than you, and you can change that. And once you learn that, you'll never be the same. I don't like all of this quote. I don't really like this part of it, but for my tax evasion, I should be punished. For my tax avoidance, I should be commended. And that's actually by a Supreme Court justice in 1919. So actually someone from the Supreme Court had that quote. And these are all brand new slides, but is anyone a fan of the show Yellowstone, or anyone watched Yellowstone? Okay, basically the general premise of the show, I don't watch a lot of TV, but the plot revolves around saving the Yellowstone. What are they trying to say? Now, if they would have consulted with me, there'd be no TV series because I would have been able to solve their problems in 5 seconds. But what are they trying to save it from? They're trying to save it from death and taxes, because when, little spoiler alert for anyone that wants to watch this later on, is that after John Dutton was murdered, his family had to pay an estate tax on the value of the Dutton ranch. So if it was, ChatGPT said it was probably about $1 billion. So that would be approximately $400 million in estate taxes that they have to pay, less exemptions, approximately about a $14 million exemption. So if they're married, it's about $28 million. And that could go down. So, I mean, the Congress, probably not in the next 4 years, but someone else gets in there. I think when I first got into the business, it was like $1 million. So it's actually one of the more generous things. But that's probably because the congressmen are probably worth about that, or 28. So that's why the exemption is where it is right now. But you know what? No one ever pays it. It's something that's out there. It's like a some sort of talking point, but in the grand scheme of things, no one's actually paying the state tax, which is 40%. And some of you might be like, screw the U.S. I'm just going to give my citizenship, become a digital nomad, use the 5-flag approach. I don't have time to get into the 5-flag approach right now. But what is similar to the estate tax is the exit tax, and that's how they're going after Bitcoin Jesus, Roger Ver. And so I wish I wasn't as shy that I only met him like once or twice briefly, but it was after he already given up citizenship, so it wouldn't have mattered anyways. We're getting to that, but yes, free Roger Ver. So yeah, I do have a free Roger Ver now slide coming up. But essentially, somebody in that when you give up citizenship, the government effectively acts like you died that day, which means that you have to pay all capital gains, all estate taxes. All of your IRAs become taxable if you have those. Any crypto you have, if you sold it, even if you didn't sell it. And so I really recommend people go to freerogernow.org. Aaron Day and I did a video on that you guys can go to. I think it's libertyadvisorshow.com if you want to check out where you can find all of my good propaganda on there. And typical charitable giving strategies include donor advisor funds. And the guy that teach me about all this stuff was the guy that really created, found all these loopholes in the tax system. Charitable remainder trust, charitable lead trust. Not going to get into the last one. And these are all super valuable, useful techniques. But and this was actually a slide that I used in March of 2020. So I mean, I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking very much, and I was calling it FedCoin. And Ernest Hancock was calling it FedCoin as well back in 2016. And I was always and I outsmarted myself, didn't get into Bitcoin super early because I was worried that it was going to be something that could track trace the value and sort of be what we now call a CBDC. So, digital dollar, UBI, social credit, vaccine certificates, social engineering. And again, this is March 2020. This is, before a lot of that stuff came to be. Now, this is a slide not from Tim Picciott. This is a slide from Yuval Noah Harari, which some of you might know as, maybe Klaus Schwab's little butt boy over there or something. But, alongside inequality, the other major danger we face is the rise of digital dictatorships that will monitor everyone all the time. Digital dictatorship risk ahead. His slide, not mine. Now, I don't really have time to kind of get some of this stuff, but, you ultimately, money is great, but, if you don't have your mind, body, spirit right, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if, you have 1,000x on your investments, if you end up starving to death because you don't really know what's up and you don't know what's coming. And, a lot of good solutions to all this stuff is you want to decentralize your life, which, includes communication, which money is a form of communication. So we've got privacy coins, and we had a great presentation that we just followed up on privacy coins, using to self-custody, to hardware wallets, practice moving crypto from one wallet to another, practice restoring your accounts and seed phrases. And to get ahead of these coming digital dictatorships, you want to be radically self-reliant, which includes, food, energy, communications, water, community, etc. ChatGPT is pretty generous. I don't think I'm quite that jacked, but It looks pretty good. But what if the grid goes down? And this, I think a lot of you have heard this Klaus Schwab quote, pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, or society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis will be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack, and that was Klaus Schwab, July 8th, 2020. They always tell us what they're going to do ahead of time. I think everyone here probably knows that already. And so I think a great way to get ahead of that is having a food forest, precious metals, a community, prepping supplies, and it'd be even better if you get the IRS to pay for it, and that's what we're going to talk about. So you can be self-reliant through, food, garden, chickens. You can do this in a pretty relatively tiny space. There's different methods to go about doing this. I didn't come up with a name, but it's calling it the King's Plan. I'll probably think of a better name than that. You don't really want a king, but unless you're the king. Now imagine, if you will, the top 6 cities you might want to have a getaway retreat in. So these are just, examples. So I just put some things out there, like maybe a survival resort in Tahoe. I live in Arizona, so I put in Old Town Scottsdale. And this isn't for like the food forest part of it, obviously. Maybe a condo by the beach, maybe a weekend getaway retreat in Vegas. Maybe you've got a place in Texas. Maybe you've got your dream ranch somewhere. Maybe it's like a mini Yellowstone type deal. And what you can do, and this is super like next level, like mind blowing, is you don't own the Airbnbs. You have your foundation own the Airbnbs, and then the value that you put into all this is actually all tax deduction. And now when you pass away, is now none of it is counted part of your gross estate. So like in the example of John Dutton of Yellowstone Ranch, if he didn't own it, if his foundation owned it, and his foundation was doing charitable services, and this is just one example. So there's many different ways. There's like a million different things to do with this, but I'm trying to, I'm interested in food forests. I'm doing it personally myself. So, I'm practicing what I'm preaching. But all the income that you use from this is now not even income. It's basically donations to the main charity. And the main charity, let's say you've got $1 million of cash flow a year off of these. That's not getting counted as part on the W-2. That money can then be used to support your charitable efforts. And maybe your charitable efforts are your own like mega off-grid food forest, and then you're using that to then feed the community. You're actually doing good. You're using it maybe for education. You're telling people different ways to farm. Like I took land that was complete bullshit that everyone laughed at me when they said that this couldn't be done. Like land where you literally couldn't dig more than an inch with a shovel because you break it. And so we're talking like up against a mountain using a jackhammer. So I brought in over 40 dump truckloads of mulch, basically turned the whole backyard into a raised bed garden. For whatever reason, my compliance officer was like, you can't use those slides. It sounds like you're trying to solicit people to do off-grid food. Are you saying that I can't be worried the SEC is going to come after me for telling people that they can take their land, reclaim it, and then, give away food to the homeless? I'm like, yeah, guilty as charged. But anyways, for whatever reason, we're going to let a whole bunch of other shady stuff slide, but no, you're trying to feed people and reclaim land. No, how dare you? These are just ideas of what's possible. And so by doing all this, you're getting, it's sort of like you're having a Roth IRA, but you get to deduct everything. And so you actually do have to, have charitable intent and actually like help people out. It can't just be, think of what you will, in like a grid down scenario, if you have your whole off-grid food forest, you have water, energy, food, communications, all that. And now it's not even counted part of your estate. You can have your kids be on like board members. You're feeding your community. It's sort of like an all-around win. 360 win all the way around, except if you're the IRS. And the thing is, I didn't make the rules. They made the rules on this stuff, and that's why you have all these different foundations and things that are out there. And there's something else called a donor advised fund. So maybe it's like, hey, I want to. I don't really have the time and the bandwidth to get this started now, but what I want to do is do it in the future. But I just sold some stuff. I have a massive need for a tax break. But you can create something called a donor advised fund. So let's say you put $250,000 of Bitcoin in a donor advised fund. You get the break. You get a break immediately. So you get that $250,000 tax break now, but you can give the money away whenever. You can give it away when you pass away. But when you give it away and you pass away, it can go to your own foundation. Or if you've got different causes that are near and dear, because ultimately, you can't just hoard your money. I mean, they're coming after everybody. They're going for broke, and so I give to like some anti-vaccine causes that I hold near and dear, and some other people like independent media that we're trying to make sure messages get out. And so, or what if you're already giving, let's say, $25,000 a year? You put it in, like you have a big need for a tax break now. You put it in there, you get a huge tax break now. You can donate really whenever. You can keep it into Bitcoin, keep it into whatever coin you're into, and it's one of the things that you can do. And so all these strategies can be used together. Now, this is what I presented on at Anarchapulco or the Dollar Vigilante Summit in 2018. That cost me my job at the time. But now I'm way stronger than I was before. So, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And, they can suck it for that company. Sorry, I just came to you with like the best investment idea of ever. And you guys made me resign over it. I resigned preemptively, so I didn't actually get fired, and I've got a clean U4 and all that stuff. But for every $1 million, you're saving at least $238,000 in capital gains. So you can put your money into something called a charitable remainder trust. When all these guys say, "Oh, I gave away all my money," you can give away your money to your own charitable remainder trust, where only the remainder goes to the charity. But then you're like, "Oh, well, I don't want to." But here, your remainder charity can be your family foundation. So we can use all these strategies into one. And so you're getting not only $238,000 tax break, you're then also getting a massive tax deduction on top of that, and your basis is getting stepped up. So if you have a $1 basis Bitcoin, and now it's 100,000, and now your new basis is 100,000, not $1, and you're getting massive breaks. And so the breaks it's an algorithm based off your age, spouse's age, if it applies, the withdrawal percentage. So if you're taking out 8%, you're going to get a lesser tax break than if you're taking out like 3%, 5%, for example. And so I do have an example of this. Someone 55 years old and single. They're getting the $238,000 tax break per million that I talked about. In this case, they would also get a deduction of $319,730. Now they have 5 years to use that. So obviously you want to probably like reverse engineer the numbers into that. And so in this case, Bitcoin Bob has $15 million in highly appreciated assets. And this can work for any asset. Like it can work for Apple stock. It can work for various different things. And let's say Bob passes away at 90 years old, which is 35 years later. Now, because of the IRS, I'm in a highly regulated industry, I only put 9% growth rate, which probably be a lot more for Bitcoin, hypothetically. And I assume level payments. So Bob puts $15 million in. He gets almost a $5 million tax deduction off the bat. He's taking out 5% per year, so that ends up being in year one $750,000. But as the trust grows, let's look at a $1 million example. So you've got $1 million taking out 8%, you're getting $80,000 a year. Your $1 million goes to $2 million. Now you're taking out $150,000 a year. So that 8% in that example would stay static, and it is based off. There's certain formulas based off your age. So it doesn't really work for like a 25-year-old or like a 30-year-old. So you probably really got to be like 35, 40, before it. But if you're at 55 or 60 or 65, it really works out in that case. So you've got your charitable remainder trust that gets paid to you, while you're alive. The remainder then goes to a charity. Your charity can be your King's plan, and then if you want to make sure that your family's hooked up, you can then do even more advanced stuff. Where you then go take some of the income you're getting, buy a life insurance policy, put it into a special type of trust called an irrevocable life insurance trust. Now that's not even counted part of your gross estate. And then your heirs get a tax-free death benefit that passes outside of your gross estate. So this is like level 1,000 estate planning that I'm trying to boil down in 20 minutes, that every single estate planner you're talking about, their minds are going to be blown. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about any of this stuff either. And so this case, the 15 million, even at those really low numbers, turns into like 128. And then, and if it doesn't, past some risk and future returns, then all of a sudden your heirs get a tax-free death benefit. And what I'm trying to support is I'm creating a foundation called Keep the Freedom. I already did, where I'm going to have a website that's going to be like a one-stop shop on, like let's say vaccines, and you can see like, hey, here's the best 50 videos on that, or like geoengineering or the Federal Reserve, or you name it. Because a lot of times there's so much great information. And also I am growing food, and once the food forest gets fully growing, and I'm going to have educational content surrounding that. Okay, I guess I had the slide up here. It's my first time giving this presentation. You've got like fluoride, ancient civilizations, 9/11 proof. I mean, all sorts of things that probably near and dear to everybody here watching this type of stuff. All the trades made inside of here are tax free. Can be used in conjunction with a lot of other strategies. And I can't believe I got that out in exactly 20 minutes, which is how much time I had. I never even practiced this. And this is my website, is thelibertyadvisor.com. And I really am, the other presentation that I'm going to be giving this in Morelia, Mexico, and I'm also going to be giving it at, actually I don't think I'm in Mexico, but at the People's Reset, I'm going to be talking about your Great Reset Retirement Blueprint. So that's going to be geared towards people that are like 55, 60, they're close to retirement, and you got to figure out like how you're going to get income now, but then how you're going to prepare for when things collapse in the future. And that's what I basically have spent my entire career since literally the day Lehman Brothers collapsed, trying to get ahead of, because I got red pilled like right out of the gates. And somehow I escaped a liberal arts college in New York to then, have to be freedom-minded and all this other stuff. But, a lot. But yeah, I've been around doing this stuff for a long time. I probably have like 600-700 videos. I have a pretty crazy track record. I do have some of my stuff at thelibertyadvisorshow.com, where I've like predicted things like I said, Trump was going to win in 2016. They blame it on the Russians. Why they blame it on the Russians? 2020, I had it in a PowerPoint that they were going to steal the election. I mean, I didn't even vote, and all the voting bullshit, but I know they're going to steal it in a PowerPoint in Acapulco, the states that they would steal. I only missed one state, and all that's on video. So, yeah, there we go. But anyways, I don't even really like talk. It's not like the main passion of talking about this stuff, but I know that I'm probably one of the only people in the world that knows all this type of stuff. Not to sound cocky, but I mean, I've never seen anybody else give this presentation. But yeah, that's Show Liberty Advisor, and thank you very much. All right, everybody got that? Any questions? Okay. I mean, the hard part about that is like such a regulated industry. Like I've tried coming out with courses, and my compliance officer has been, well, he ends up saying this, I don't want to say what he's done, but yeah, I even came out with like a crypto course, and he wouldn't even allow that. So the answer is probably no. And really, this is kind of geared towards like 7-figure and above type. And the other thing is like I don't necessarily want like everyone else is like ripping me off too. Like if there's other, like I've paid a very big price to do this, like losing all my income in 2018, and losing my house, and losing my wife, losing my kids. So I don't want other advisors to be stealing everything, and they can especially when they were all laughing at me back then. So they're not laughing at me now. So, yeah, I was laughing. But, well, I mean, I do advise on this type of stuff, and so I mean, I could, in like an hour, probably get you further ahead than like 1,000 hours of you looking in. Not to say you're not smart, just like you don't even know where to start. And I was like personally taught this by the guy that was, basically came up with all the different loopholes, I guess, if you will. Like so, even before the name like Terrible Mander Trust was a thing, they're talking about component funds and other stuff. So. I do give consultations on this, and we can certainly talk one-on-one about how we can go forward and make everyone accept that better off. Any more questions? Yeah, I mean, that might fit into more areas that aren't like necessarily my expertise. It might get into more like private membership associations. It might get into, ultimately like money has to come from somewhere to like get some of this stuff going. So it kind of depends like how it's going to be, I guess, delved out, and a lot of considerations, and probably conflict resolution is probably like the top thing to try to figure out first, because like I've had people living with me on my land, and more often than not turn out to be a disaster. And because everyone wants to help until they get there and they just want to smoke weed and play video games, and nobody wants to pick up a fucking jackhammer or do anything. So, yeah. So it sounds great in theory until, oh yeah, I love chickens and I have experience in this, and I wake up at 5 in the morning, and yeah, I'm dealing with a big headache right now of somebody that sells you on one thing and then, you know, ends up being a complete idiot. It's a nice way of saying that stuff. But not to say everybody, but I mean, you gotta be carefully vet things of how you're gonna do to bring people on. Just be careful. Yeah.
Alright. Give us a couple minutes. We have a talk on decentralized consciousness starting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for being here. It's really special so far. My name is Jen Todd. I'm the co-founder of Evolve. We are a conscious wellness community based here in Miami with 130 facilitators across the world. And we like to activate whenever we're called to do somewhere. And we're so grateful that Tatiana invited us here. I'm just going to pass the microphone to my dear friends, Arden and Mila, so that they can introduce themselves as well.
Hi, can everybody hear okay? Thanks so much for having us. What a cool overlap. I've never been in an environment like this talking about consciousness, so really unique intersection here. And my typical intersection is academically, I have a cultural anthropology background, sort of specialization in conflict resolution and post-conflict restoration. And in my work, I applied that to social change strategies, how we in leadership really reconcile first and foremost the inner conflicts that we face, so that as we go out and cycle these movements, we are really self-aware. And that doesn't mean being perfect, and that doesn't mean being enlightened. It means just knowing who we are, where we are right now, accepting as much as possible, so that we can do that for others in spaces where we can still change. And also, consciousness is a huge part of that. And personally, I am also a big existential philosophy piece, so I can go into like hours and hours and hours of conversations with people at like a frame store or something. So hit me up if you're into existential philosophy, because I'm sure that's kind of a lot of what we're talking about here. And a lot of what you're probably grappling with in your work too is, who am I in relation to the work that I do and the purpose that I fulfill? So excited to have more of that conversation.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? Hanging tight? Well, it's so nice to hear about what you said, because it's exactly the journey that I've been through to become the founder of Future Man. Being an artist, a musician, I've been there for 22 years, and born spiritually tuned, brought me a lot of challenges to actually fit in. And I found myself in a position, once you dive deep to yourself and you go through that journey of consciousness. And I found my truth, which I could combine with the art, the music, and the spiritual world all together combined. And we created something very unique through elevated frequencies and sounds. An application that is available in 175 countries in Google and Play Store and Apple. And we've been pretty much in our pace of things, but we've been definitely influencing positively people's lives and allowing people to really fine tuning with those frequencies and tapping into your elevated self. It's been life changing, and I'm very proud of what we created. And yes, we do have a lot of, contest we talk about consciousness and that level in that capacity. I hope somehow we all together can bring some clarity and some alignment for you all. Thank you. You tune in. YOU, tune as a tuner, in as inward.com. You tune in. YOUTUNEIN.com. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So as we were connecting with Tatiana and thinking how to bring consciousness into the space, we kind of came to this idea of, what if consciousness really is like the blockchain, and it is decentralized, and we're all pulling from the source, and we're connected like the nerds on the chain. And so before we dive a little bit into that conversation, wanted to, for clarity, I think I stepped into the consciousness space not about 6-8 years ago, and I had a teacher who explained everything to me so well, where it kind of clicked. So I would like to ask both of you, how you would explain consciousness in your words from an individual perspective, and then if you don't mind as well from a collective perspective. No pressure. A concept like consciousness becoming simple, tragic for me right now. I don't know how to do it, but what I would say in simplest form for me, I guess there's kind of a cultural assumption perhaps that has something to do with like mysticism, which maybe for some it does. For me, it's also very practical in the animal sense of awareness, or being online with animals in general. We can see that they have a consciousness, right? But we as humans, there's kind of different layers and facets because of our neocortex that can self-reflect. So it's not just a body experience of being conscious, it also becomes sort of a thinking experience of contextualizing and frameworking. So how do I conceptualize consciousness for an individual is the experience of being aware and what that comes with. And what that comes with for a human is I have a body, I have feelings, I have a mind. And sometimes that feels like it's competing from an archaeological and anthropological perspective, I think, because we're a pretty new species, these parts of our brain aren't as ancient as many other parts of our evolved nature. So this is something that can feel overwhelming, I think, when we conceptualize consciousness. But if I bring it down to awareness, I feel like that might be relatable enough. And then from an individual perspective, I think that's where it gets really deep. So how do I self-conceptualize me, my identity, and then my identity as it relates to all these other identities and all these living and non-living things around me and my place in that, which is that existential piece where it's kind of like, oh, well, like some people are like, I don't want to get into that, blah, blah, blah. Like, I just want to go to work, do the thing, and make meaning for myself somewhere else. But I think inevitably we always come to a consciousness point where we are concentrating things that feel perhaps like they're not the most natural conversation. We don't know who to talk to or where to have these conversations because we're creating pathways in ourselves to really understand who we are first and foremost. So on the individual level, I think it's the inward conversation of awareness. And on the outward collective consciousness way, I think it has a lot to do with how each of us are contributing. It's so complicated. Each of us are contributing to a whole. So I think some cultural ways of thinking that maybe have something to do with, I believe, this idea of separability, which is the idea to consider ourselves as separate. I'm just me. I'm not you. I have my own thoughts. Don't blame me for this. We are constantly, physically. You literally cannot separate anything from anything in the universe. It just is all connected. That is just, I mean, it's just how it is, whether we want it to be or not, it is. So we also started to culturally have this idea that we're also exceptional. Our species is exceptional and can dominate and extract as it will because we are just the chosen ones as human animals. And what that has done has really given us this separate idea of we're not just all unique, snakes and dogs and rocks and people, and all unique and equally special and exceptional. Humans are super exceptional. And actually, certain humans are better than others, and I'm better than you. And actually, I might be worse than you, and then I hate that about you, and you're just like, and it's this loop that we're kind of battling. So I think past that noise, there is a signal that is our consciousness is totally something bigger. And the culture of what that looks like is the sum of all the parts. And that's us. And it's doing that. That's what I've got for now. You can download this now. Well, I have no much more to say. I'm kidding. That's perfectly said. I would add, I think, two things in that in a very simple way. Yes, awareness of the one that exists. What does that mean, really? Like, once you truly feel and know that you're feeling, then you observe your feeling. So the observer on the level of connecting to that conscious that is observing, then you experiencing it. Then you're able to truly feel it and do your check on your data lifetime, right? And that reflect the waves of frequency. And the second would be because of that observing point, you are able to consciously make choices. And if you are in a dreaming state, hello, beautifuls, your daughters are there. I love them. So if you are able to observe and consciously make those choices, then you tap into the highest of your frequency and the highest of
your expression here on earth. And it's so funny, as you were speaking, I was here tuning with my highest right self, and I looked at the board over there, and it says Counterparty Historical Token Protocol Timeline. You see, I have no idea what that means, but it's very similar to when you're producing a track. So you combine all the elements, all the instruments, all those frequencies, so it comes a beautiful music and a beautiful harmony, right? So collectively, once your awareness of the self is there, right, and you're conscious of your own experience, of your own being, and you unite with more people that are on the same tuning aspect, then it becomes harmony, then it becomes alignment. I think we are in a path of that for sure, but a little bit far from now. As long as more people tune in, as long as more people know thyself, more we allow that alignment and that harmony to sound into the world. Okay?
Incredible. I think that kind of takes us into, this role of technology in connecting all of us here, and how we can potentially come together in conscious community to help support the growth of the technology, of the blockchain, of the Web3, because our interpersonal relationships are so important to make everything happen. I know many of you here are on projects, and we know that they all take more than one person. So I believe just what Mila was referring to is really important, and I think it's like we're ready for it. I see it here even more in the community here for Counterparty than I have it at other conferences in the Web3 space. So, kudos to all of you for being here and knowing that community is so important. So I think, the next question I have is how do you see this evolving? Right? How, the interplay of the consciousness and being aware of our thoughts, feelings, emotions to support the growth of this new way, this new technology.
Yeah. I think the part that will start to come about, probably in this community, I would assume that people have heard the terms of consciousness is rising or consciousness is expanding or we're tapping into consciousness. And I think really in a more earthbound way, for we woo-woo folk say things like that sometimes, and I'm totally, yeah, we're tapping into and there's another part that is also the part of us that's working 9 to 5s and other ways to fund our lives and dreams and just exist, that we are now, I think what people are talking about, becoming aware that there is a choice to do this all differently, to dismantle and build again. And I think the cryptocurrency community is really poised to do that in really cool and profound ways. And the questions that I like to ask are, how do we know we're going to do it differently? How do we know we just don't have different tools that are going to build the exact same thing, that are going to recreate the oppression that we are all trying to get out of, that are going to, I'm really into the ideas of what happened through separability is that extraction. I'm here to extract and gain. And really there's more regenerative ways and restorative ways. How do we know we're able to create that? I hear that Counterparty too. We want change. How do we know we are the people to do it? Have we looked inside deep enough and questioned the way that we're thinking? Are there still tracks of extraction that are living through us when we're in conversation with our peers, when we are creating new businesses and new ideas? Are we keeping in mind the change that we're trying to make from the tiniest most zoomed in part of the fractal to the part that gets bigger and bigger and global and influential? Because it's not going to be an accident where we end up where we keep going. So I think consciousness in that role here is always going to be, how many different ways can we look at ourselves first? How open are we to everybody working together to challenge the ways we're thinking and to bring that conscious perspective of, I can hold a difficult conversation for the love of change. I can accept that you have a very different viewpoint and that actually one that feels fundamentally against what I am, and I can still hold it and hear past it and create with what I know from that. And just that really open, expansive way of being, to me, is how consciousness can play into this very practical space that you're all in right now. Okay, it's a lot of words from me.
I love it. Yeah, and adding to that, I agree with everything you said, and at a different perspective. But also, I see that blockchain is like it's decentralizing all the powerful situations out there, right? And it's not like one is controlling everything. It's the same consciousness. It's not like it's one controlling consciousness, but actually giving you the power, right? And I see that similarity there. But in order to make that evolve, right? Is, I think, transparency, accountability, and mutual respect, and all the levels. Like, for you to achieve that higher consciousness, that you must have all of that within you. Otherwise, you won't be able to access. And I think that collectively, that also is a reflection there. Yeah, I think that is something that's resonating very powerfully within me right now, towards to that. And once you have those pillars, I think we can create something very unique and powerful to the world. I think the only concern there, I believe, it's like the privacy, and that also for all what is being created into the blockchain, but also the illusion of separation, and that it's what actually caused us to fear and all that, right? And from the beginning, the illusion of separation, but when in reality is we all connected. Makes sense? Okay, that's to you.
I think it would be helpful for us to, share our path a little bit, to give you some ideas of, how to really step into this, get to know yourself on a different and deeper level. So, is that good? Okay. Okay. So I'll share a little bit about how I stepped into this. I had left my role at Morgan Stanley to launch a cryptocurrency project, and I was working with a fund, and I loved it, loved the community. It's 2017. I found myself just at every single possible event I could attend. Yet at the same time, I picked up a meditation studio as my second client. And I found myself just gravitating towards being in that space because I was getting to know myself. So it was this great balance, of learning this new technology, this new way of business. And in that path, I found that for me, meditation was sometimes challenging, sitting with myself. I couldn't quiet the mind. I started working with an awareness coach, and just as Mila was describing, I became aware of my thoughts and more of an observer state, and that was extremely helpful for me. So I went kind of from that, and then I was able to start a meditation practice. I also learned that a lot of our decision making is made through our subconscious mind. So I was like, ooh, I've never worked with, subconscious reprogramming or a hypnotherapist. So I did that for a while, focusing on a few important, things that I felt were blocking me. And so that's been, the bulk of my journey. And then one thing that has come up recently is, every day
things are happening in our lives. And if we can like clear them as they're happening, so that we're not always like storing more and more and more, inside of ourselves and in this vessel, then, the stuff, or, what we may have brought on years ago can start to come up. And when it does, that's when like the purpose really can shine through. And when the purpose shines through, we're activated. And like these projects that you all are working on, once they're combined with that energy, they're, it's limitless. So that's been my journey. Curious if you ladies could share, practices or tools that really helped you get to this new way of being and feeling.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I think for me, it was out of a deep necessity that felt life or death at the time. I was always into, I was a young activist. I was like a child, really like looking at a world that I was like, I was like 8 or something, looking at the Rwandan genocide. And I'm like, there's a piece of the puzzle that I come with, and I don't know what it is, but I got to do something with it. And I went on to study and get degrees on that exact thing, on post-genocide recovery. And but there's a lot of deep things you have to witness and address. And it was actually one of my supervisors who, during my master's degree, when I was studying genocide, and really like, I won't go in deep in it. That's very triggering for most people and me. But just to understand it, I thought I really cerebrally needed to understand it so much so I could stop it. And a constant stream of reading about every genocidal conflict in the world. My supervisor was like, what are you doing for your mind and your body? And I'm like, well, I'm not sleeping and I'm drinking a lot of caffeine, but I don't care. I'm going to write a bomb ass master's thesis. But she's like unplug, do something for your body, meditate. And I'm like, blah, 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 blah. But really, I don't know if like I had encountered like Eckhart Tolle and the Power of Now in previous parts of my life to get me through hard times. But it was more, I was like, dedicated. I knew I'm going to burn myself out. I'm going to be one of those people who abandons social change movements because it's too hard to bear. And so I really started like looking into what Eastern philosophy knew about balance and equanimity, and how could I really bring that into the work that I was doing that was very jarring, and really just retain myself, sustain myself in the movement. And then I became really passionate about doing that with leaders who I saw their movements and I saw it burning them out. And that comes with the society that we're in. Toxic productivity, deliver, or you have no value. And what that does on our innards is painful. And if you can find a partner in that, someone who can hold you up and keep you going, and as you be that trailblazer, it's hard to be in front. It's hard to be in front. And a lot of us in this room, if you're in this room in cryptocurrency, you're in front. And there's nobody else in front of you, and that's lonely. And there's probably a lot of people behind you like, you went the wrong way, like the hecklers. And it's like, because this is hard, but I'm doing it. And if you can find your team, yeah. And there's communities out there. It might not be this community, though evolve and you tune in, download, find them. But it's out there. And you have to work at it. Don't expect the community to feel easy at first. These are tools that we're learning. We're trying to remember how not to see each other as a threat. You didn't create that. It's not your fault. If you're judging people, if you're hating them, if you're fearing them, that's okay. That's our cultural inheritance right now. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility. You have to choose for yourself how you're going to do it differently, and find the folks that are really thinking like you and bringing you further in your thinking. Find the people, I call them North Stars, the people who know something more than you, and then humbly ask them to teach you. If it's like, you're really like great at whatever, like self-awareness, find that person, ask them how they got there. If you're like, damn, you're really free with your sexuality, or how did you get there? Whatever problem you're having, like feel into that, and where are the places that you've disowned yourself? Try to gather them so that you can gather the community outside of you and be someone who brings together instead of extracting and separating.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I will try to simplify my journey because truly, I had so many supernatural episodes that brought me here and and allowed me to do what I do today, energetically saying. And for many of you, or maybe for all of you, might be a different language, right? As she says, a Vavavu situation here. But yeah, I've been through so many religions to understand what I was capable of perceiving, like the energetic field, the quantum field, and how do we actually create throughout our energetic field and how we respond to whatever's going on in the world and the layers of the egos and all of it. So I had to dive deep into religions to find the right tools to, allow myself to unfold naturally as a human experience, I would say. So what I can share with you is the things that worked most with me, and I can speak from life experience. Um, First, there is our emotions, they have a frequency, hertz, that is measurable today. And if you look online, Google, you will find that chart. And you will see that between certainty, which it's also related to faith, that's why religion is so powerful, and to love and laughter, enlightenment, that is the only place that you jump 100 hertz. Okay, that is a big shift between when you have certainty, faith, and love, enlightenment, joy, laughter, right? Which in Judaism is laughter is the ultimate before enlightenment. Laughter, just ha, right? Enjoy everything. And the key for that jump, I don't think it's exposed. And I truly believe is the truth. The key for evolved emotions and creations, which allows you to manifest in your life and to be in tune with your higher self, is the truth. So if you be truthful to others and if you be truthful to yourself, then you're able to start discovering who you really are. But if you keep masquerading and trying so hard to be something that you're not, then you would distance yourself furthermore each day, right? To others and to yourself. You are light. Just know that. You are light, and your light is eager to express in this body. And the only way you do that is truly tuning into yourself. And that key is the truth. So drop everything that you are thinking or assumptioning, and just be real with you. So that's number one. Then is conscious decisions, right? When you tap into that truth, you open your heart and you are vulnerable. That's a power in vulnerability. Help me here. Vulnerability. Yeah. That's a power in there in being vulnerable, like I'm being right now talking vulnerability, right? Being vulnerable. That's much better for me to say. Um, that's power in there. Once you are that with others and you have conscious talk and you open yourself, then you're able to open up and people can see you. And it's not like a shade. And then they can open up to you. And then we work in this beautiful dance and of reflection, reflecting each other, like your kids, your family, your parents, your brothers and sisters, your best friends. And once you navigate through that, then you're able to tap into the inner self. Then you start making those conscious decisions like meditation, right? Like you understand then finally that you have a physical body, an emotional body, a mindful body, and a spiritual body. Therefore, if those three bodies, mental, physical, emotional, are not aligned, the spiritual suffers. there is confusion, frustration all along, and why this pattern is happening with me? Why all of this, right? So tap into, if you're not really good to meditation, or like, Mila, I just can't. It's just my mind is racing. Guess what? It's like this to everybody. Everybody that starts is like this. There's no difference, you know. But I know a very good app, though. You tune in, thank you, which those frequencies really tap into your brain, and it's healthy. You know, you're not taking some pills to calm down. It's just pure frequencies that were designed with so much love and download to really help you to go through that. But besides that, you know, connecting to nature and taking care of your body and mind. How you take care of your body, you know, healthy food, you know, exercise, that's healthy for you. And mental, please don't get so attached to problems. Where you put your energy, that will expand. So if you really have problems in your life, just know that that is a contrast. That is a contrast that will help you to get from A to B. You know, that's all. Is and everything is expansion. You are in this beautiful journey of expansion. I think this is the best way to really take care of your mind. And emotions, that's the beauty of being human. You're here to live bad and good emotions, you know, own them. And therefore, you will understand what really matters to you. You know, when I started this spiritual journey, I thought I liked certain type of people, you know, to date. Hello, my baby. He's right there. I thought that I liked, you know, some kind of type of, you know, weird situations, you know. And when I started knowing myself, I was like, oh my God, I like pink. I like this. I like that. No, actually, I like black and white. Literally. And I was like in the pink and glamour as a musician and singer. I was like Britney Spears. And I was like, I hated all that, you know, and I didn't know any of it. So this is part of your knowing thyself as well. So I think, yeah, meditation, take care of your body, mind, and you know what? Do what you like. Do what you like. Who cares? Just do things you like and find yourself in alignment. That's the joy of life, I think. Thank you.
Thank you both. Wow, I picked up some tips there. Yeah, I think it feels really good. I'm happy that you got to know Maya and Mila, and I wanted to give all of you an opportunity if there's any questions that arise, you know, either personally for you or just, you know, in a more philosophical level. We'd be happy to answer them.
I'll talk loud.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Through the stream, though, please repeat the question. I think self-work is very important. I have my own journey with that. I feel like we all kind of talk about it in one way or another, but tools for how to do that are pretty rare. Any tools for self-work that you recommend?
Sure, thank you. So the question was self-work, he realizes is very important, but what are tools that we suggest, tangible tools to support in that process? I mean, I can start. I find the last year and a half I've been working on Brickell Avenue in a corporate environment, and something that I've shared there with many of the folks is something as simple as a worksheet to help understand your core values. So one of my partners, she created a sheet with 100 words on it. You know, so it might be like community, connection, abundance, family, and she coached me into choosing 5 of these words for myself. And then she asked me to imagine a house with 5 windows. And then as I was making a decision to look through those windows, and each window would represent one of my core values. So whether I was deciding on a new project or a new venture or to get in a new relationship, was that decision aligned with my values? And I noticed from that point forward, everything really started to feel good and aligned. The other thing that it sounded at the time very hard for me. She said, write a list of 50 things that make you happy. And I was like, 50? But it was simple as like, I like candles and palm trees and bubble baths. And she said, make sure you're surrounding yourself with all of these things and making them accessible to you. So I noticed an improvement there as well. So great question. Anyone else to add something?
I'll add, I love the core values work. I think that's really important because I think it's profound how enculturated we are and we don't know it. It's so invisible as we inherit things that we think we know who we are. And so we really question it. So one of the activities that I invite everyone to do, but is to try to identify where either dogma or moralism is existing in your life and it's not a code that you chose yourself. And that's a really hard thing and to do, but if you can, write down things that like core beliefs that are you. This belief is me. And then try to question where it came from. Make sure it's you. Let go of things. And if you can't, sometimes it can be really traumatic to live outside of a dogma that you live in religiously, family, whatever, really scary to live outside of that. Start to explore what would need to be true for me to break free from that safely. Do the same with moralism. Who am I holding the people, myself and people around me to a moral code that I actually feel is exploitative too? I don't like living in it. I don't want to like, you owe me something. What do you and your partner owe each other? What do you and your friends owe each other? Make sure you're in contracts that you've both agreed to be in. Question those inheritances that are so embedded in our culture, we don't even think to question them.
Yeah. Well, regarding to self-work, I think practicing presence is the best thing you can do. Just really mastering to be present. What does it mean? Yes, we know a lot of exercises about listen to the sounds in the room, start listening to your heartbeat, and suddenly you connect to the noise of a phone and the breathing of somebody next to you, right? So you become more aware what actually you were not. But once you start really diving into that presence, you start witnessing yourself more and more. Like you said, I start listening to my thoughts. So this self-work, it's how you start really discovering deeper yourself. Therefore, is a second phase that is very important to anybody that is starting your self journey, is your emotions. It's acknowledging your reactive mode, because reaction is just comes from ego. Once you stop, you think it clear, and you make a conscious action, that you can transmute kind of thing, your ego, right? When you choose 50-50, 50 for you, 50 for the other, then you're in agreement with the peace of the universe, right? Universal choice. So then the question there is, once you find yourself very reactive, rather is in a traffic or with your family, which is very common though, but you find yourself in that mode and you start analyzing your emotions truly, is one question that you have to make in order to really start knowing thyself is, why? It's simple. Why am I feeling this way? Why this triggered me? And we never do that question. We simply triggered and we judge and we go ahead and we distance again ourselves because of a belief in how things are supposed to be and who is right and who is not right. It's an endless battle. But why am I feeling that way? It's a very important question once you are in a self journey.
All right. Anyone else? Something come to mind?
Any other questions, comments?
Yes. Here we go. That's an amazing one. I think I'll pass that one to the experts. The question was, how can we release toxic shame?
I love that topic so much. I mean, I have no answers. I just want to say I don't have an answer. The question is something, is a window into some. The fact that you even know the shame that you have is toxic and probably therefore not yours. Like, where are these things coming from? And again, I'm going to go back to culture. For a lot of these things are what we have inherited as the shoulds and musts have been really abusive to us in ways. And it's how do we differentiate between in a universe that is truly indifferent in lots of ways, nothing has inherent meaning. Culture has constructed things that truly mean something to it and try to find the agenda behind the code that created that shame and what was its agenda. I'm a queer woman and I have a wife and 4 children. There's lots of things I learned about what was acceptable and what was not, about something that was very core to me. How much baggage did I live with for so long and still do, and how much with race? And we live in a very narrow view of what's acceptable. And what comes when you're on the outskirts of acceptable is shame. And that is highly toxic, I think. And the fact that you're opening up that conversation, I just think everybody open up that question in themselves and then find someone who can be in that conversation with you, someone that you can trust. And there's groups and recovery groups and therapists, but conscious communities that will have that conversation with you and reaffirm you are perfect. You are amazing. You were not wrong. This is not your fault. Yeah. Okay. I mean, and I don't know. I do think there can be harm in all places, and to be open to that, like even conscious community can not feel like home. I mean, that's everybody's right to choose and feel.
Yeah. I just have one thing to add to whatever is going on, but I think it goes back to the mutual respect, right? The mutual respect. I think if we have that, we wouldn't face that toxic shame or vice versa from multiple pathways, multiple and respect, mutual respect, and having that freedom to be transparent and freedom to be whatever you are and acceptance. That will bring alignment to the collective, which is not aligned right now, but I have faith.
Thank you. Anyone else? Or are we calling it a Sunday after? Yes, sure.
You guys are all in Miami?
Sisters.
You guys have like workshops, you guys get together and have a
Good question. Great question. So we met each other along the path. We all do live in Miami. And through our work and our passion, the paths crossed. Actually, Mila, it's interesting how I met her. Erica Hema, who's a friend of mine in the blockchain crypto community, she at an event at SLS like 4 years ago, she said, I need you to contact this person. And she handed me Mila's card because at the time we both had wellness tech startups and she just knew it could be a great fit and friendship. And so we've danced together, hosting events, holding space for people, but more importantly through friendship. Maya came to us through like a circuitry, and we went to her. She at the time was working for the Center for Social Change to support nonprofits, and my co-founder and I went there to meet with her and her partner and had a cacao ceremony to support our time together as we're building the project and community to have more clarity. And so from there, we've actually been emailing back and forth for years, and I'm always so profoundly affected by what she shares. So, to answer your question, when we meet, we do have Evolve as a platform where we kind of collate all of the in-person events mostly. We started during the pandemic with all virtual, but now we're realizing human connection like this is really key, you know, to support each other. So, yeah. You guys want to say where to find each other?
Yeah. Yes, and you can tune in on the platforms, but also my new website, it's coming along, which was going to be milaofficial.com. And yes, I will do corporate events, and we're ready to launch the B2B platform with the app, supporting corporations out there with speaking events, and also I have events time to time. You can find on my website as well, of deep diving meditations, deep transformational meditations. You can find my card over there as well. Feel free to pick one, or to just, if you want to chat at the end, feel free to just reach out. Thank you.
And mine is just, you can find me through the app. We'll keep it simple.
Here we go. Okay. Well,
Milah, MILLAH, official.com. The web you're going to find now, it's pretty old. And I'm updating the next week. It will be online. You will find more actual information about what I'm about to do.
it's always an evolution.
Yes.
Well, thank you all. We'll be around. Happy to connect with anyone. Thank you.
I'm not doing that.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, up next we have Sheldon DR, a close personal friend of mine. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'll get you up. How do you want to advance slides? You just want to like point to me, or you want to like use a mouse? You got a dongle for it? Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very thoughtful. I don't know what you're doing here. What's the wire for?
I wanted visually, locally, and I figured my deck would also go on the live.
That'll work. All right. Do you need power for this, or you good? Okay. So I'm gonna go plug your dongle in here.
I wondered who was counting.
He's counting now. I was wondering when it's gonna blow up. I thought you were going way earlier this morning. I don't know what the hell these people are doing with this supposed to. Yep, but it's okay. No, nobody does. So, I'll give you a brief intro. I'll get your PowerPoint up on here so we can advance it.
Right, or is this not? Start up. For joining us. We have been running a Bitcoin Runes Bridge for the past year. I'm going to cover that. But today, my focus is the product that we're going to be launching coming up on February 8th, which is called Rich Swap. It runs on this stack that I'm going to tell you guys about. And basically, we're going to be asking folks to try rune swaps without leaving Bitcoin. None of this layer 2 stuff, none of that weird trust and authority stuff. You know, we're here at this conference because we think that non-custodial, permissionless asset handling is something that this audience would really like. So the Runes Exchange environment is the sort of technical release that we're coming out with for this. It's not going to be fully open until about June. We want to keep some of those canisters private. We're going to keep some of that information to ourselves until it's really ready to be templatized. But in a nutshell, we're asking people to do transactions on Bitcoin with PSBTs. That means that things that you already use today to complete Bitcoin transactions can be useful to swap with other people to do Bitcoin transactions. So in a nutshell, the non-technical way that I like to describe it is we put a blockchain in your blockchain. So simply put, we needed a trustworthy environment where we could run Bitcoin nodes in a Bitcoin client so that people would say, hey, we can see your execution when you attempt it. We can see how this Bitcoin tooling works. It may be living on another blockchain, but that is just a tool for transparency's sake. I realize now that I'm swiping through slides on my screen and I'm not clicking through slides on the other. You got it? Okay. Yeah. This man's amazing. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you. So normally when you sign a multi-sig, you're going straight to Bitcoin. We're asking you to go straight to Bitcoin through clients on the internet computer. So that's how we're doing all of this, is we're asking you to bundle your PSBTs in public with other people's PSBTs that you can all see, and you see the logic in how we do that. That's the way that this is acceptable to me, is that we're not extending the protocol. We're not asking for op weird stuff. It's really simply put, just do the same Bitcoin transaction you're already doing with this client that is trustworthy in this way. So because all of that smart contract execution is visible, is verifiable, every time you try to attempt to do something in that environment, you have a record. Right? So even if your transaction fails, even if you set it at 0 sat v byte because you're playing around, it's still going to be in that environment. You still get a record in that environment. And that means that you're going to live in that mempool equivalent forever. So that's a really important distinction between us and a couple other hybrid centralized, decentralized exchanges, is that we're asking people to keep an eye on those records, because that's what makes this whole system trustworthy. So part of this is dependent on a public standard called PSBT v2. Partially signed Bitcoin transactions have been around for a long time, but standardizing them in a way that has flexibility and is familiar to other apps is what we think makes this worth the trouble, right? I can do non-custodial permissionless stuff all day long, but if you guys can't integrate it with the other things that you're doing, why do you care? You have to come be in my little island to use my product. That's not very enjoyable. But trusting the larger developer community for Bitcoin Core and for other Bitcoin applications, that made a lot of sense to us to say, hey, we think that you guys will recognize some PSBTs. Instead of just using our custom model for them, you'll be signing PSBTs through those smart contracts that are paired with others in the exchange. The reason why this is so valuable is there's not a limit to how many PSBTs you can stack together. If you're designing those PSBTs to exist in a group of more than 3, there's some computational limit where it starts getting a little bit funky in memory and fragmentation, all this. But for the most part, under 60,000, most people just don't care. It's not really a problem. We have a decent amount of scalability, so we're calling it decentralized PSBT signing, because that's what we're really doing here, is we're using this existing tool with a signature schema in a trustworthy public blockchain in public, so that you can do more with Bitcoin without asking more from Bitcoin Core. If you've ever talked to the Bitcoin Core maintainer guys, they're like a social good. It's really impressive how those guys are in the trenches dealing with difficult stuff. We did not want to suggest a change to Core. We did not want to suggest, Omnity or whatever other silly thing. We wanted to work with existing tools so that people would accept the concept, so we could extend Bitcoin in a reasonable way. So here's the flow chart. If you're not an engineer, this might be a little bit annoying. I had my graphics guy try to sweeten it up so it doesn't look too clunky. But the main thing that you need to know from this logic is 2 things. One is that we're running this software on chain, the runes indexer. It's made from Ord 22.1, so you can sign ordinals and runes at the same time. If you are looking at a fire sale, if you're looking at any more like intense interaction in the future, these types of assets are much more interesting than stocks. They're, much more flexible and ownable than bonds or basically anything else that we deal with ridiculous government regulations for. So that means that we know that we need to not become a new authority. Making a new authority to say, hey, we're the good guys, trust us, that's not solving the problem, right? We respect that. Some people will have that as a business model. That's not for us. So the 2 core things, the second one, besides the runes indexer, is the REE SDK, which is going to run in your browser when you attempt to run this UI. And what that's doing is making sure that you can handle these PSBT construction activities where you are signing an initialization PSBT and then also reconstructing that PSBT to make the transaction. Why does that matter to the runes indexer? Ultimately, it doesn't. These are 2 independent standards. Ord is software written by Casey Rodimer, maintained by Rafjaf. That is an entire own world of ordinals and runes. We're just using the tools. We did not build that from scratch. The REE SDK locally for the browser, this is completely unique to us, but the idea is that it would be unique enough that anyone could want to use it and could modify it themselves. The second half of this year, that's our main business development goal, is that we'll have another 3 to 5 entities that will try to do what we're doing in a different way, and they can just borrow those 2 main components of the tool and basically change whatever they want. We would like it if they also used our main orchestrator, which is kind of like a logic system to keep things fair and transparent. But freedom isn't for everybody. If someone wants to make a permissionless system out of this, we certainly won't stop them. we would much rather the main public open one be this. So that's why our main swap environment in the beginning is designed exclusively for Bitcoin to runes trading. There is a lot more flexibility than that, but we're trying to keep it simple in the beginning. So one of the main things that have been difficult for a decentralized exchange to manage for runes is an AMM. So that's where we're introducing the exchange pool model, because you need a system that will help you structure offers and actions together, right? If I offer that I'm willing to, buy 100 dog runes for $100, that's great. Someone can go match that exact order that I've placed. If someone wants 99, a system has to understand that there's going to be one remainder. What the heck do I do with the one remainder, right? There has to be an existing logic for this system. Right now, if you go to Magic Eden or any other popular environment for trading runes, you pretty much have to wait until that initial bundling of people sharing the same motivation into one order to be completed. And it means that a lot of the times your buys will fail. And it means a lot of the times that you have to wait a very long time for your buy to succeed, because you're just sitting in the order book waiting for somebody else to finish the other part of that order, or you need a new offer made so that your order can be completed. Our model with state for pools is something I'm going to show you in just a second. But ultimately, because we are taking UTXOs into account, we're using that as identifiers. We're keeping everybody's runes separate. No one's getting their weird rebundling of assets. There's no demitigation of funds and all that stuff. So we're trying to keep things in a relatively structured fashion with pools and keeping coins listed as a UTXO unit of Bitcoin. So that means that when you do go into a swap, and let's say it's me and Osama bin Laden who are agreeing to, buy this amount of runes from this other party, although the US government can call me a terrorist for bundling that together, that's not something I had control over. I didn't have visibility of it until it was already completed. And I'm just participating in an open protocol based on the terms that have already been agreed to. So I think that's much more permissionless and productive than a lot of other swaps that I've seen. But frankly, it's really just a tool that we're using to manage state. So this is a little bit more technical, and I won't go too deep on it if the audience isn't looking for that. But in a nutshell, those PSBTs help us pause and delay some of the activity that we need to stabilize an exchange. Try to not trip on anything here. So if you are submitting a PSBT and the exchange is not able to manage that, or the blockchain for whatever reason has a hiccup, let's say that we're going through another hard fork again, God forbid, then there's no reason to lose that PSBT. It still needs to be registered as fully signed in a state mechanism. So we have these states that are tracking all of the PSBTs as they're being submitted in this existing blockchain, and that is publicly verifiable information. So if you purposefully make a transaction that's going to take a really long time to complete, that's your choice. But that information will still be verifiable that your transaction is waiting in queue for as long as it takes. Now, if you throw in a bunch of transactions at 0 sat byte and you're trolling us, eventually we might have to establish some pruning. But there is no priority right now to try to focus on that. We're not really worried about security exploits because PSBTs are very lightweight. It's pretty easy to manage this sort of thing. So when we're looking at a broadcast transaction that can be either accepted or rejected, it just waits in queue to the point where another PSBT that matches that other missing parameter of I have that one dog token left to be sold, or I have this other offer that's at a slightly lower number. My AMM says I'll accept that slippage when I submit the transaction, so fine, it'll go through. All of that would be queued in the last few steps. So obviously you have to initially sign the PSBT, the exchange has to sign the PSBT, and then you have to wait in that state pool for your transaction to be able to be completed. That's just our model for keeping things lightweight, verifiable, and very cheap. It's very cheap to submit a PSBT because a PSBT is not an entire Bitcoin transaction. That is being bundled at the last second. So you're just going to pay a very small portion based on how many bytes you're including in your transaction. Very small stuff. So normally when you send a L1 Bitcoin transaction, it might cost you $5. Our goal is that transaction will be under $1 for every swap. obviously the price of Bitcoin is going to change, so little sticky for us there. But that's a good motivation for us to keep things flexible and keep iterating. So I'm very hopeful that our model for UTXO state pools will stay as is for a long time. We've tested this pretty heavily. This is under auditing right now. We're getting feedback from a lot of different people about it. No one is giving us a hard time about it because state engines are pretty regular shitcoinery. It's pretty standard stuff to just say, hey, I'm taking a hash of this, I'm computing this one thing, and then I'm going to use it as a summary identifier for this thing, and I'll come back to the real data later. That's basically what we're doing, is we're making sure that as the pool changes, as the state changes, that is inherited until the point where it needs to be adjusted as part of a transaction. So this is kind of our funnel, if you will. It's hard to visualize it as that with these diagrams. I got to work on something a little bit more metaphoric for you guys. But in a nutshell, we're asking you to submit Bitcoin transactions, be patient, and if you're not being patient, go check. Go see the thing. Don't believe me. Check. So there's a couple other competing solutions out there on how to do this kind of thing. We have great respect for opcodes. Obviously, being a runes-based or ORD software-based company, we really depend on OP_RETURN. That's a popular opcode. OpCat is popular by the Quantum Cats. I like those guys, but they're a little bit in deep with the R&D. Basically, DLC and OpCat, these are tweaks to usage of Bitcoin that are considered non-standard. There's lots of projects that use these things. They do work. We're not mad at it, but they're not accepted by the entire network. So when we want to use Bitcoin Core, we want to use the 100,000 node Bitcoin network, we want the main usage of that. We want the core usage of that. And for parts that are not that core, we're expecting that to come from the ORD software that we run on chain. So this is a different approach that you'll see from a couple of different entities. So DLC and OpCat have that benefit of no custody risk. But we don't either. Our method of managing transactions is just built on PSBTs, as I've been showing you in probably a little too much detail. But that logic means that because we're entering into another smart contract environment, and all that smart contract environment does is instruct Bitcoin how to make transactions, there's a much lower risk to a future protocol change, just someone's decision on how they want to view the mempool, stuff like that. There's all kind of slightly outside Bitcoin Core considerations that we want to keep in touch with. And also, that shouldn't be the future of Bitcoin, right? That's the passive Bitcoin. We need to respect it without trying to crush it. So in a nutshell, if you look at these choices, you'll see that there isn't one perfect solution. This is always how it works with Bitcoin. I think this is always how it should be with blockchains in general. But there is not one perfect solution, and that's why we're depending on you guys to, try it. So, like I was mentioning before, ICP is the partner that we're depending on for this. That is its own sort of public blockchain. It's not Bitcoin, it's not Monero, it's not private, though it does have some privacy properties. So what we're doing with these guys is a few things. Number one, we're depending on their specialization for Bitcoin, right? They have over $1 billion in BTC locked up in what's called an MPC network, or a multi-party compute network. This is a modern form of encryption. There are not standards for that sort of thing. We appreciate the value that's in that, but that's just us showing, or them showing us, that they bet big on Bitcoin, that they have a giant basket of risk that says, hey, we can't screw this up because it'll be $1 billion loss, not just for us, but for our investors and for our partners. So because of that, they were sort of mandated by themselves to make something called the Bitcoin subnet. And that is an entire section of the ICP blockchain that's dedicated to running Bitcoin nodes. It runs Bitcoin RPC, and it monitors mempool transactions. So basically everything you would want out of a Bitcoin services company comes from those three key pieces of infrastructure. Some of it's, data parsing and, oh, look, I found this fun little pattern and blah, blah, blah. But all of that would end up coming from a full node, an RPC node, and mempool monitoring, or broadcast monitoring for the Bitcoin network. So because of that, we're very comfortable using that as the infrastructure to do this. And that does not mean that you need their gas. You don't need to know squat about how it works, so I'm happy to tell you. And ultimately, it is just a tool for us to have virtual machines that are public, that are trustworthy, that can be audited at a milliseconds notice, really, and still maintain that capability to communicate with Bitcoin at a proactive level. I think I got to slow down. The last time I gave this presentation, it was Blitz in 3 minutes. I'm still kind of thinking that way. So leading up to our work with Bitcoin swaps was this other product that exists on ICP. This has been in play for about a year. And this is a much better sort of diagram for all of that stuff I was just referring to about the ICP network and their usage and appreciation for Bitcoin. So this has been renamed to Runes Indexer, but effectively it's the same thing. It's the ORD software running on the internet computer, providing information to other contracts that we have on that chain in order to help us instruct the Bitcoin logic to submit transactions, right? So when that happens, what is actually occurring for Bitcoin? A predetermined set of resources for Bitcoin in that specialized area, right? The Bitcoin subnet, that is, that is all of the pre-planned nodes, the RPC interface, mempool monitoring, that's all here. Bitcoin is itself independent from the IC, and this overlap is designed to show that while these bubbles exist in both of this little Venn diagram kind of shape that I'm showing, it's because this infrastructure is running the consensus for the internet computer. It is also participating in Bitcoin's consensus. It's also running BTC transactions. There's a really simple way that they frame it, which is Bitcoin adapter, to obviously subtract a whole hour of explanation of how that works. But in a nutshell, if you make a Bitcoin node, that computer can still do other things. Why not, right? So they have their own models for kernel security here and all kind of other nerdy stuff that I'll save you for another time. But like I was mentioning, RPC services, the thing that you need for network activity to happen over the wire for Bitcoin, Byzantine fault tolerance, or the prevention of double spend, right? Because triple accounting cannot be defeated by double spend. We can't allow that to become less integral. And then just the direct operation as part of the Bitcoin network. Those are the things that make it possible for us to do what we do in all of our products right now. Now, on the other side of this diagram, you'll see that I'm highlighting L1, L2, and app chain. First of all, if nobody's heard the word app chain before, anybody familiar? No? Okay. So an app chain is just an application-specific blockchain. If you want one blockchain for one thing, you're probably running an app chain. There's no reason to run an entire economy. There's no reason to, get into the security of Bitcoin. You want your own little thing. Fine, be separate. We still believe that those types of products should be able to use Bitcoin. They have to do so in a public and transparent way, which is why we're mandating that connection would go through the IC subnet that we've built that helps all of this logic be transparent, auditable. As soon as you submit the transaction, within 400 milliseconds, you can go check that record and say, oh, my money's not gone. Oh, I'm okay. All right. Phew. So we want that property available for application-specific blockchains. We want it for layer 2 networks. It's all Bitcoin layer 2s today, like Core and Merlin. Rootstock is a famous one. We would love to do Counterparty, but they're having that issue with the fork that they were talking about. So we're going to be supporting more L2 networks here over time. And of course, on the L1 side, we have Ethereum, Solana, Ton, Doge, Sui. There's a bunch of other L1 shitcoin chains that we are very happy to integrate, because even though this diagram is left to right, the flow on this diagram is not left to right. It's from Bitcoin to these other destinations. So when you're using this product that the diagram was initially designed for, you're depending on the core logic in the Omnity Hub, same as I pointed out before, but you're doing that so that Bitcoin assets can reach these other blockchains. So that's the real point of value that we're committed to, is Bitcoin assets are durable. Bitcoin assets aren't going anywhere. We want people to be able to use them on more blockchains. So the asset security of Bitcoin, it's not going down anytime soon. There's no real competitors. If people want to use Solana for gambling, then that's fine. Sure, why not? And like I mentioned earlier, we're renaming that the Runes Indexer because it is specialized for runes. It is compatible with a new update that lets you do runes and ordinals execution at the same time. So we have other products as well. This is becoming our value capture and governance token. So when the new DEX launches on February 8th, we're going to be asking people to continue using this protocol and this process. It's a mini app on Telegram to gift people who don't have an address yet. So if you have never held Bitcoin in your life and you think you need to bait somebody or they need to be baited in order to get in, then you probably want to give them some assets before they have to learn how a seed phrase works and all of that stuff. So that was our model here, is that we minted a rune, which is, I think I'm covering it up over here, but it's 8.8 billion total units. That's, again, going to be our value capture and reward asset. But before we determined that, we had thousands of people giving it away to each other. And we rewarded them based on them giving away the asset, not on bogarting it for themselves. So we're going to be continuing some form of this program where we ask people to give in order to get. And I think that's a little bit different. I personally like that very much. And if you're not familiar with red envelopes, it's a very popular cultural gift in Asia. It's not such a well-known thing in America, but, you know, Granny might give you a red envelope with some cash in it. That's her, you know, Christmas or Hanukkah gift equivalent to you. So we also have an AI product that's currently on ice. I should point out that AI is a really difficult place to do product development in general. We thought that it would make sense if you tweet something cool that you should be able to reward somebody, right? So the 3-step process that we were working on, that's currently being adjusted a little bit, is that if you tweet something, then you can be paid for it. That seems pretty reasonable to me. You show social support, you show social alignment with somebody, you can directly incentivize them, fine. They have to go manage their own wallet, they have to go figure out how crypto works. Win-win for everybody. They get paid, they're not just activating a wallet to get enough gas to do nothing and being asked to fund it with money from the exchange. So instead of needing to tag the agent, which we are doing here because these are some early example tweets, you just have to say something that meets the requirements of the AI, and you get paid. It'll come up right under you and comment and say, hey, you know, please go to grants.omni.network and go claim your tokens because you have earned the reward. So I'm really excited about this. I know that it's not directly ready for product improvement. We have it on a pause of sorts. We're focusing on that Runes DEX and the existing integrations for the bridge I was talking about before. But ultimately, we want people to onboard more folks into crypto. They shouldn't have to do that through learning about cryptography and security. You know, that's not how product is really appreciated by people. You can talk about UX, that's a consideration, but we have to make things equitable, right? Hey, why do you want to go try that stuff? I heard if I try to get paid. That seems much more reasonable to me than, hey, I'm going to try this and that's my ticket to more risk. So our main product focus that I wanted to talk about is that DEX. It's called the Runes Exchange Environment, or Rich Swap. So we're going to be launching that on February 8th, and that's the main thing where we're looking for y'all's support. I'm going around to individuals who have Bitcoin addresses that are more than 4 years old. Anybody who does, if you test our app on day one, come find me. I will reimburse you for your first transaction. I think it just makes sense that if you want to try $5 worth of BTC in my product, I should be willing to give you $5 worth of BTC. It's a win for me. I think that's a fair, you know, transfer of value of your time, even if I don't know what you charge per hour. But yeah, this is the main focus that we wanted to get into. If you guys are going to be at any of the upcoming crypto events like in Denver or in Vegas, please come find us. We'll be there. We work with a lot of different larger than us Bitcoin companies, but we're just trying to make a good and fair product, non-custodial, permissionless asset trading on Bitcoin that people cannot disrupt. There's no single point of failure in that architecture diagram. So I'm very excited for you guys to give it a try. And please keep an eye out for us on socials at Omnity Network. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sheldon. Do we have any questions? Well, no questions, but just to say, I understood about 70% of what you said. Yes. And it's intimidating when somebody's smarter than me. So you're going to have to get me up to speed so that I know what the hell. Yeah, man.
Open offer.
Badass over here.
Online or in person. I'm happy to chat about this.
Good job, man.
So, one question. I'll put one BTC on that day one.
Oh, but do the gas for that one BTC? Just a gas reimbursement. I can only afford your fees, my guy. Put a big memo field. I'll burst that up. Put a nice note in the memo, and I'll pay for that. No problem.
Anything else you'd like to say?
No, I just thanks very much for considering it, and shout out to our crypto friends here. We appreciate y'all for supporting the Liberty community. And again, we're a non-custodial permissionless protocol, just meaning that we're asking people to do stuff with your Bitcoin. We don't want your Bitcoin. We're not going to hold your assets. They're not for us, for us to decide what you do. We just want to give you more power to do more with your Bitcoin. Thank you. So I had a question for what's the timeline to integrate new chains like? It varies a little bit. We've done some under 24 hours. Familiar stacks to us are easier to integrate. Things that are a little bit less familiar are tough. That said, we've worked on Solana, Cosmos, Near, a handful of different things. So EVM compatible we can do in about 6 hours. That's very, very easy. OP stack is a little bit more difficult because of some limitations with encryption. But we already have a universal ZK client in development. We're a little bit hesitant on the Optimism client because there's some security concerns. Are you familiar with optimistic rollups? We'd be happy to talk to you about planning integration if you're running OP stack for your L2. We have a couple of conversations in the pipeline. I've been a little bit more focused on the non-optimism side personally, but we are open to it, and it's not a terrible lift to do the integration. We have to make sure that we can run a light client on ICP. That's the main integration testing. Okay, thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we have Carrie Wedler, who's going to be talking about rewiring your brain to help you fight illnesses. I got it. Come on up. Here's the microphone. I'll get your slides right up.
Cool. All right, I'm ready. Thank you. You guys know my videos. I'm very political. That is not the focus of my talk today for the most part. If you want to watch my videos, watch them later, buckle up. They're a lot. This is different, at least toward the end. I'll get into some of the politics later. But for now, I'm talking about something that's been my journey the last almost a year. It's been one of the best things I've ever done. And I will wait until this gets set up to fully get into it. Cool. I can pause and take a breath.
I'm trying to set up my live on my page. So.
No. I've never talked about this publicly outside of mentioning it in interviews, and it's much more personal than I ever really get. But I think what I'm learning the last several years is that the personal is not really, you can't separate it from the political. The political is a reflection of the personal in a lot of ways. So I'll get into that, but just a minute, I can wait. If it works. Oh, cool.
They transform it after you upload.
Cool. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you are.
So you got two versions of it. You got a resize and a Amon.
It should be the one that has PowerPoint on the yeah, got it. Ooh, sure. If it's not, it's tiny details that are missing, so it'll be all good.
About 30 seconds.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Well, how about I'll ask, how many of you either have struggled with or know someone who has struggled with chronic illness? Yeah, a lot of people. It's on the rise. It's I'll wait. I'm waiting for my slides. Okay. It's okay. I've talked your ear off about it in voice memos.
This is like me, and people in 2017, you were there in my speech. And my slides went out in the middle.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, not nice, I guess. Or maybe nice. You got to improvise.
where it's coming. It says processing. And
Okay.
It takes like 10 seconds.
Okay. I can wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway. All right. All right, we're there.
We're there.
Please tell us the right one.
We're
Where to go? It's not there. Why is it not up there?
I'm a bit of a hex on technology. I will say that my whole life. Like I go around computers and it's like people tell me that they start glitching. So is this isn't supposed to be plugged in, is it?
Is this on? It is probably not on.
Wasn't it just on? Okay.
All right.
All right. Ooh, there we go. Okay, that wasn't me, actually. Can you see all right for me to make the king? That's my dog's name, Revere. I wish she was here. Okay. Oh no, that's the wrong. That's a different speech. It'll say "rewire your brain" in the title. Yeah. It's actually, I'm glad that came up. So I gave a talk on something very similar last year at Derek Rowe's Greater Reset, and I had just found what I'm about to be talking about. I hadn't started it, so it's actually really cool that a year ago I was talking about this, but I had not yet experienced it myself. I was just becoming aware of the problem and the issues, and now a year later I get to talk about how I've been healing with it. So very exciting. If we can find it. If not, I can just talk. It's really more for me to make sure I don't forget anything, so you guys aren't missing that much. Okay, cool. All right. So chronic disease is very much in the spotlight. People are more aware of it. I don't know if it's because there's just more coverage of it or if chronic disease is rising. I think it's both. There seems to be a lot more chronic illness these days. And things like the Make America Healthy Again movement have brought a lot of awareness to it further. And people are also learning what's causing it and how the government's role is actually quite large in why people are so sick. This is not a talk about the government or Make America Healthy Again. I'm an anarchist. I'm very skeptical of government solutions to any problem, but I'm not going to focus on that today. Because one thing that I've noticed, while this movement brings up a lot of really important things, whether it's the food or the chemicals or the environment or all X, Y, Z, there's something I think is missing, which I probably would not have thought about until I found what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to start actually with a little background on myself. There's a really cute picture of me as a little girl here, so if you miss it, I'm sorry, it's really sweet. So I was actually born at home, perfectly healthy. My mom didn't want to be in a hospital. She had both me and my sister at home. No health issues at all, but when I was around 5 years old, I developed severe eczema. For anyone who has experienced eczema, it is very unpleasant. Am I too? Oh, I am way up in the camera. Okay. And my parents, of course, it was the 90s. They did their best. Oh, there I am. I'm on the right. They did their best. They took me to the pediatrician. I got a steroid cream to calm it down, and eventually it went away. It would come and go throughout my life. When I was 12, I got my first migraine. I remember sitting in my 7th grade English class looking at the whiteboard, and then all of a sudden I couldn't see the words on the whiteboard. And then came the headache, and then those would come and go throughout my life. And then my best guess is at about 17, I developed a brain tumor. It was a pituitary tumor, and it was benign, but it did not respond to medication. To this day, no one knows what causes this kind of tumor. I had it taken out. That's me in the hospital with the therapy dog who came to visit. And then it went away and I was fine. So I thought. But then 5 years ago, I had a very stressful experience. I lost a friendship that I had had since I was actually about when my migraine started. That's when we became friends. It was not her. She was not the problem. But I felt the most intense feeling of like electricity flowing through my body. Like I can still feel it, like frayed electrical wires, just like glitching out. And at the end of that week, I started scratching again, very severely. And at first I just thought, well, okay, I get eczema, it'll go away. A year went by, it did not go away. So I got a food sensitivity test, and it turned out I was sensitive to everything I was eating. It came back like everything was sensitive. So I cut out a bunch of foods, got a little better, but it did not go away. So I just kept waiting it out. But a few years ago, I got a lot sicker. Things just started to deteriorate. I was having more frequent migraines, and they were getting worse. I had gone from like vision spottiness to numbness all the way down to my fingertips, in my mouth. Like it felt like somebody had put Novocaine in my mouth. And of course, you're debilitated. If you've ever had migraines, you know that you have to lie down and that's it. You have to wait for it to pass. Nearly daily headaches. So also headaches in addition to migraines. more and more food sensitivities. I was fatigued. My heart rate variability was terrible. I was wearing a little fitness band. I stopped wearing it because it was too depressing and it was stressing me out. Weak nails, all these little symptoms that something wasn't right. And yet all my labs were normal, which is often the case. No one could figure out what was wrong. Western medicine could not help me. They offered me a shot to stop the eczema, which I declined. Like, that was not the root issue, and that wasn't going to help, so I didn't. But Eastern medicine also couldn't help. My acupuncturist, I had actually done a cleanse with him years before, and it cleared out a little patch of eczema. It did not work this time. And I really felt unfree for anyone who struggled with chronic illness. And mine was, I would say, arguably on the mild side. And yet I felt like I was trapped in my body. And nothing I did worked. I tried so much. I was just getting to the point of trying to make peace with the fact that I was going to get sicker and I would die young. I might cry during this talk because it's really close to my heart. And it was real. I was just trying to accept, like, okay, this is just going to get worse and worse. No one can help me. And like, that's it. That's my life now. I tried everything. I did gut cleanses, functional mushrooms, raw colostrum, raw organ meat, bone broth, probiotics, amino acids, everything. I thought it had to be a gut issue because my skin was so flared out. Nothing worked. And I'm not saying these things aren't helpful. I think had I done carnivore, I would have had relief from my symptoms. Had I done it long enough and really strictly, I also think had I gone off carnivore, it would have all come right back. But I'm so glad that I did not get better from these things because it led me to the reason I'm here to talk. So how many of you are familiar with the concept of neuroplasticity? Yeah, cool. So it's growing in awareness. It's becoming much more mainstream. It's the ability of the brain to change and form new neural pathways based on new experience, and it builds new connections, and the brain can physically change. And for a long time, people thought, scientists were very certain that it was only babies and children who had neuroplasticity. And they really denied it when research started coming out. And there were some really brave renegade researchers who kept doing the research until it was undeniable. And it was accepted that actually neuroplasticity continues into adulthood, into elderly. Like, by the time you're of old age, you can still change your brain. And if you're interested in some really good introductions on this, I think I think we're on the wrong, we can go up one. There's a book called The Brain That Changes Itself by Norman Doidge. And there's a documentary version of this on YouTube. It's about an hour. And it came out in 2008. And even then, it's mind-blowing. Like, my jaw dropped. I watched this as part of what I'm about to speak about. And it's so inspiring and really mind-blowing of what the brain is capable of. And there's another book. He also wrote The Brain's Way of Healing. That's a little more anecdotal. And then Train Your Mind, Change Your Brain. And it goes over all the history and the research of neuroplasticity. And there's one more piece of this before I get into the actual program. Limbic system impairment. I had never thought twice about the limbic system. It was something I learned about in AP psychology in high school and threw away. It was not something I ever considered. It was not something I ever thought might have something to do with my illness. So the limbic system is one of the oldest regions in the brain, and it functions, it regulates a lot of the automatic processes in your body. So things don't think about. You don't have to think about breathing or your heart beating, digestion, any of that. It includes the hypothalamus, the thalamus, the amygdala, which helps regulate emotion. And it also helps regulate the fight or flight response, which mine is going a little bit right now because public speaking makes me nervous. Thank you. But this can get glitched out, the fight or flight response. And it's especially true considering this response really was for like running from tigers and for escaping, I don't know, natural disasters or a conflict maybe with another tribe. You survive, you get out, and your body goes back to normal. But in this modern world, this modern society with so much stimulation and so much stress, this can get glitched out. And that results in a constant rush of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline and other stress hormones, and they're just coursing through your body. And what happens when you're in fight or flight, whether it's chronic or short term, is the non-essential survival or non-essential, that is wrong in my PowerPoint. Non-essential functions get deprioritized. So like rest and digest, reproduction, these things all get downregulated because you're just trying to survive. But when you're stuck in that for months or years, it's not great. So what happens is there can be a cross wiring in the brain. And it can be caused by emotional trauma. For me, that's what it was. It could be physical trauma. It could be a blunt force injury. It could also be something like Lyme disease or mold exposure. And this goes into your body. And even after the initial threat has passed, you stay glitched out. But it can also happen over time. And I think that's also what happened to me because when I was very young, I had symptoms of this. And it took a much bigger experience to tip me over the edge, which is what happened. And so what happens is your limbic system, your nervous system gets hypervigilant and it starts misidentifying threats. All these things that should be fine, you start having this panic over, and you may not be conscious of it, but your brain is freaking out and glitching out. And this can lead to some very serious conditions. Mine have not been great. It's been very much a struggle, but it can be much more serious. If you guys are familiar with POTS, postural orthotic tachycardia syndrome, I did not know about this until I found the program I'm about to get into, but it's when your heart beats so fast you can't, like when you stand, but you cannot stand. This is a wheelchair-bound debilitating disease. Like even sitting up in a chair, nope, you gotta lie back down. Autoimmune disease, fibromyalgia, chronic pain, chronic fatigue, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and all kinds of sensitivities. Mine was food, or so I thought. It's kind of food, it's kind of not, as I've learned, electrical, chemical. All of these things can just set your system off in a way that is not necessary. And so now we get to the solution. So the program I found, it was recommended to me by a mentor who was like, you know what, Carrie, I found this program based in stress and I thought of you. You might be interested. And I was like, thank you. But I am so grateful. So the program I have used is called the Dynamic Neural Retraining System. There are different programs like this you can find. I can only speak to this one. And it starts out, it's a video series, about 12 to 14 hours. And a wonderful lady, who I will discuss more later, she explains everything I just talked about much more in depth. And, oh, that's my, oh, that's perfect. If somebody could reach into my purse right there, that's my alarm to, it's actually part of the program. It's reminding me to stop and check in with what thoughts I'm having and if it's helpful to my recovery. Garlic is one of the worst ones. It's one of the few I have left to rewire and reintroduce. And I spent years seeing garlic and going, oof, I can't have that. I can't have that. That's bad for me. And that can help reinforce the old neural pathways, because if you're constantly having this fear around it, you're telling your brain like, yes, this is bad. No, we can't have this. And so a lot of the program is helping rewire the thoughts. And this is not me. This is someone with POTS. You can see how she went from completely wheelchair bound to rollerblading. It's from her blog, wheelchair to rollerblades.com. And these are the kinds of people who benefit from a program like this. And it immediately resonated, because as I watched the videos, I started thinking about my illness and like, okay, well, when I was 5, my parents were really not getting along. It was not a calm and secure home environment. I love them both. They should have never been together. My migraine started when they were going through a bad divorce. My dog died and my grandma died within 10 days of each other, and I started getting migraines. And then my perfect storm, that happened with when I ended this friendship. We're friends again now, 5 years later. But at the time it needed to happen, but that brought up a lot of deeper issues from childhood, and that's when I glitched out. And so looking at the timeline of my illness, it made perfect sense to me. And a lot of people in this program say the exact same thing. It's like when you hear this described, you just kind of know, like, oh my God. So within the first week, my migraines were gone. The only migraine I've had since was the day after the election. because I was on social media too much and I worked myself to the bone making videos. And as I was doing it, I was like, Carrie, this isn't good. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. And the next day I woke up like, oh no, I remember these. And I was just apologizing to my brain, like, you're right. I should not have done this. Within a few weeks, my detox pathways were coming back online. And the bulk of it, it's not too gross, but my skin was purging, like through my chest, through my back, like nothing I've ever seen. That would kind of happen when I would eat raw liver, but my body would just kind of like sputter out. It would get like a false start of like, I think we can do this, and then just tank. But with this, it went on for months. And within a few months, I was reintroducing foods. All the systems in my body started functioning in a way that I couldn't even remember what it was like to be normal. And that's when I started to realize how sick I actually had been. It kind of was like a boiling frog situation where I just kept getting sicker and sicker and didn't quite notice. But as I've gotten better, I'm like, oh, girl, like you needed help. I really needed help. And this is what I needed. And something I had not even been aware of was that I was very anxious. I didn't believe that I had anxiety. And it's because I was so disassociated from it, like this grip in my chest, this constant stress. And that started to get better too. So I didn't really bother doing rewiring rounds on anxiety because I felt so much better. But then a few months ago, I was still reintroducing foods. I was still feeling much better, but I felt like my progress was kind of stalling out. And so I started doing direct rounds on anxiety. And now I've gone right back into healing and everything keeps improving even more. And that brings me to where this becomes, I think, a bigger issue than just individual health problems. So of course, there's this missing link of stress, anxiety, hyperactivation, and hypervigilance. They play a huge role, and they're a big driver of disease. There's like decades of research on how much stress affects health. And in virtually any system in the body, stress, I can't say that it causes all disease, but it's involved. Whether cardiovascular, digestive, immune system, like autoimmune disease, your body's attacking itself. And I think eczema is arguably autoimmune. It's kind of on the edge, but neurological. So to me, it's really not surprising that chronic disease has come with the rise of more stress, more activation, more stimulation. And like I said, I don't think that this means stress is at the root of all disease, but I think it's something that's really severely underlooked. And for a lot of people, just doing yoga and meditation, I forgot my picture here, and I didn't have Wi-Fi, so I couldn't find one. So it's a little empty. Oh, we're not there. Yeah, yes, a nice blank spot. So stress has these huge implications in disease. Both as independent drivers, like they really contribute to the disease itself. But when you're chronically stressed and anxious and activated, a lot of people, myself included over time, they self-soothe. And that often looks like eating junk food, drinking alcohol, doing drugs, taking pills, scrolling social media, consuming media. And while it's a really authentic attempt to soothe yourself, it oftentimes makes you sicker. And this causes more harm, more stress, and you end up in a toxic loop. And the system itself encourages this by propping up these really toxic industries. And these things are so readily available, and it's so culturally accepted to do these things. And it really helps us numb out, but it really makes it worse. And so what I've learned, sorry, knock that over, is freedom is not just political or apolitical. For me, it's such a deeper experience of spirit and heart. And I just wonder, as I've started to become aware of this grip in my chest and this tension in my solar plexus, like how many of us are walking around gripped and on edge all the time? And we're just so conditioned to disconnect from it, to find any way to avoid it that we aren't even really aware of it. I was not aware until it calmed down. And it still comes up and I'm still working on it, but it's a completely different experience in my life now. And it's not for lack of trying. Like I did yoga, I did meditation, I did acupuncture, I did breath work, I did vagal nerve tone exercises. I spent time in nature, and they're all wonderful and valuable, but for me, it was not enough. I needed to rewire my brain. And I'm so glad that nothing else worked, because had a diet or a cleanse done the trick, I would have never addressed this stress, and I probably would have ended up sick again. Like I would have just glitched out again because I wasn't addressing the root problem. And this really applies to the external world, as I'm learning. This dysregulation and stress is so apparent in the political world. And it's whether people, like if you can project your own personal stress from your private life out onto politicians and government, or the actual political system is stressing you out. I was looking into this when I was writing an article for my Substack, and politics, elections, economics, these are all like top sources of stress for people when they're polled. And you'd think that maybe they'd be more concerned with their personal lives, but politics has become such a huge part of our lives, and government is such a huge part of our lives that it creates real stress. Like the consequences of government policies, this all creates more stress. And if you look at the political conversations and debates, reactivity is almost inherent to it these days. Everyone gets so activated, myself included. I'm not innocent of this. And then you look at the propaganda and the news media and the fear mongering that's constantly inciting more fear, more terror, more division, more polarization. Everyone is so stressed out. And I think it's funny that this program advises participants to not watch the news while they're rewiring their brains. And they have all these testimonials and they're like, I turned off the news. It was so great. It was so helpful. And I think that says a lot. Oh yeah, I love this part. So the constant stress, it harms the body, obviously, as I have covered, and I'm a living example of, but it also affects the structure of the brain. So exposure to chronic stress causes overactivation of the amygdala, which helps regulate emotion, and this is at the expense of the prefrontal cortex. So chronic stress can lead to the atrophy of the dendrites and spines and the neurons in the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for critical thinking and reasoning. So if you pair this aspect of chronic stress and how it deteriorates the brain with the massive indoctrination, all this authoritarianism, all the propaganda, all the fear mongering, to me, this is a perfect recipe for exactly what we see today. All the authority worship, all the authoritarianism, the chaos, the dysfunction, all the division. It's like, well, what else did I expect? Of course, this is exactly what's going to happen. Like, people's brains are literally wired for this, which sounds really bad, but it's also great because we have neuroplastic brains, so it's possible to change. And it's compounded by the fact that those in control really feed on these reactive emotions. This is like the lifeblood of the system, and the division and the divide and conquer. And people will run to authority figures because of all the programming to relieve them of this. And I don't blame them. And I understand. It's like if this politician is telling you they're going to remove all the stressors that are making you feel so terrible and so uncomfortable, of course they're going to go to that and they're going to seek that out. But obviously we are aware of what happens when you have too much government. And so to bring it back, the woman who created this program was actually bedridden herself. She was suffering from chronic illness, all kinds of sensitivities, very debilitated. And she just took it upon herself to research neuroplasticity. She found out about it somehow, read some of the books I recommended, among many others, and she made up her own little program, and it worked. And she had to do it for 6 months or more, but it worked so well that she created this program. And to me, it is such a perfect example of self-ownership and sovereignty to be able to take this into your own hands. And it is a commitment. Like, it's an hour a day. I'm almost up on a year. Some people need to do it longer. Some people it takes 6 months. You don't want to do it less than 6 months. There's a woman in the program who said that she quit at 4 months because her symptoms were better, and then they came right back and she had to keep doing it, and then she was healed. So it does take 6 months. But it's like one of the most beautiful things I've ever done, to commit to myself, to commit to my health, and just watch my body intuitively heal. Like, I just had to remove the roadblocks, the stress and the tension and the gripping and this overactivation. Once you calm that down, your body just knows, and it does it. And it works for people who are so much sicker than I ever was. So self-ownership, it's taking responsibility for yourself and not waiting for a politician or a bureaucrat to come in and fix it for you, or a medical authority. And I saw a couple good doctors, some really terrible doctors, and even the good ones, they couldn't do it. And that doesn't mean that doctors can't figure it out, or that everyone has this issue, that if you are sick, it's because of your limbic system. I'm not saying that at all. But for those who really have no other options, which is usually the kind of person who comes to this program, it's truly a lifeline. And it's such a beautiful, pure example of self-determination and self-ownership and agency. It's been so empowering. We're almost done. So I believe that if more people could rewire their brains, not only would physical health improve, not only would chronic disease be very well improved, or reduced. Let's not improve chronic disease, let's like remove it. And of course, this has to do too with all the foods and all the chemicals and all the toxins. I don't want to downplay how much of a role that plays, but for a lot of people, the stress is really key. But I believe that with all of the mental and emotional static and reactivity turned down, humanity could actually have a chance for peace. Obviously, not everyone is going to do this program. I know that. Not everyone even needs to do this to reduce their stress. There are plenty of wonderful ways you can work on your stress and find peace. Like, it's, again, like I said, you come to this when you were like out of options, and you're just accepting that you're going to die. That's where I was. And that being said, neuroplasticity has a lot of implications that don't require 6 months of commitment. This documentary, The Brain That Changes Itself, on YouTube has a lot of great examples. One is with stroke victims. It's truly revolutionary, but it's beyond stroke. It's so all encompassing. But those of us who can do rewiring, I believe that we can start to create, and it's however it is, you don't have to do the 6 months. It's whatever helps you truly relax your system and find calm and peace. I believe if more people could do that, we can help create a new paradigm of health and freedom and peace. both from illness in the physical form, but also from the reactive beliefs that underpin tyranny and authoritarianism, because there is such an emotion that drives that. The critical thinking kind of goes out the window, which I was talking about with the dendrites and spines. I can't say that if you are begging daddy government to save you that your prefrontal cortex is deteriorated. That would be outlandish. I'm not saying that. But I think that overall, if we could calm down that reaction, we would be less susceptible to the propaganda and the fear mongering. So to end, harnessing neuroplasticity can help us find true freedom, not only politically, but in body, heart, and mind. Thank you for listening. Any questions? Any questions? Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
You said you recommended some books to someone, but then they came up with a program?
So she had read these books and it inspired her to create the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the program?
Oh, it's called the Dynamic Neural Retraining System. It's retrainingthebrain.com. There are other programs too. So you can, if you just search brain rewiring or neuroplastic brain retraining, probably different options will come up. I can only speak to this one, but it's been revolutionary. Yes.
I've had allergies.
Mm-hmm.
This is one mistake. If you've never had health, you don't recognize disease.
Right.
Because it seems normal. Then it seems normal. Yeah, people have done this with allergies that really is psychological bullshit.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny is I was talking to my mom about this program, and she has a lot of allergies, and she's allergic to raw bananas. And she was remembering, she was like, you know what? When I was a little girl, I loved bananas. She was like, I would climb up on the step stool and take them off the fridge. But one time I fell and I chipped my tooth, and then my mom beat me. I was like, oh, no wonder you're allergic to bananas. But it was really telling, that's just one example. And I'm not saying that if you have an allergy, it's because you have trauma. Like, who knows? We're all unique. We all have our own issues, our own bodies. But if it's something you're struggling with, I think it's definitely worth trying if it's something you want to resolve. I got to the point where I could eat so few foods. I felt so trapped. I had to do it. Had it been a food or two, I might not have done it. But then I got so much sicker in so many other ways that I did have to do it.
You might have something like that. You might have said young, you don't even remember.
It could be, yeah. I don't actively remember. I remember the eczema. I don't remember my parents' fights that probably were a big contributor. And in retrospect, it was also starting public school. That gave me horrific anxiety. I started in kindergarten. I didn't go to preschool. And when I got into this like regimented experience, I think that was also a big contributor. Any other questions? I guess we're good. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for having me and listening. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. A lot of really interesting knowledge there. Thank you for sharing. All right. So next up, what are we doing? We had some reshuffling, and I know some of you viewing live were expecting Tristan and the panel to be next, but there is a speaker who's been waiting and got bumped twice. So we're going to have her go next because it's just fair. So, and after that, Sheldon, Nathan, Tristan, and myself are going to do a panel on social engineering. And I think you guys will enjoy that because it's about human hacking. So they're not ready yet. So let us just do the freaking panel then. Alrighty. So I know the projector went blue. They don't. Be right back after these short commercial breaks from our sponsors. Insert bullshit VPN ad here. Just for a minute. Okay. Nathan, on camera.
Yeah, I like where this is going.
We don't have to get that's later. That's how we earn the money to travel, you know? So it'd be best if we probably move the camera over. You really want to do it right in front of there instead of the couch? All right. Only 3 chairs, but all right. Tristan doesn't want to. We'll just do it. Okay. 3 chairs. Sheldon got.
Oh, we got 4 of us now?
We got a whole 4, yeah.
Should I get Sheldon up?
That'd be perfect.
We can just talk about social engineering. The ethics of it.
But let's also make sure you got the AVs working right.
I intend on saying what I want to say rather than answering questions anyway.
All right. So I love your short shorts. You just show off those legs.
They're just regular shorts.
Uh-huh.
All right, you got Michael sending them up.
Julio, in the comments over here, how is the audio now?
Is there a USB-C charger around here that nobody's using? Like
It's just don't use it too long because I gotta plug your laptop back into it. Like 20 minutes. It's a fast charge though.
No, whenever you want to transition it over.
All right, so we are live and audio's on. So this is the panel on social engineering. For those of you who are unaware, social engineering is a form of human hacking. It involves multiple different skill sets and disciplines combined into one and is often used in my field of work, penetration testing. So as a penetration tester, one of the things that I need to do when I'm on an engagement, specifically a physical engagement, is manipulate people into getting them to do things that are against their best interests so that we can have really cool findings about ways that we were able to get into places we're not supposed to be and do things we're not supposed to do. And obviously, this is all with the blessing of the owners of a company. It's always signed off on and above board, where the same tactics that we use to, for instance, sneak into a data center and plant a piece of malicious software on a server are the same tactics that are used by con men throughout the ages, the same tactics used by salesmen and a wide variety of other people. There are different names for these tactics, but they've all fallen under an umbrella called social engineering, okay? So my friend Nathan here, he obviously has to use some of the same skills, although I wouldn't necessarily call him a social engineer, when it comes to maybe doing promotion for an event like this. Or for instance, Tristan here, if he's trying to interview somebody, might need to outthink them so they get them to say something they wouldn't otherwise say so that he can have some great content. Do you agree or disagree so far, Tristan?
Well, it's Kristan, first of all.
I know, I'm on 2 hours sleep and I said the wrong name.
Well, I think social engineering plays a big part in reporting and writing because a lot of it is social engineering. It's a way to get a general consensus to behave or act in a certain way. We just went through an election cycle where you got thrown every type of advertising to try to vouch for your vote, to get your vote to go and do something or encourage you to do something. I gave a presentation yesterday talking a lot about the power of words and programming of humans. And when you program someone, you get them to do something. So the idea here is, how are you going to get a person to give you the reaction that you want, which might be to go vote for one candidate or the other or a third party or not vote at all in some people's case. So the big question here is, how do I use social engineering? I've used social engineering or forms of this type of thing in mass protests quite often. I found myself in quite a few sticky situations as being a premier protest reporter. I've covered over 150 protests in the last 10 years, and including Kenosha and George Floyd, Minneapolis, January 6th. And a lot of times you find yourself in these positions where you need to communicate with people and be able to program them or get the result that you want out of them by saying certain things. One way that comes to mind quite recently was about 4 years ago. I was involved in the Kenosha unrest, and there was armed citizens and unarmed citizens going face to face, and there was a lot of people with guns on both sides of the political spectrum, and it looked like things were going to get violent. And I used a phrase, and the phrase I used was, if you're easy to anger, you're easy to manipulate. Do you want to be manipulated? And everyone said, well, I don't want to be manipulated. But they were getting angry, so they immediately started to back off, and it defused the situation. I was able to get the result that I wanted because I knew the trigger term, because no one likes to be manipulated, right? So that would be considered on a small scale a form of social engineering in an open and public frame versus the way the media uses social engineering to try to control your mind and get the results out of you, whether it's to despise a certain political figure or for you to love a certain political figure. It even happens in sports, right? Do you hate Aaron Rodgers or do you love Aaron Rodgers, right? And I'm from Wisconsin. We love all the Green Bay Packers. That's our state ordained religion there. So for many of you that are out there, but to answer your question, yes, social engineering does play a big part and role in what I do, but I don't abuse it, and I don't use it to manipulate people to get them to do things that I want them to do, unless I feel that there's harm in the way, or I felt like there's no other way to avoid these situations, because I always felt mind control is something that is evil. I spend my time teaching people how to be deprogrammed and think for themselves and recognize these tactics. So very good.
So just to clarify also, in my line of work, we're not necessarily using these for evil. So when I convince a secretary to plug a thumb drive into her computer that's going to put malware on the network, I'm not doing it to actually hurt anybody. I'm doing it to pretty much inoculate them so that when a real bad guy comes along and is going to take advantage of them, they think back to the time that social engineer came in, that their company paid for this training and convinced them to do wrong. And they then don't do it in a real life scenario where they can actually be financial harm to their company, to their career. And I mean, in real life, people get fired all the time for things like falling for scams, particularly people in like accounts payable departments, where they'll get a phone call from somebody purporting to be the CEO, calling with the CEO's voice and telling them, hey, I would like for you to transfer $1 million to this account. And I authorize this payment and you need to do it right now. Or I need you to buy $500 gift cards for an event and do it right now. And people do these things because when somebody speaks with authority and it's somebody they're not questioning, oftentimes they're willing to do really stupid things. Even if it seems counterintuitive, they don't want to get in trouble, so they'll comply. And like Kristan. Also, one of the tactics to manipulate somebody is to use the wrong name, just so you know. It undermines their confidence.
Not mine.
No. So one of the things here is that when you're employing these tactics, and there are some really great books on this. The late, great Kevin Mitnick wrote The Art of Deception, The Art of Intrusion, and a couple of other books. And Chris Hadnagy has written a really great book, series now of them actually, called Human Hacker. And he emphasizes using what he calls socially conscious ethical hacking within this framework, where the gist of it is you're going to come off better for having known them. There used to be a book that was popular from Dale Carnegie called How to Make Friends and Influence People. Yes, that's the book. Well, he took that concept and pretty much built a book on top of that book as the framework, adding more modern stuff into it. And it's a pretty good guide for somebody who's new to social engineering. It's called Human Hacking, How to Make Friends, yada, 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 the whole title of the other book, and leave them better off for having known you. And that's a pretty damn good guide if you've never even come across this stuff, to learn how to manipulate somebody into doing something that gets their best interest. Now, Nathan has been awfully quiet. Nathan, have you ever used social engineering for something you're willing to talk about?
No comment.
Called it. We got the straight man here. So next, when it comes to social engineering, there's a lot of really cool things that I like. I was pretty socially awkward as a kid, right? I wasn't like type to fit in easily. Wasn't making a lot of friends. I admired the people who were like, they seemed like they just get up in front of a bunch of people and talk. I was naturally an introvert. I still kind of am. It takes a lot for me to recharge my social batteries after doing crap like this, right? But by like reading these books, learning from these people who are pretty much masters of their crafts, I got really good at it, right? And Kevin Mitnick, the guy I mentioned before, I heard he was going to be in Manhattan at this thing called the Cyber Investing Summit in 2017. And I also know that he had been in jail, and that 2600 magazine, which is a popular hacker underground magazine, had really fought hard to get him out of jail in a free Kevin movement, very similar to the free Ross movement that we had that just got Ross out, right? So I called up the event and I said, hi, my name's Frank Trezza. I'm a reporter for 2600 magazine. I'm sure you love it when people pretend to be you guys, right? It's fun. So I'm like, hey, I'm a reporter. I'd like to come and interview Kevin Mitnick. Now, Kevin Mitnick was pretty popular then too. So like to get an interview with the guy was difficult, but she was like, oh, well, since it's 2600, I suppose I can make an exception since they did so much to help free Kevin. So they get me in there. And I also, by the way, have no connection whatsoever to 2600 magazine other than I occasionally read it. So I go there and Kevin knows I'm completely full of shit, but he's also a social engineer. And I guess game recognizes game a little bit. And he was kind enough to take some time out of his day, and I take my phone out, and I'm nervous as hell. I've written notes of questions to ask, and I screw up my first question. I drop my pen on the floor. I finally calm down. I get to talk to the guy for like 20 minutes. It was freaking great. Like, normally it's like, don't meet your heroes, they'll let you down. Kevin didn't let me down, which was great. And his agent comes after me after. He's like, this is my business card. If you ever want to get on the speaking circuit, like, let me know. And I took his business card that year, and I went to Black Hat, which is one of the big Las Vegas hacker conventions that costs way too much money to get into and is more geared towards corporate environments. And I took his agent's business card and put it on a lanyard and walked right past everybody. And whenever somebody would maybe do any kind of trying to stop me or question me, I'd point to it. And Kevin was also a speaker there, and he was signing books. And I just point to Kevin. They'd look at my business card and my lanyard that said that I was agent for Kevin Mitnick. And I got away with that shit too. And then I decided to get a little ballsy, and I walked right up to the desk where he was signing books while wearing the business card of his agent. And I go right up to him and I go, hey, Kevin, how's the signing going? And he looks up and he recognized me, and then he recognized the business card. He goes, oh, I thought you went back to New York. It's nice to see you again. I mean, it was great. He played right into it and didn't miss a beat. And then I just walked around drinking champagne and all the other stuff they give out for free to the upper up kind of people and reporters. By the way, how come you guys get champagne and stuff at events and I get like jack shit when I talk at an event? That's pretty fucking.
Who's you guys? But
I'm drinking bourbon
You.
with glorified condom, all right?
I had to step up from some other things I've seen you drink out of. So, Nathan, why don't you tell a story or two? I mean, it doesn't have to be directly social engineering, but I'm sure you got a few.
No, it's not going to be a story. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about how social engineering applies to the counterparty and the importance and ethical use of social engineering. When somebody wants to be a real piece of shit, they stop acting like a human, they start acting like a protocol. Sometimes that's a really strong subscription to their job in the private industry, but most commonly we see this in public servants. So you have to think, at what point is it okay to just unleash complete and total dishonest hell on these lowlives? And the answer is upon contact. So like if you lie to an Airbnb person about how many people are going to come and you cause a big party and you've wrecked the place, you're a piece of shit, you've defrauded them, you've caused a lot of harm, private property damage, whatever. When you're filling out a form for an event space and they say, is it for entertainment purposes? And you lie and you say no, you're lying to that person because up the chain, they're going to have to deal with pulling an entertainment license? Is it a ticketed event? Well, they want to know if there's going to be some taxation involved, right? So you have this buffer level where you're going to social engineer this person and just lie to them. And this is easy. This is like 101 social engineering. It's lying on paper. It's fucking simple. But the thing is you still have to think about your end adversary, not your intermediary. But then you have to look at your skill set, right? You have to like look at yourself in the mirror and go like, what do I got going on here? And for some people, it might be that, like me, for example, we can all see me right now. I'm on camera. There's no secret about what I look like. I got this going on, got some wrinkles going on, a little stressed out, right? Furrowed brow, it's practice. It's angry. I'm good at being angry. I've done it a lot, right? So I know that if I lean forward a little bit and if I march a little bit, that people don't want to stop me. They just go, I don't want to fucking deal with that guy. He's going to be a pain in the ass. And I can use that to my advantage anywhere, anytime, but it's important to ethically use it, right? Because you don't want to just go around taking advantage of everyone, everywhere, and at any time. That's being a piece of shit. So this is a situation where you're the police of your own ability to influence others. And like it's not easy to do. Anybody can trick anybody if you just target them, right? That's not that tough. For example, like you can, if you're a woman, you can just play a baby crying in the background on a phone call and get whatever you want. You've created a sense of urgency and you can pump anything fucking through. The person on the other end of the phone is like, fuck this poor, they're dealing with a crying baby. The baby's probably hungry. They got to cook for the baby and they're sympathetic and they'll do anything to get you out of that situation, right? And you can
mention you're kind of programmed biologically when a baby's crying to have a hyper anxious state. When you're anxious, you're not thinking clearly.
Right. So that goes back to the ethics of the whole thing. And it's like, what are you trying to accomplish? And so if you're trying to like stay out of the purview of somebody who wants to like tax, regulate, control, or monitor you, enumerate you, or do something like that, A-okay, every single fucking time. But like lying for, I don't know, concert tickets or some shit like that, that's just petty and you're a piece of shit.
So one of the first instances of what I thought was social engineering when I was younger, I was watching this kind of underground hacker show called The Broken that was on YouTube. And the guy who started dig.com, which was kind of like Reddit before Reddit was around, ran this with a guy named Alex Albright. And he's showing how what he thinks social engineering is. He goes, hey guys, I'm going to show you how to social engineer a pizza. And the dude follows somebody into a pizza shop, listens to what order the guy places, and then leaves with the guy when the guy leaves without ever talking to the guy. And then he calls up the pizza shop and he's like, hey, I was just there. You know, I ordered a pepperoni pizza and the pepperoni was super freaking hard. You know, what can we do to make this right? And the pizza shop's like, well, you know, if you just take the pepperoni off. He's like, no, I would like for you guys to maybe get me another pizza or refund my money. They're like, well, we'll just make you another pizza. Come in. And he walks in and walks out with a pizza. That's not social engineering. That's being a piece of shit and taking advantage of a business, right? That's not social engineering. What social engineering is, it's like, at least when used within the ethical frameworks that the people who espouse how to use it correctly, is manipulation for at least some greater good. Now, sometimes that can be your greater good because you're doing a job. You're working with people to inject a sense of, oh shit, I shouldn't do this in a real situation. But when, for instance, one of the best social engineering talks I ever heard was this dude, Jason Street at DEF CON. Jason is probably a way better social engineer than I will ever be, and also a much better public speaker, right? But he also pissed me off because he picks on my friend Adrian online every now and then. But his talk was freaking amazing. He talks about how he's flown to another country. He doesn't speak the language. It's in South America. And he is tasked with getting a computer from behind a bank. When he doesn't speak the language, essentially he's supposed to get their computer and walk out with it. So he dresses up with a badge that says Microsoft. He walks behind. He doesn't really talk to anybody. He just acts like he belongs. And if anybody stops him, he just makes up a good excuse. So he walks behind the counter and he thinks he got caught. So he says, excuse me. And he's like, oh shit. And they actually speak English, thankfully. And he goes, how can I help you? And they go, well, my computer's really running slow. And he's wearing a badge that says he's from Microsoft. He goes, oh, well, since he knows that if you're going to social engineer, you need to have a good pretext. His pretext was he was an IT repair guy from Microsoft of all places, which is fairly unbelievable. But he then helped the person and fix their computer issue because he does, you should pick something you know how to do in case your pretext falls under some kind of suspicion. He fixes the person's computer, and then the computer right next to them, it's just sitting there, nobody's using it. And he goes, anybody else having computer problems? And they're like, yeah, this person right next to me. They're like, oh, well, this is a big problem. I'm gonna have to take this back to the shop. So he disconnects the cables and just walks out of the bank with the computer. Gets out of the bank. He's home free. When the people who dropped him off from the company come running up to him, Jason, you walked into the wrong bank. The manager comes out, is like pissed. And he manages to de-escalate the situation and turn it into that bank hiring his firm to do pen testing for them as well. I mean, freaking legendary. It's freaking great talk. And I don't know how much of it's bullshit, but he definitely tells it really well. So I like it, regardless of it may be. So like, that's really cool stuff to me. I always find that fascinating. I've gotten better at it myself, but I don't want to hog the mic. So I'm going to pass it back to one of you two to talk.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting subject. It's something that I used a lot when I worked in the workforce. I was number one in 2 Fortune 500 companies in retail. And the major reason why is because I knew how to put words together in a certain pattern to get the result that I needed. And including when I create presentations, what colors would impact people, I had an interest in what they would call occult knowledge. In fact, most of this knowledge comes a lot from MK Ultra studies, which was all research based on, bizarre cults, pagan cults, satanic cults, ways to control people's mind. And, if you think about it, you put your words together in a certain way, you get a cheaper price on a vehicle if you're negotiating prices. Maybe you don't get a discount at all. Or let's say if there's a significant other or person that you're attracted to and you want to ask them out, you might get slapped in the face if you put your words together in a certain way or get a certain tone. But if you come back and maybe you crack a joke and then you ask that same question in a different manner, you get the result you want. So a lot of different thought goes into how you can implement this. Now that's on a one-on-one scale. This can be used to social engineer the masses. And a lot of times when people give presentations or large scale political talks, it's used to social engineer people in a way. I feel that social engineering was used in a way that they say was good, but really was about lining the back pockets of big pharma. Would have been recently during COVID, right? We saw repeated gaslighting. We saw different tactics being used. But the overall consensus is if you didn't wear a mask, you weren't doing your part, you're killing grandma if you don't get your vaccine. It was all information and rhetoric that was repeated to create some form of mass formation psychosis, which is really what they were trying to push towards. If that was their goal using social engineering, that's what they got out of it. So the idea of social engineering is a very interesting thought all around. And there's a lot of different books. I know you mentioned speakers. I'm self-taught in this, and I've read a couple books on mind control. I've read MK Ultra, but there's a couple that were occult books that were very beneficial to me. One by Fritz Springmeier, and you guys can laugh at the title, but it's called The Illuminati Formula, and a lot of it was about occults and how they trauma bond and control people and get the reactions they want out of them. Another one was that was in the CIA database right now. You can go to the CIA.gov and read it, and it was in Osama bin Laden's collection. Was called Bloodlines Illuminati. They're both fringe books, but a lot of them touch base on the MK Ultra and the deeper mind of programming individuals and programming people. And both those books are highly expensive, but I do recommend picking them up if you get a chance to.
Again, keeping in line with the, I just remembered this was my phone, so I scrambled over there and got it real quick. So I'm going to run this thing up to the camera real quick, and I don't know well you guys are going to be able to see it. But this was actually social engineering, but it didn't have to do with trickery or anything. It had to do with jumping through loopholes, right? So I don't know how well you guys are going to be able to see this. Hold on, camera's not focusing on it.
That's not going to work. But I see a picture of a guy in a red hat and maybe a wallet or something, and a woman in a coat.
Yeah, no. So this is me and this unscrupulous son of a bitch that I know. A couple. Yes. Okay. We went up to the Southern District of New York several weeks before Lynn's son went on trial, and we went up there expressly to go meet with the people they send out to meet you. So that would be the marshals, that would be like the courtroom security and the sheriffs and all the people that they want to come out and scare you and they want to rattle your cage. right? So we went up there with our little jury info signs and our little FIJA.org fucking pamphlets, Fully Informed Jurors Association, and you go and you meet them inconsequentially. Well, we just hand these out to everybody. We're not targeting jurors. We just hang out here like psychopaths and do this, right? But so this is a different type of social engineering where they know what the lie is. We know what the lie is, but they can't stop us because they have to adhere to a protocol, right? And we're exploiting that protocol. That we just go, okay, you know you're going to see us back here in 2 weeks, but because we're here now, you can't fucking stop us. And it worked out really well until what they decided to do was during jury selection, they told the defense attorney, there's a bunch of bad people outside. And it wasn't just me and my friend Unscrupulous Bastard. It was other people. It was like Derek J. and some of the awesome people that were like doing like the No Victim, No Crime stuff, the fucking 40 years for a fucking website and like all the other stuff. There were a bunch of different groups. There were a couple people inside Larkin and somebody else, and they were watching the jury selection process while me and Unscrupulous Bastard were outside making sure that anybody, including potential jurors, would get these things. So we jumped through the hoop. Everything's cool. Everything's fine. Everything's cute. We did our part. They had to do their part, being pieces of dog shit. So Judge Forrester, acting like the prosecutor that she was, decided to tell everybody, like, if you've received one of these pamphlets, and it was one of the pamphlets we held up or that we were giving out, she was like, you're dismissed. You're not a juror, and you can go home. Just go home and get the fuck out of here right now, which was not jury tampering. And then there's another part of this. Yeah, whatever. There's probably another part of it. That's the end of that story for me.
I know the other part. I forgot. So social engineering can be used for all sorts of crap, right? And I think everybody can take some stuff from social engineering and use some of it to benefit themselves in a degree. I just caution you that when you do learn about these things, you try to not be a jerk, because like knowledge is power, and knowledge in the wrong hands can definitely be abused. And so one year I'm at DEF CON, the big hacker convention in Las Vegas, and the line is freaking like, it would be like 6 hours to wait to get the pass on the first day. And I don't want to do that. So I thought of this ahead of time, and a lot of people will try to cut the line. They'll go low profile. They'll try to sneak, or they'll try to like go up to somebody and say, hey, can I step behind you? I decided to go high profile, high visibility, just because nobody would expect it. So I put on a high visibility vest to go high profile. And I also grabbed the little cable tester that I had in my bag, and I made it look like I was going to help troubleshoot a problem at the front of the line and that I belonged there. And I'm walking there with my tool, and I have a big vest on, and several goons, the freaking security guys at DEF CON, saw me walking by, and everybody just assumed I belonged because I was walking with authority. I didn't stop and look like I was lost. I acted the part, I looked the part, and nobody questioned me. And when I got to the front of the line, I took the vest off and I bought my ticket. And as I started to walk away, a goon who had seen the whole thing comes up to me. He's like, so what's that cable tester for? And I'm like, oh, it's a tool. I use it to cut lines. And he laughed. And he said, good. Have a good day, sir. I mean, but at other conferences, I might have gotten in shit for that, but it's DEF CON. So, I mean, and this past year, I had my crowning achievement at DEF CON. So I pretended to be one of those security guys almost the whole conference, dressed like them, looked like them, even got invited to an after party for goons who are usually only there 20 plus years. And I heard a lot of the stories over the years that they would tell each other. So I kind of worked my way into some of the stories, like, hey, you remember the time so-and-so did this thing? And they would laugh, and we were joking. Not a single one of them realized I didn't belong. It was great. And I would even help people find where their room was for talks. It was fun. I might actually be a real one someday, but I mean, it's pretty cool to use these things. And look, I'm not an angel. Sometimes I'm going to use things for personal benefit. I think we all will. But I'm never going to use the things that I know to actually hurt people, where I'm going to cause financial harm or damage to somebody. So like, that's kind of my line, and it's my personal line. And I hope if you follow up and learn about this stuff, you draw similar personal lines and don't actually go and hurt somebody. Because I mean, these tactics can be used for evil, and they are used for evil every day. So learn about it. make your life a little bit better. Just don't hurt other people in the process. And that's kind of my takeaway. And just Tristan, I'm going to call you from now on. I renamed you.
Fired. No, I'm just kidding. It's interesting when we talk about social engineering because the future and what lies ahead with things like non-invasive brain-computer interfaces, meaning you don't even need a chip in your head to get programmed. I'm kind of curious to see how the programming works and if somebody could in the future maybe be able to just beam or download information into somebody's brain. They already have things like voice-to-skull technology. It's all really interesting stuff, but that's why a lot of people are like cybersecurity is so important. It's how are we going to protect ourselves? Maybe we'll wear tinfoil hats. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and give this to Nate here and let him give his final words. But you can find out about me at Kristan T. Harris on Twitter, x.com/The Rundown Live is my show. It's on KGRA weeknights. Check out KGRADB.com and therundownlive.com.
Yeah, in my opinion, like hacking started with somebody put a rock over a hole and put something important in the hole, and then somebody smashed that rock to get the fucking important thing out of the hole, right? And things have advanced since then, but fundamentally it remains the same. There's something that's being protected, and they have to get it by any means necessary. So social engineering was born many, many, many millennia ago when the first lie had to be told. Not a big deal, right? And then you have to get craftier and smarter and cuter about the whole thing. Ciphers and then like breaking ciphers, just really, really technological advancements on smashing a rock with another rock. So like keep that entire scope of things like in perspective. It really does, coming back to what Frank said, have to do everything with going, well, if I'm going to learn how to smash better rocks or how to protect my rocks better, I also have to be very, very ethical about it, because like the whole Spider-Man thing, like responsibility and fucking power, whatever, yeah, all that bullshit. So yeah, I think the Counterparty crew understands that there are bad actors. Commonly they wear collars or they wield things like gavels. Sometimes they have badges. They have all sorts of gang colors, but they're always equally malicious, and it's always okay to use any psychological weaponry that you have against them. Some would argue it's okay to use any weaponry at all you have against them, but we need another panel for that.
Yeah, one final thing. I also have a podcast. It's called Counter Surveil. We talk about ways that you can avoid surveillance technology and other interesting and related InfoSec topics every Monday on Iron Geek's YouTube channel. And we are streaming that there now as well as like 9 other places. And it's a lot of fun, man. And right now, live, we have 1,552 people watching. So that's pretty decent numbers right now for a live stream, I'd say. And, look, at the end of the day, if you're going to do this shit, just don't be a dick. It's like kind of golden rule. Don't be an asshole. So Nathan, my friend here, whose name eludes me.
Kristan.
I know I'm just messing with you. Or am I?
Good thing you're not asking me out on a date.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't use those pickup artist tactics like negging, would I? So when it comes to this shit, just don't be dick. And thank you all for watching. And now we're going to take some questions, starting with the gentleman in the back there. Can you run this mic to him?
I guess the natural question I got to ask you, as far as one of the greatest social engineers of all right now, is a man in Argentina. Have you guys watched what he does? Have you guys paid any attention to him? Because he is a master at all of this.
No, he didn't have to. He was deceived. He was very
Javier, I'm talking about Javier Milei. We have lots of libertarians who are honest and truthful, and the stupid animals don't like them. So
social engineering, buddy.
I didn't say it was social engineering, but I mean, he's actually motivated people to vote for him instead of getting 1 or 2% of the vote.
Wow. Gentlemen, who wants to take that one? It ain't going to be me. Or do we already take it?
I'm kind of unfamiliar with the individual you're talking about, but All right. Well, I know that social engineering can be used in many shapes and forms, and the results could change, or it could be different, and the outcomes could be different. Now, is somebody always using? I'd have to study this individual. I can't really give you an answer from my viewpoint. I know that you're passionate about it. I'm not aware of this, so I can't really speak on it. Do you have anything on this?
I don't know who the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, so we're in the same.
I'm trying to.
We're in the
heal
same thing.
myself, like that.
All right.
Said by just turning off the news. So.
Oh yeah, turning off the news is a great way to deprogram your mind. Yeah, it's kind of like resetting the computer. All right, do we have somebody else out there? Somebody have a question for us?
Questions, comments, feedback.
Anyone? Going once?
Going twice.
Oh, right over here.
Help me again, so I don't trip and knock this wire out.
I came in a little bit late, so you might have covered this, but how does neuro-linguistic programming play into all of this? Do you use that?
No, this was a 101 thing, and then B, your question, which is a great question, is so A, subject to speculation, and then B, theoretical in nature, that we can give long-winded responses, and then it can turn into a debate, and it would probably be interesting and probably fruitful, but I don't think that for the terms and purposes of this gathering, this conference. Awesome. We didn't cover that shit. I got you. I'm very aware we didn't touch on AI or anything like that, and what it does in phishing and moving the fucking post. I'm with you. We didn't cover it for a reason. It's just too tough.
So some hackers that I know, Chris Hadningy, for example, employs neuro-linguistic programming amongst his various different skill sets to achieve the outcomes that he desires. Personally, I'm not really a big fan of a lot of the NLP stuff. I see it as a different type of manipulative that I'm not really comfortable with. But to each their own. And as long as you get results and you're not being a dick, I'm good. So.
Story of how it affected Bitcoin growth if you want.
Yeah, come on up and speak it. Take my seat so I can sit down.
Okay, hello everybody. So we're here at Made at the Citadel. I'm from Bitcoin Grove, kind of one of the hosts of this event. So social engineering kind of affected our community. So we're part of Bitcoin. So we have this regular Bitcoin brunch, and let's just say over time there's this guy that would come, and it turns out he was like trying to figure out all the relationships we have with each other and who does what and who's interested in what. And then later on, it's currently happens pretty regularly. There's very good like a really accurate social, like I almost fell for it. So we know one of our members has like these little miners for Bitcoin, and then it's like, oh, how's it going? Oh, okay. So like he's basically using all of this knowledge that he got like way previously to like try and get us. And he was really good, and it was like kind of scary because like one of our members fell for it and it gave him some Bitcoin. For me, he asked me like, oh, do you know anybody that has some relationship with some ATM, because I need some temporary Bitcoin so that I can pay for this miner I just got. And then I refer him to someone I know. I was like, oh, and he looked like it seemed like the real guy on the message, but it wasn't.
That guy got two of my friends in Austin did the same thing.
Okay.
Hey, I'm buying some miners, and we gotta go send this guy to go get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had an audience member saying the same guy in Austin did the same thing with the miners, and then another member also of the audience had the same thing happen. So my rule now is if anybody asks for money, it better be in person, because I almost fell for it twice. Because one guy wanted to get into the conference. He's like, hey, they won't let me get this whale pass unless I need like $100 in Bitcoin or something. I was like, so I looked at it and I was like, it really seems like the guy, and he's talking the same way, and he like knows me, and like, but I was like, no, I'm just not gonna answer, and just it's a real guy, oh well, but like I'm not gonna give him money anyways, but like just be careful, don't give anybody money pretty much unless it's in real life. That's what we learned.
So one of the coolest things talking about DEF CON is I made it through 3 DEF CONs without a badge. Now, I was in a village, so I only had to venture out of the village into DEF CON to deal with the goons a few times. And my biggest weapons my only weapon was an empty tape roller, right? So if you lean forward and you have an empty tape roller, everybody looks at it and knows you're looking for a roll of tape. Nobody that's looking for a roll of tape is happy because that shit is petty. That's a stupid, petty problem. No one's going to bother you. They're like, fuck him, fuck that fucking guy and his problems, right? But so one of the greatest things that I did with social engineering was I conned a lot of the speakers here into thinking that I was one of the scheduling organizers.
Ooh, that reminds me.
Who's up next? Anyone else?
So who spoke on time?
Who here thinks I'm an MC or something? Because I was just the first speaker and I helped run AV and had like just kind of took over without asking. So wait till you get a mic. 1 second, my friend. You might have to stand and stuff. Yeah, sure, I'll stand and go.
I was going to ask about social engineering as a form of self-defense. Like, let's say a woman makes a false accusation against you. I mean, these are things you cannot defend yourself against with reason.
That's not social engineering. You just defend yourself with truth. If you have to social engineer, you're lying.
That doesn't work.
If you have to social engineer your way out of an accusation rather than defend your way out of an accusation, then that makes you most probably a culprit. Okay, then I can speak to that. This is a very unpopular thing. It's my life. There's a huge bias towards believing women. A lot of men suffer. This isn't a good way to go for the conversation, but I can tell you I've had extraordinary harm done to my life because of that. So I get what you're saying, but I don't have a way out.
All right, guys. Thank you guys very much for this talk. Appreciate you guys. And you guys can find us on here. Thanks to Tatiana. Guys, give it up for Tatiana. We had a lot of stress putting this together and overcome incredible obstacles. There you go. Here's Tatiana.
Thanks, everybody. This has been a mega day. I feel like this whole weekend has been a real marathon. I'm glad it's almost over. But I've had an amazing time, and I feel like we've had just so much good content. I'm really grateful for everybody to be here, so thank you. The next speaker we have coming up is my friend Grant coming in. We are friends because of our Polishness, because of our passion for Bitcoin, also because of we're both kind of in the music business, right? So, but the one thing that we don't have in common is space. I don't want to go to space, okay? It's all you guys. I'm not interested. Candy wants to go. That's fine. Anybody else wants to go to space? That's good. Outer space. But maybe some people want to make money like putting things in outer space. I don't know what this whole space thing is about. So he's going to tell us, and he's going to tell us about the project. So Grant, I'm ready for you whenever you are, but clearly you're not ready for me. So once upon a time, I was in Warsaw, and I said to myself, I'm going to go meet Grant. And we met at the Palace of Culture, Pałac Kultury. And the Palace of Culture is a beautiful building in the center of Warsaw. And as a tourist, I
All right, it's back up.
And it's actually coming out. No, Luke's not feeling that right now. He wasn't feeling well. He came and now he's supported in that way, but I think it's
Do you need the projector?
Yeah, just turn on if you could.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get slides up.
Grant's cool ass shoes. I know. Those socks.
The socks were just for you. So I adjusted the whole presentation for a little Bitcoin end, so to say.
Hi, Dan.
Mic check.
Like, good.
Should the slides go to you or?
I already got the slides.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
gonna be putting them up. We can get the projector back on.
Should they plug into you or?
Yeah, plug them into me.
Okay.
Is that we can get them on the live stream.
Cool. You got it tilted a little bit, so when I switch, you'll see where I switch.
Yep.
It's booting up.
I'm on the live stream. How many people we got?
That would be 1,567.
Let's put the laptop
Yeah,
down here.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm a walker anyway, so the more
Okay.
space you give me, the better. So let's make sure this microphone's got its length. Cool. Yes. Cool. Let me know when you're ready. Hello, everyone. First off, I want to thank Tatiana for welcoming me here. Today, it's an infinite topic, so I'm going to try to run through infinity quite quickly. And because I've always felt there's a certain Bitcoin ethos here, I decided to add a little angle towards it in the second half that puts a little focus on Bitcoin. I'm Grant Blaisdell. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Copernic Space. What we're really building is the marketplace on blockchain for this new space economy, connecting all of these emerging space ventures, creating some of the most important value solutions that benefit life on Earth, and connecting that with you guys, the wider commercial market, the investor market, so we can fuel these amazing advancements and entrepreneurs. A little bit about myself real quick. Who is this guy up here talking about space? Why can he talk about space, etc.? I've been an entrepreneur around the startup field since I was 19, so almost going on 2 decades now. originally out of the digital media space. How do we build these platforms, marketplaces for digital content, which are really digital assets? Been in the blockchain space for over a decade, so I'm kind of what you would call an OG. And before I built Copernic Space, I built ventures like CoinFirm, which is a leading analytics and AML platform in the crypto and blockchain market. But I am also third generation space. So the ethos, the values, the purpose behind this company, this venture that we're doing at Copernic Space starts with my grandfather, who built the original space program in Poland in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and has the oldest works I know of around this concept of democratizing access to space. That's why you'll see my co-founder has the same last name as me. She's known as Lady Rocket. It's my mother and my co-founder, because this is a generational legacy we're accomplishing with this opportunity. She has her own decades, let's say her own legacy of leading major tech corporations and being a real innovator and visionary with her own startups. I'm not going to try to open this opportunity thing up too much. You see the wealthiest big guys in the world, some of them even quitting their jobs that made them that, to invest themselves into this new space economy. Just recently, this market privatized. It privatized quite late, so it hasn't gone through this commercial, this digital revolution that almost every other market has gone through. Obviously, this is going to become one of the largest and most important markets in what we're turning it into, asset classes of all time. But what I want to instill on you is, once again, space has been bad at communicating this throughout its history, because it's, engineers and genius guys focusing on that. But space has been and will be more and more responsible for creating some of the most important innovations that lead to solutions that improve life on Earth. So that's, really what's standing behind all of this, okay? And you have a new emerging market with thousands of new entrepreneurs, and you have millions of people, companies, enthusiasts, investors around the world that want access to this market, can benefit access to this market. But what's the issue is really the market hasn't been created. Once again, it's quite new. It recently privatized. It's been built on very archaic models, usually focused around government and these massive kind of contracts around that. So there's a lack of an ability for these new space ventures to access, your support and to be able to commercialize and provide new value to the market through these, what we call real world space assets that they're creating. So this is a market where really it's the first time ever for the blockchain crypto people here that we get to build the infrastructure, the foundation for what's going to be one of the largest markets ever on chain, on an entirely new foundation that we're all have been fighting for X amount of time, years, depending on who's in the room right now. So what are we looking to do that? We're looking to turn that into an actual market with real scalability, real applications, okay? So that there's millions of these transactions happening every day across different levels of assets with benefits and value, whether they're economic or they're real utility like satellite imagery and data, right? So what have we built? We focused on two things and two classes of space assets. I mentioned real world space assets, and the other one is financial space assets. What we've built so far is a platform on chain and a marketplace to service real world space assets. These are these tangible assets with unique ownership and value and utility. SpaceX's main business model, the space in their rockets, what's being put in these rockets, satellite data, billions of dollars in intellectual property that's locked away in space, okay? How do we create a format standards for all of these assets and create a marketplace for you to access them? The other one is financial space assets, a little bit more fun and mass application for people. This is the financial models, the vehicles, the tokens that represent investments or liquidity provided in all of these great ventures that are creating these real world space assets. And I'm going to tell you now how we're actually implementing this into the market, right? So when we, format got weird. So when we, don't worry about it, buddy. We'll go around it. So when we actually started, we wanted to focus on what we call data-driven assets and those financial space assets. But when we started communicating our vision and our goals to the market, space companies started coming to us. And the first ones really were companies focused on moon missions. So we said, okay, let's build a standard for these companies on how they can turn what they're doing into assets and then fractionalize and commercialize those assets across a broader part of the market. So we built a standard for physical assets, then which we commercialized already on the market, right? So we built that with moon companies. We commercialized it with the European Space Company the other year. Then we foresaw that digital space, computation capacity, all these sort of things are going to be even more in demand and scalable over time. So we built what we call the digital space asset standard. We're implementing that, improving that, and commercializing that right now with our own moon mission, which launched last week, which I'll get into in a moment. And then we have these financial space assets, which we've already proven with our own moon mission. We just didn't launch it on platform for SEC, et cetera, reasons, but we went to an investor. We said, hey, we want to do this mission. This is how I'm going to commercialize it. This is going to be your revenue share. And he walked away, plus on that quite well. And we financed our mission without going to a VC and financing with equity, et cetera. Okay, so already proving that these are viable models in the wider space and commercial market. So, the big premier thing that we've done is our first moon mission. It launched last week, actually out of Cape Canaveral. So we had a launch event around that. We have more events at Kennedy Space Center around the world coming up around that, where we did what? We actually said, okay, investor, give us this. We bought our own payload. Look at it as like, digital hardware space, so to say. And we tokenized that asset, fractionalized it, and offered it to our supporters, our users, the wider commercial market to be able to what? Buy rights to that space, put their digital asset on it, and then verify and tokenize their own asset, right? So they have verified ownership of what they're sending to the moon, and they can then list that and trade ownership of these assets and whatever utilities they want to attach to them on our marketplace further. So people ask, like, what are people doing? What is it? We have space companies that are going up with us, crypto projects, from varieties of, communities and chains, AI pioneers, some consumer brands. We even have corporates and, big consulting firms that have joined up on this mission, but we don't leave humanity out of it. So, I'm a creator. I'm kind of an artist personality myself. Yeah, you can keep going with that until you hit this one. Just keep clicking away. No, sorry, you don't see it. My bad, buddy. There you go. Either way, so we also open this up to humanity in a wider sense and also philanthropic end. So we have the Lady Rocket Foundation for years, and it's tied to everything that we do. We have education programs in schools around the world. This is how we bridge kind of youth into becoming, early stakeholders, players in space. So we're sending, their art to the moon as well. And also some really cool cases, for the space industry, which is the first registration of a company on the moon. We verify, tokenize their registration that's now sitting on the moon, and then they go to, their earthly governments and get that verified. So, setting lots of different industry standards through one mission. And that's just the first part. The next one is, okay, now we're going to verify and mint these assets according to our standard we built with space companies and enable you to trade this. So you'll be able to buy and trade ownership of literal assets on the moon over the next coming months. And we're going to have events around the world. So if you want to join us, come up to me and talk. And then as Trump has come in, the SEC is going to change its approach a little bit. So we're able to more successfully go and push our financial space asset application, which is called Space Pool. Okay. And understand that this is a landscape that is already existing and building, this collision of crypto, Web3, and this new space economy. So, you see us right here. We're really the only kind of macroeconomic tokenized marketplace around this aspect. And you see there's even, big players are looking into how to utilize this technology in various ways, whether it's economically or what I'm going to kind of touch on with Bitcoin here in a little bit, which is what is Bitcoin's kind of role in this. So I think Bitcoin has, by design, certain limitations, for better and in some cases for worse. And I think those principles and limitations should be respected in some way. But the way that we viewed it for ourselves, for example, you have this asset data security for these ventures for their assets. Okay. I don't view Bitcoin as this main chain that's going to be running and doing these complex smart contracts and revenue sharing and, you know, integrating APIs into NFTs. It's not really what it was built for. But what it can be built for and used for is it is the backbone of trust. Okay, so for the big important things, the underlying assets, the verification system, the forever kind of provenance of these assets can be built utilizing Bitcoin's blockchain. Okay, the other aspect is creating a Bitcoin infrastructure in space. I've talked to some people about this, and you'll see this in the future case with this Bitcoin mining. But there are companies already who are launching Bitcoin nodes into space and utilizing that for, let's say, more secure sort of transactions, verifications, etc. This also relates towards transactions and things on Earth. So let me give you an example, a satellite phone, right? People will be like, oh, I have a satellite phone. You know, no matter what's happening in the world, I can, you know, call my daughter on the other end through my satellite phone. But they don't understand that even though satellite phones are dependent on terrestrial operations here on Earth, right? So how do we kind of off-world our infrastructure to provide us an extra security layer? And a cool one that we actually have a commercial case with, we're not going to be able to pull Bitcoin mining in space off with our first commercial case, just because the amount of, you know, just the infrastructure needed to do that successfully is something that you have to build towards. It's not something you're going to do on the first case. But crypto mining in space, right, which serves as a foundation for off-worlding computation and AI. For those who don't understand, even though I believe innovations will be made that make that a lot more effective and sustainable on Earth, Ireland right now is spending 25% of its energy grid on data centers. Okay, and we're just scratching the surface as far as our needs for these data centers and computation. So what's the solution to that? We off-world it. Okay, one of the biggest energy sources around computation mining is cooling. Space is a naturally cooling environment. What is the pure energy source? Once again, back to space innovations. Solar panels were built for space. They work in space the way they were supposed to work. They don't work on Earth the way that they're supposed to work. So you have a 24/7 energy source. And also you're going to start seeing evolution of energy sources. Space is going to be the frontier as to testing new energy, specifically micronuclear reactors. Okay, so what you're going to see in the near future is the off-worlding of big data computation infrastructure into space through, let's say, renewable or more sustainable energy sources, and even being able to beam energy back to Earth potentially, which there's a lot of guys smarter than me that have ventures opened on this aspect right now. So back to this thing is a lot of the solutions and needs that we're looking for on Earth are going to be solved in space. And every industry pretty much you guys can think of either is or will very soon be actively involved in space, whether it's pharma, it's food growth, whatever it is, they are going to be pushing the boundaries through space. And through what we're doing as a platform, you'll get to be participants, stakeholders in various ways in that market. So how can you join what we're doing? So we're testing kind of how to build this space market. And we not only want to set the next standards of tokenizations, how NFTs are used through real world space assets, but also the entire idea of what an NFT is attached to a product, a platform, a community. So we created something called Space Passports. They unlock both IRL as well as on platform benefits, utilities, whether it's discounts, first access, even free payloads on our missions. We're preparing a moon mission #2 for the end of the year. So at Copernic Space and just what I've done in the crypto market the past 10 years, for my personal, let's say, wealth, better or worse, has been to try to set, the next standards of what this market should act like. Next one. Right, Lady Rocket Foundation, another way, one back. There you go. That's another way you can get involved in what we're doing. So we've done loads of philanthropic things utilizing both space and crypto here on Earth, whether it comes to animals. That's why you see the cat coin thing up there, is because we, for example, did an event at a rocket launch with them, and then we went down the street and they donated to, the cat sanctuary by the rocket launch, right, in Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. We have programs all around the world, educating kids in schools around space and even crypto and NFTs as well. And, don't take us as a company that's just like launching a moon mission and that's what we do. We're, an infrastructure, enterprise grade platform with a marketplace. We're going to be bringing you and scaling more and more opportunities for you to get involved. So you want to learn more, you want to play a role in what we're doing, whether it's through the foundation, whether it's as a passport holder, whether it's on our next moon mission. Come up to talk to me. I'm relatively nice, and obviously a big incentive I have, and a big curve for us as a company is communication, is education. This is the first time, most people are like, hey, have some ownership in space. So I want to thank all of you again. If you want to contact me, you got my email there. I just leaked that to 1,500 people online, so let's see what comes through. But follow us on Copernic Space as well, at Copernic Space, like you see there. You'll find us on social medias. Pay attention to what we're doing. We're all about bringing you guys into becoming participants in space so we can build a more diverse, distributed, decentralized, equitable space economy, which is going to be, once again, probably the largest and most important market to ever exist on Earth. So thank you once again, and I'm open to plenty questions.
Any questions, comments?
I'm scared of this guy. You're going to kill me, man? He's going to ask me if the moon landing's fake.
No, I don't know. He's a good dude. I know him outside of here. Just angry about something.
He's not hard. I'm an intense guy, so
you're going to have to stand again, friend. You're still not going to reach.
Yeah. I think the thing about, say, doing this energy production on the moon and stuff is a great idea, but how do you get the energy from the moon to Earth? There's still also the question of latency between the planets.
So I say this to people a lot. So, this is built on legacy of my grandpa, who was the genius guy, published by NASA and stuff, building the rockets. I say, you know what, I'm not smart enough to figure out what he just asked. I'm answering you, though. So I'm not smart enough to figure out exactly the answer to what you asked. I'm just smart enough and just dumb enough to see what's the macroeconomic solution that's needed to facilitate and fuel the guys who do answer those sort of questions. So around latency, yes, there's latency around things, but you got to view this in a way more like Columbus discovering the New World, which is we have to build an entirely almost new idea and system and how things work behind it that at some points might be a little disconnected from the homeland, so to say. Okay. Any more questions? We can talk separately. You guys can come and hassle me all you want. Just bring a beer with you.
Thank you.
I want to go. Thank you, Grant. That was great. All right, so Aaron and Eileen have been going all around the country for, I don't know, how long has it been? A couple years now. And they have been raising awareness about CBDCs in a way that I think is really compelling and easy to understand and terrifying. Not really sure where we're at with solutions based on what you've talked about so far, but I think this should be a real eye-opening talk. So I'm going to invite everybody to, hey guys, if you guys are going to talk, if you could go to the side, thank you. He's like, no, sorry. This is a really good talk, and you guys are just talking at the same time. So I don't want to have at the same, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to break up the fun, but I'm just saying Aaron's been waiting a long time and he's awesome. So I'm going to try and remind everybody that this is like one of our keynote talks that we have. Like, I'm so excited. And especially Michael, we got to find him. And also Grant, thank you very much for educating us there. I appreciate it. Thanks also to our technical team. I think that they've been doing a really great job, especially considering like that we had to move places and all these things. So thanks guys. I appreciate it. And all right, without further ado, Aaron Day, tell us about what the hell we have to worry about next.
We do have slides. Are you know them too? We did. Okay, 1 second. Where's should I stand here or over here?
Either way, as long as it's somewhere in the shot, I'm happy. Whatever you're comfortable with.
See how this goes. Mike, am I in? Most of you actually have already heard this, so parts of it. What? There we go. I'm good. I'm good. I got it. I'm good.
Candace, right?
Candace? No. Aaron Day.
Okay. Got it now. Sorry for the delay.
So I will say going into this, the world has basically changed in the last week. So even what my talk was going to be about has changed topics 3 or 4 times over the course of the last week. So this is going to be a smattering of a variety of different things. I'm going to talk a little bit about CBDCs. I'm also going to talk about political prisoners like Roger Ver, which is, in my opinion, related to CBDCs. So it's going to be kind of a broad talk in 30 minutes covering a wide variety of different areas.
Cool.
Aaron! That's not my talk, but. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. My name is Aaron Day. I am the CEO of the Daylight Freedom Foundation, which I started with my beautiful wife and better half, Eileen. For the last 2.5 years,
I've been focused on trying to warn people about CBDCs, which I think are the single biggest threat to human history and to humanity. And along with that, pointing out Joe Biden's executive order 14067, which had authorized the U.S. government to both explore CBDC as well as take a whole of government approach to cracking down on CBDCs. And it's that whole of government approach, which is why we now have dozens of companies and people in prison, which I will touch on. So today we have three primary focus areas. One is advocating for political prisoners. So there are literally people in prison or facing, in some cases, essentially life sentences because of Executive Order 14067. And the good news is Trump actually rescinded Executive Order 14067. The problem is we still have this after effect of having all of these companies and all of these individuals that are still suffering under Biden's lawfare regime. We also go around the country doing essentially 4-hour workshops where we not only inform people about the threat of CBDCs, but we introduce people to how to live on privacy cryptocurrencies for day-to-day living. Actually, I exited and stopped using a personal bank account in 2019, and starting last year shifted entirely into privacy coins, because the answer to CBDCs equal the complete surveillance state, the complete programmability and tracking and censorability of money, which will actually then be tied to social credit systems. The opposite of surveillance is privacy. Privacy is absolutely critical. And then we also champion freedom and educate people on why we are looking at facing CBDCs, which is actually the movement of technocracy, where we basically replace individual rights and property rights with a technocratic elite, scientists and engineers that basically make decisions for us. It's essentially the end of free will. So with that, start with this.
As an American. And it's those American ideals that made me so excited about Bitcoin. But as I'm filming this might be my face life in prison up to 109 years. Final moments of freedom. This might be my eyes when you could. My name is Roger Ver. I was the first person in the entire world to start investing in the Bitcoin ecosystem. I was born an American, I am an American, and I will die as an American. And it's those American ideals that made me so excited about Bitcoin. But as I'm filming this might be my very final moments of freedom. By later tonight in Spain, I could very well be in a Spanish prison on my way back to the United States to face life in prison up to 109 years. Not because I've done anything wrong, but because of my activism within cryptocurrency. But there's some people who hate America. They've used lawfare against people that are spreading American ideals. And if there's anybody that knows what it's like to be the victim of lawfare for spreading American ideals, it's Donald Trump. They're doing the exact same thing to me that they've done to you. I love America. I never would have left if it wasn't for these people that hate America using lawfare to drive me away from America, to make it so I didn't even feel safe in the land that I love.
My life was saved for a reason.
That's why I need your help, because I was lucky enough to have been born in the greatest country on earth, but by the time I die, I want it to be even greater. I gave up my citizenship because I knew some U.S. government agencies would keep targeting me for my political views and past activism. And indeed they have. It was one of the hardest and saddest decisions I have ever made, because America is my home. Please help me be allowed to participate in the amazing things that are happening in America. I want to help with it. I want to invest my money in America. Please, Donald Trump, I need your help to end this lawfare and allow me to come home so that I can help you make America great again. Please help.
So I think that's a great video. Since about May, I've been trying to raise awareness on this issue. We've been trying to push to get a pardon for Roger. He's facing 109 years in prison. And if you don't know much about Roger's background, he was known as Bitcoin Jesus. He was the first merchant to take Bitcoin, first major investor in the Bitcoin ecosystem. He was punished for his libertarian beliefs. Back in 2000, he ran for political office in California, and he was arrested for selling fireworks without a permit. He was the only one in the world actually arrested for this. So he spent 10 months in prison and basically suffered emotional abuse, horrible situation, so he decided he had to leave the United States. So immediately in the early 2000s, he left, moved to Japan, and sought extradition, or excuse me, not extradition, sought to find another country for legal residence. And so during that time, he found and discovered Bitcoin, introduced everybody to it. In fact, this entire cryptocurrency space wouldn't be where it is if it weren't for Roger. The IRS decided when you leave the United States and you actually go through the formal process, you have to pay an exit tax. They basically value all your assets and you have to pay some percentage on it. Roger knew he would be targeted, and so he hired the best lawyers and accountants that he could. In fact, there's all the documentation showing, he's like, look, they're going to go after me. Let's take a conservative approach. So he paid his exit tax, thought everything was okay. And a few years later, they come after him. They say, listen, you haven't paid enough. You've committed tax fraud. And then because you filled out your taxes and sent them through the mail, 3 different returns, it's mail fraud, 30 years for each count. So you add all this up, he's looking at 109 years. And this is a guy who actually paid his taxes, actually worked with accountants, and worked with lawyers, which in 2014, people didn't know how to treat Bitcoin. Was it an asset? Was it a currency? There was a lot of confusion about that. Also at the same time, the largest cryptocurrency exchange, Mt. Gox, collapsed. So had Roger actually sold all of his crypto, it would have dumped the market. He probably would have paid next to nothing anyway, based on how you calculate the valuation with that kind of an impact. So there was, and during this process, his attorney-client privilege was breached. They sent armed IRS agents to his lawyers' offices, stole his confidential communication. And this has now been going on for tax issues related to 2014. There was a lull in the action. There was a few years where nothing was going on with this case, and Roger just assumed they dropped the case because it was absurd. There were a lot of people that didn't pay tax at all. In fact, Coinbase had issued 80 or 90,000 different 1099s retroactively to people that just didn't pay, didn't know to pay, didn't think to pay. Roger actually paid his taxes, and he found himself at the end of April arrested in Spain, thrown into the same prison his friend and fellow libertarian John McAfee died in. And he's been there now for 9 months facing extradition. And again, to me, this is all related to Executive Order 14067, which is why I took an interest in it. Unfortunately, the bad news is there are a lot of people pushing this and trying to get this in front of President Trump, including Elon Musk, who did raise the issue. And this just came in this morning at 1:54. Roger Ver gave up his U.S. citizenship. No pardon for Ver. Membership has his privileges. So again, this is the fight isn't over, but if you had talked to me last night, I was excited and thought there was a pretty good chance he would be pardoned very soon, within the next 30 days, and then we got kind of hit by this. So Roger's sitting there in Spain. He's probably going to be arrested any day now. John McAfee was there for 244 days, lost his final appeal, and was found dead 24 hours later. Roger's been there for almost 30 days longer, and I think he just lost his last appeal, or he may have one appeal left, but he's waiting a judgment. And again, he's looking at 109 years. So one thing I really appreciate it if everybody could do is there are two things that you can actively do to help Roger, which is sign an open letter at his website, freerogernow.org. This is kind of similar to what Ross Ulbricht did. They collected 600,000 signatures and actually played into Ross being able to earn a pardon. And then there's another QR code here. So if you guys want to do this now, unless you have already done it, I think a lot of you have probably already done it. There's another QR code that will take you to a page where you can send a letter or an email directly to President Trump urging him to pardon Roger. Here are the implications of this case if Roger loses. It means no one has attorney-client privilege. It means the IRS can come in armed and steal your privileged communications. This is a sacred right. It means you can't rely on counsel anymore. You can't rely on your accountants or your lawyers. That doesn't matter. You follow advice, we're still going to throw you in prison. And by the way, throughout this entire process, they've never told Roger how much he owes. He's never been offered the ability to settle, and he has no idea how much they think he's supposed to pay. They've even filled out right-to-know requests, FOIA requests to find out this information. So this is just the further criminalization of success, and it's the continued weaponization of the tax system, which, by the way, all of these things also have happened in parallel to Donald Trump. Trump lost his attorney-client privilege with Michael Cohen. He's had similar of these issues, particularly in the state of New York. So this isn't just a Bitcoin issue. It's not just a Roger issue. This affects anyone that relies on an attorney, counts on attorney-client privilege. And one other thing about the tax code is 75,000 pages, 16 million words. So they can get any one of us, because I don't know how many of you have read all 16 million words. If they want to get you, they're going to get you, even if you hire competent counsel. So in addition to Roger's impact in the crypto space, he's also one of the biggest advocates and supporters of liberty and voluntarism causes. He was the largest individual donor to Ross Ulbricht's legal campaign. He donated to the Foundation for Economic Freedom. He was the founding donor and board member of the Brownstone Institute, which works on, has been fighting mandates, the censorship industrial complex, and the whole era of COVID tyranny. And he's been a staunch supporter of other anti-war causes, and he's helped many people individually that have faced extensive legal battles and lawfare from the state. So he is truly one of the best people that we have in this liberty community. Part of why this case also was interesting to me is my wife and I sat in on a sentencing hearing for a guy named Ian Freeman. I don't know if you've heard of Ian Freeman from Free Talk Live. Roger actually learned about Bitcoin from Ian Freeman. And so I actually asked Roger, I said, listen, Ian has a sentencing hearing coming up. Would you mind, helping to promote this so we can pack the courtroom? So he did. And this tweet was, the man who first told me about Bitcoin is about to be sentenced to federal prison for victimless crimes. If you're in New Hampshire, please show up in person. We were there. It was an absolute travesty, this case against Ian. Similar situation. Ian had actually gotten a legal letter saying he didn't need a money transmitter license, thought he was following all the rules. They spent significant resources over multiple years staging a case, bringing in people to basically entrap him, being very selective with the evidence. And in the end, he was sentenced to 8 years in federal prison. Just 7 months later, Roger was arrested. And so when I realized that CBDCs were a threat, and I understood what Executive Order 14067 was all about, my goal, and what we've been trying to do for the last couple of years, is warn people in advance. Warning people is now too late. Now it's just describing what's going on. All I wear are shirts like this with various people that, have been thrown in prison for non-crimes, primarily related to creating crypto, liberty-friendly crypto, that is the antidote to CBDCs. That is the kind of overlapping Venn diagram. It's liberty and crypto people that are explicitly targeted. So one other activism thing for you, if you want. Ian Freeman has a hearing, an appeal hearing on his case on February the 5th in Boston. And he also has a website, freeiannow.org. So you can also take a picture of the QR code. It would really help out there as well. We're going to be attending that also. So again, this executive order 14067 is a disaster, and most people don't know about it. Or if they do know about it, they think about it just in the context of it's Biden's plan to investigate a CBDC. One of the first things that I did when I realized this threat is I wrote a book called The Final Countdown, which I don't recommend you buy because it's now completely out of date. But I went around and talked to the other presidential candidates, including Vivek Ramaswamy, who read the book, who I had 3 conversations with. And it was one of the things that pushed him to push Trump to come out against CBDCs in the New Hampshire primary, because I'm from New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project, and he knew that he was still in a contested primary with Nikki Haley. And so this was an issue where he could get some traction. And so, you know, at least maybe there's some good that came out of it. But when I say whole of government, I want to walk through some of the implications here. So with the SEC, there have been over 127 actions against companies. The DOJ has gone after coin mixing services like Samurai and Tornado. The IRS, in addition to doing targeting, now is requiring people to report their self-custody crypto holdings. They're already working with Coinbase and other exchanges to use AI to analyze transactions. So it's a pretty horrible situation. We have the FDIC working on debanking. Now, I mean, I was first debanked in 2008. I'm sure a lot of us here have either been debanked, or we probably all know multiple people that have been debanked. I guess it's just news now that Mark Andreessen talked about it, but ratcheting that up with Operation Choke Point 2.0, that was part of Executive Order 14067. And the largest settlement in the United States Treasury history, $4 billion, happened all under this executive order. So this has been hell. It has been a complete attack on the entirety of cryptocurrency. I'll skip ahead. So again, that's where we are, and we still have most of these situations with the SEC and all of these other government entities. These are still ongoing cases. These cases have not been dropped. The civil cases have not been dropped. The criminal cases have not been dropped. So on the one hand, the executive order was rescinded, and moving forward, we have a completely different environment, but all of the people that were targeted are still being targeted, and the lawfare continues today. This is going to get even more fun. So, all right, so switching from that, I want to say this. We actually already have a CBDC. Most of the time when I talk to people about CBDCs, what are they worried about? They're worried about their finances being tracked. They are worried about their money being programmable, and they're worried about being censored or debanked. Those are the big concerns. All of that happens today. All of that's been happening for quite some time. Our money itself is over 92% digital. People are not using cash. Think about it. If you have these cash Fridays or whatever it is, great. You're going to get, you know, you're going to buy lunch or you're going to buy a haircut with cash. All of your direct deposits, your mortgage, almost everything that you do is using digital cash. Money itself is created when the federal government issues an IOU to the Federal Reserve, and then the Federal Reserve creates the money out of thin air in an Oracle database. So all of the checks that the federal government writes are coming out of an Oracle database. That to me sounds like a central bank digital currency. Money is already programmable. If you have a health savings account or a flexible spending account for healthcare purchases, that is programmable money. It is money using our existing banking system that you can only use on specified healthcare related expenses at certain times and from certain retailers. A company called Doconomy has actually partnered with the United Nations to create a MasterCard that tracks your carbon usage and actually shuts off the card when you've used too much carbon. All of this uses the existing system. So if you're sitting there saying, I'm worried about a potential CBDC, all of the things you're worried about, you already have and you don't know it. They're tracking us. I wrote an article about this for Brownstone, 13 different ways. The IRS is using AI working with banks. And by the way, read the terms and service of your banking agreement. They can sell or share your data. They can terminate the contract without cause. They can change the fees without your consent, and they can change the terms without your consent. The money in your bank account does not belong to you. The data about your transactions also does not belong to you. They can even use elements of the Patriot Act and the Bank Secrecy Agreement the Bank Secrecy Act to come in, shut down your bank account, and issue a national security letter where you can't talk to anybody about it, including a lawyer. This exists today, not in the future. And as far as censorability, I mean, again, people are being debanked, and it's not just people in crypto. We learned recently that Melania Trump was debanked. Barron Trump was debanked. Nicholas Fuentes was debanked. Kanye West was debanked. Dr. Joseph Mercola was debanked. So this isn't a crypto-related situation, and these are people that were convicted of no crime. In fact, they weren't even charged with a crime. You can be debanked without any reason today, and it happens more often than people know. And just because President Biden rescinded the executive order, just because President Trump rescinded Executive Order 14067 does not mean the threat is over. We have to worry now about bank-issued stablecoins. So if JP Morgan Chase is issuing a stablecoin, that is programmable money. The fact that it's issued by JP Morgan Chase as opposed to the Federal Reserve should be no solace to you whatsoever. You're going to get the same surveillance, the same programmability, and the same trackability. Also, rescinding this executive order just means the federal government isn't pursuing a CBDC. And although it also directs the Federal Reserve not to pursue a CBDC, the Federal Reserve has worked on at least 3 CBDC projects that I know of going back, in some cases, 8 years, including Project Hamilton, which is a collaboration between MIT and the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, which has some influence by Bitcoin programmers and developers. This CBDC can do 1.8 million transactions per second. So if the Federal Reserve wanted to challenge Trump, they may have very good grounds. You also have Tether and other private stablecoins. I personally think Tether may turn out to be one of the biggest frauds in United States history, and I will be writing more about that. But this is kind of a scary thought. I mean, you basically have a company that's been creating tokens out of thin air backed by the dollar, so they claim, has about $140 billion market cap, but they've never been able to pass an audit. That should be a bit concerning, and there's a lot more, but I don't have time to go through it here today. So here's where we are. I wrote an article called 50 Shades of Central Bank Digital Tyranny to try to describe kind of where we are. And we are already at what I'll call tier 1 bondage. We already have digital currencies. We already have tracking. We already have programmability. We do have commercial banks and central bank digital currencies, but we already have all of the surveillance that most people fear in the future. It gets worse. The final phase for CBDCs is one global central bank digital currency that's actually backed by energy credits. And the article goes into this in great detail, but I can actually show you what's going on globally. There's something called a regulated liability network, where what they're going to do is roll out a CBDC, and then they're going to tokenize our other assets, our stocks, our bonds, our mortgages on the same platform. And then different countries are connecting their regulated liability networks together. So at the end of that, what you have is one single unified global platform with everybody's assets digitized on it. That's where they want to go. To beat this, so for them, it's kind of like, I should probably expand this to like 5 layers, but it's like a DEFCON system. They're not starting out with the complete tyranny at the outset. They're moving there in stages. And the way we're going to defeat this is by exiting the dollar and moving into alternatives. And it's not going to happen, like ideally everybody would be using privacy coins for peer-to-peer commerce. That would be the ideal. Nobody's tied to banks. Nobody's tied to governmental systems at all. There are no intermediaries, but we're certainly not going to get there today. And So it kind of goes through layers. And if you click to the next slide. So right now, for instance, what I do, and I've spent a lot of time, because when we do these workshops, frankly, a lot of the people we're onboarding are boomers. You would be surprised. This is one of these paradoxes where boomers understand privacy, but don't understand technology. And a lot of the younger people understand the technology and don't care about privacy. This is actually one of the biggest challenges that we face. But a lot of the workshops we've been doing are with boomers that understand the privacy, but then they go to try to use these tools and they may not be as user-friendly as we think they are. But they certainly can be made to be user-friendly because people are already using digital cash. So I've been using recently Cake Wallet, which I think is the most user-friendly solution. And I know we have people here from Cake. Cake allows you to work with multiple privacy coins. And within the wallet, you can actually buy gift certificates. So you can buy gift certificates. So for instance, I did my kids' school shopping. I bought an Old Navy gift certificate. And then we went to go see a movie and I bought AMC gift certificates with Monero right within the wallet. So there's, I don't know how many, how many gift certificates are in there? There's hundreds. And so this is kind of like a first line of defense if you're doing retail transactions. I live in New Hampshire, so there are certainly businesses and vendors where I can actually use cryptocurrency directly, but that's an odd case that doesn't apply for most people. You can use something like Spritz Finance, where you can actually pay your bills directly with crypto without a bank account. So this is where you can pay an electric bill, you can pay student loans, you can pay mortgages, credit card bills, all of this using the Spritz.com app. So a lot of times people ask me, oh, you live on crypto. Well, how are you going to pay your phone bill or your electricity bill? There are actually solutions for this. And I also use gold backs and some other things, but I don't have time to go through that. If you go to our website, daylightfreedom.org, you can click on the articles tab and there's a link that pulls up this web page. Or you can scan this QR code. Or you can scan that QR code and it'll take you there. This is why we do the workshops, and so I walk through all of this in much greater detail. And so today, by the way, just as kind of a way to show how this works, anybody that wants to, I will give you some free Zano, which is a privacy cryptocurrency. Just scan that QR code. There's a new public beta of the Cake Wallet. So Cake Wallet is integrating Zano. So if you want to download that and come up to me after this, I will gladly give you some Zano so that you can start playing around with it. I'll give you guys a couple seconds on this. Got it. Everybody good? All right. And then I'm working on launching a gold-backed privacy stablecoin using Zano. And I know we didn't have a lot of time to go into a lot of this, but what Zano allows you to do is create tokens. You can tokenize other assets. And it has the same privacy features as Monero. So the best analogy I can give is Zano is to Monero what Ethereum is to Bitcoin, if that makes any sense. It's really the ability to create privacy tokens very quickly, very easily. So I'm going to create a privacy gold-backed token that will be physically backed by gold that you can physically redeem for gold. And the reason that I am building this is that in talking to merchants around the country, the biggest barrier that we have to adoption is they look at cryptocurrencies and they either say, well, no one has these cryptocurrencies within a 50-mile radius of where I live, but even if I did take these cryptocurrencies, the price is way too volatile. I can't pay my suppliers, I can't pay my employees, I can't deal with up 40% one month, down 40% another month. People still understand that fiat is losing value, but they also appreciate that gold is a good store of value. So what I wanted to do was blend the best of gold with the best of cryptocurrencies, which is the privacy features and low fees. And so I'm going to launch that. And I will say I'm not a coin maxi. I'm not even my own coin maxi. Okay. So, but you can take a look at that at karma.com, Kaurma. And we should be launching that at PorkFest, which I think is the last slide. So I encourage everyone to check out PorkFest, June 16th through the 25th. We're going to be working with Doug, and we're going to create a little Monerotopia within inside PorkFest. So it's going to be a huge 1 week thing, and we're going to focus on privacy coins and adoption and a whole variety of things. It's going to be great content. So we hope to see you there. And I know my time is up, but happy to ask any questions afterwards.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, there's definitely a few actions that we should be taking, right? We got to go check out our friends over at FIO. Maybe we get some R. Maybe we go and get like a day-to-day Edge wallet. Maybe we get ourselves a Cake wallet because you got to hold your tokens. I don't know. We had a lot of really cool things happen. I'm really grateful for all of our media partners and all of our different sponsors. Pizza Dow, thanks for sending us pizza today. Oh God, I know I'm missing some of our sponsors right now. Anyway. Oh really? Oh, thank God. Look at this. Oh, okay. All right. Who do we have here? Oh, the Blood of Tyrants. People have been drinking wine outside. That's because of Dan Berman with his taxation is theft stuff. The Libertizer, Tim, did a talk earlier today, so really appreciate him. I think he's outside still. He's got his sign. We have our friends from Taproot Witches. They've been iterating with me on all sorts of fun ordinal and rune stuff, which I feel like we didn't really talk that much about, except for with them. But like on a more broad level, I don't know if we got too much into that. Well, actually, we've got our counterparty friends here, so that's how we're going to round out the program today. Zano, thank you so much. I think it's an interesting project. It's been cool hearing Aaron like advocating for it because frankly, I don't think I'm the best judge of those kinds of things, but I met those guys when I was at Monerotopia. Thought it was a cool project. So very helpful for happy for their support. We Are Change. Yeah. Scarcity. Thanks guys. They are doing a auction right now with Dave Stowe. Where is he? There's his art piece. So they're auctioning it off right now. So Scarcity's got that going on. I think I am probably done with all of these people. The Roaming Bandits, that's cool band. Cake wallet, download it. Don't be lazy. Free Ross now. I feel like what happens now? Are they just going to be like, okay, like, do they get their next person? Yeah, like what happens? Anyway, thank you, everybody. Let's bring up our final panel. Thank you, Aaron, for coming out here. And let's bring on our final panel. So what is modern art, right? We used to have, like Van Gogh. We had some Monet. We had some, I don't know, Da Vinci, whatever. And now we have Pepe. And really, I feel like there's nothing more appropriate for this idiocracy that we're living in. And yeah, I can't help but respect the Pepe as like an art form. And in general, Counterparty, the protocol that was one of the namesakes for this event, right? Like countering the political parties, but also the counterparty, right? Counterparty protocol. I wanted to give a little bit of awareness to the people that kind of paved the ground for all this insanity that's going on now. And these guys know a lot of stuff. So I'm really excited for you guys to explain it. Can you guys basically walk us through what these cultural references are and why anybody is supposed to care? And should people buy Pepe's? Nobody's giving any financial advice. And I'm not sure that buying like an ugly frog would be financial advice, but it could be because some of that stuff is trading like crazy. So fill us in. Thank you, everybody. We got Power Huddle. We got G Money. Thanks a lot, guys.
Shout out to Tatiana, guys. Thanks for hosting us today. Thanks for throwing this event. So Pepe, Garrett, how long do you think it'll be before people realize that this is all because of Pepe?
Yeah, I think this is financial advice, and rare Pepes are probably the biggest asymmetric trade one can make into this actual ecosystem because it all started with Pepe. Who here's heard of Pepe, first of all? Raise your hand. Who's heard of Pepe? Yeah, there's not probably. And so we'll go into some of like the lore and the esotericism of how special that frog is, but it's funny because it is kind of like a joke. But they talk about who controls the memes controls the universe, and there is literally no other stronger meme than Pepe. And so look, it started out with a guy named Matt Fury who made this picture of the frog, and then it started to turn up on the 4chan forums. If you guys are familiar with some of the history of it, And then Donald Trump himself actually tweeted himself as Pepe the Frog. And that's when Hillary Clinton actually attacked the frog, called it racist. The ADL actually put it on its website as a hate symbol. And it turned this just frog picture into an entire movement of an image of an innocent frog that was framed in the wrong reference.
And the cool thing about this is that the people who were involved in like the Save Pepe movement literally came from all walks of life. There was no boundary of like political affiliation. There was no boundary of income, rich, poor, left, right. Basically anybody and everybody who wanted to get involved had the opportunity to get involved. So in 2016, people started making Pepe assets on Counterparty. The first rare Pepe asset was it Shitcoin card?
It was Rare Pepe. And so, but before we get into that, like the cool thing about this actual series of cards was any artist could submit a card to it, which was different because a lot of the other projects was a very centralized approach to artwork, to where, you know, only a certain amount of artists would make it, and it was all centrally like released from like a company. This was a project that was completely decentralized. Anybody could just literally make a piece of artwork, submit it to the token exchange, or submit it to Mike, and then that token would get approved or disapproved. It had to be certain, there'd be certain characteristics, but in essence, it was made to save the image of the frog, right? So they didn't want to see Pepe with like, Hitler mustaches and all this other crazy stuff. They were literally trying to approve or make the image of Pepe in a more friendlier atmosphere. But I think the real special thing that people I think are missing with Counterparty, because Pepe is the lore of Counterparty, is that all these L1s, all these other L2s, like they're all shit coins, okay? Counterparty has thermodynamics built into it, okay? And so what I want to talk about that is every other ecosystem out there you see is centralized. It's basically proof of stake in another way, okay? The real magic of proof of work is that it's thermodynamically sound. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, okay? So if you understand the principles of thermodynamics, you probably heard of Michael Saylor talk about it, but the entire ecosystem of Counterparty was created from burning real Bitcoin, okay? No central issuer, no ICO. You sent Bitcoin to a provably unspendable burn address, and then it created the special extra token. And so if you think about that, what is that? Well, that's energy that's been transformed. Even though nobody can spend that Bitcoin, it's actually a transformation of Bitcoin. It's actually special Bitcoin that can do so much extra. But nothing else has ever had an immaculate conception, decentralized conception, besides Bitcoin, than actually Counterparty.
That's absolutely correct. And to put it into perspective, the actual Counterparty token has a total supply of 2.6 million tokens, making it just a little less than 10 times scarce than Bitcoin. And now keep in mind, this token needs to follow the same rules as Bitcoin to transact. Every time you send XCP, you have to pay a miner fee. You have to compete with block space. You have to compete with other miners to fight for block space. Essentially, this is Bitcoin's killer app. This is basically, we're going to take Bitcoin and we're going to remove it from just the money spotlight. And we're going to not only take down the central banks, but we're also going to take back the capital markets and let not only big corporations offer IPOs, but mom and pop, if they want to offer an IPO and let everyone else invest in their business, they're going to have the equity and they're going to have the ability to do so as well.
Yeah, so again, Counterparty gives individuals instant access to global capital markets, okay? And so Michael Saylor has been recently coming out for tokenization. We know the current administration is coming out big for DeFi. And what that means is that individuals can create their own IPOs. They can create anything that is completely decentralized, completely free from any type of SEC, approvals and other banking officials. And I think that's really special, and people aren't really realizing that because these other tokenization platforms aren't really backed by a lot of power. Okay, and what I think we're taking down this 1,000-year beast system and be like, oh, I'm just going to create this new like fly of the night thing, and the power that supports these networks like is really small. Some of these other networks, and so what you have is Bitcoin with the largest, most secure network on the planet that is not only going to take out the central banks, but take out Wall Street. People don't know that 75% of Wall Street's actual revenue comes from securities lending. If you guys don't know what securities lending is, the entire Wall Street market is rigged because they rehypothecate shares of stock, and nobody actually has full custodial rights to their stock. And so what that means is they're lending your stock that you own probably 10 to 20 times over, and the naked short selling is continuing to eliminate companies that are competitive. And so right now you get like 4% of the entire world businesses has access to the capital markets. Okay, we have to think about it. What problem does Counterparty solve in the whole scheme of things, right? It's going to tokenize equities. It's going to tokenize land. It's going to tokenize cars. And what it does is it removes power from the state, okay? If someone wants to file a lien against your house, guess what? They go to a centralized ledger, they go to the tax assessor, and they can file a lien, they can take your property, right? Proof of stake all day long. Giving individuals the right to own their own assets, the real world assets, in their own heads, in their own cold wallets, whatever that is, removes the ability for central authorities to unjustly, right, steal their property, steal their cars, whatever it is, because a lot of this stuff is forced coercion through taxation. And so anyways, we wanted to explain a little bit about that. But back to Rare Pepe, okay? 2016 to 2018, there was 1,774 cards. The creator of this actual project is still unknown. Do you know who Mike is?
I don't know who Mike is. We have some ideas on who Mike may be, but for today's purposes, I'm just gonna pretend like he's just one of us Chan Pepes. So Mike comes out with the asset Rare Pepe and locks it at a 300 supply and basically says, okay, like we're gonna make these cool Pepe assets, we're gonna tokenize them, we're gonna treat this like a trading card game and basically just have fun with it. People started making Pepe assets. We didn't know where this was going. And it was around that time where somebody realized, hey, if we could put this picture of a frog, right, and permanently store the data on Bitcoin layer 1, what's to say that we can't put anything else on Bitcoin layer 1? But so Rare Pepe continued from 2016 into 2017 and ended in 2018 with a total of 1,774 cards. And Counterparty kind of took a little nap until 2021 when the next bull market came to being, and there was a renewed interest in the Pepe assets. During that time, a particular asset called Homer Pepe, minted by Boost, the Rare Pepe OG, who is currently curating another Pepe collection, minted Homer Pepe, which ended up selling for $36,000, upwards to 6 figures at an auction as well.
Yeah, and so the series just continued. Right now, the total, I think, market cap is what, $500 million of all the current, tokens and their issuance and the prices of them. And so it starts at series 1. I think it goes to series 50 something, 49 or something, 36 something. Yeah, no, I think it's a little bit more than that. But you can buy these. They're on the decks. You can get them relatively inexpensive. Obviously, the lower the supply, the higher the price they are. But they trade in terms of real Bitcoin. So when Rare Pepe was first released, they were selling for like 5x CP. Now they sell for like 4.5 Bitcoin. Like the floor is like literally 4.5 Bitcoin. So if you think of the most original, authentic proof of art of Pepe, you get Rare Pepe. And there's only, like I said, 300 of them. 2 of them were burned by someone named Damien.
Shout out to Damien,
who's a crazy Rare Pepe fanatic. But as we're getting into AI, I think we also miss what solves the cryptographic proof of someone being real on the other side of another screen. Okay, and so AI is still a little bit crappy right now. You can kind of tell when stuff's fake, but pretty soon it's going to be where you can't actually tell what the other if something is real or not, if the president's really talking to us, if the news is real. And so what we have now with tokenization is you can actually prove cryptographically that things are real, right? You can prove that another individual that maybe has this token can sign a message or something. And so I think our identities ourselves can be transformed into tokens to where we can actually authenticate ourselves through this tokenization system and provide proof of being a real cryptographic signature that you are indeed who you say you are.
For example, in order, like right now, I bought a work truck 2 months ago. I had to go to the DMV. I basically had to go to the single point of contact that I had to trust in order to tell me that, yes, I legally own this car. Okay, I have the title in my hands, I have my registration, and I own this car because the validator says so. Okay, that's a proof of stake system right there. Counterparty will allow Counterparty allows any user to take any form of data at all, whether it's Pepe, whether you like to, mint bobos. Some people don't like to mint bobos here, but yeah, it allows the user to put any piece of data they want into the Bitcoin layer 1 network, meaning that if in the future we don't need validators to tell us that, hey, I can own my car, or hey, I have the title to my house, or hey, I have the deed to whatever piece of property, I don't need to trust someone to tell me that I have it. I have the token on layer 1 on Counterparty to tell me that, yes, I own this because it's backed by the Bitcoin network. It's backed by energy. This is energy.
Yeah, and if you want, how much time do we have, Tatiana? Okay. There's also like some lore behind Pepe as well. And so anybody here kind of into numerology? Anybody into numbers and stuff? Okay, and so if you take Pepe as itself, it's letters to numbers to ciphers, easy, 16-5, which is actually 21-21 if you add it, or it's 11-11 if you subtract it. And well, what does that mean? Well, that means that Pepe itself, every time it's posted, is manifesting Bitcoin as 21 million, or it's manifesting 1111, which is kind of a unifying number. And so it goes into more of a deeper lore, because it got involved with the QAnon movement. Anybody familiar with QAnon, the conspiracies? Okay. Pepe the Frog was used quite exclusively in those drops, which nobody's ever figured out who QAnon was, just like HBO never figured out who Satoshi was. HBO did a documentary on Q as well. And so you've got these kind of fun conspiracy rabbit holes where you can travel down to be like, wow, every time this Pepe the Frog is actually out there, it's manifesting this reality of the end of slavery, the end of bondage, the end of central bankers through memes and through military memetics. Actually, there's a military section that talks about memetics, how it cuts through propaganda, and how people really got like almost banned on the internet for posting pictures of Pepe the Frog, because they knew how actually sinister this frog was. That's a quote by Hillary Clinton, by the way. Nobody knows how sinister these frogs really are. And so if you think about that, those of you that did not take the vax or did not take the other poisons, you congratulate yourself, right? You actually survived trillions of dollars of propaganda through memes, through memetics, right? And so sometimes that actually cuts to the core message a lot quicker than some guy with a suit and tie on talking, fancy in front of a camera.
I think that really underscores the true importance of Rare Pepe and the Pepe movement is what we really are, in my eyes, is we are a nonviolent, peaceful movement that is seeking to usurp the current world order. And we are literally doing it with pictures of little frogs, Bitcoin, and we're taking the two and putting them together. There's nothing they can do to stop you from using your Bitcoin. There's nothing they can do to stop us from making Pepes, and there's nothing they can do to stop us from using Counterparty and Pepe to push the truth and information to people, to the entire world.
Yeah, and at the end of this too, you get rid of taxation through central authorities, okay? Because property tax goes away. Property tax is unrealized capital gains tax, which is illegal and it's theft, okay? Taxes on your car, taxes on this, taxes on all, like everything in your life is basically a token, right? You use tokens more than you probably use your money, right? Using your ID, your credit cards, this or that. to where your daily life runs around tokens that are all based upon trust, though, right? Every system of token you have is based upon a fiat trust system, okay? And so there's no proof of work, right? Because anybody can fake an ID, anybody can, fake a, schedule or file a lien against your house for a mechanics lien, or all these other things are out there to where individuals can actually, 51% attack your real assets and you have no protections. And imagine if we're all able to own our own assets in this new world to where they can't tax it, they can't confiscate it, right? And so what that does is that forces the powers that be to actually start negotiating with us, because the only other threat they have is violence. And we know violence doesn't work. If you understand, the psyops that we're in, them using violence on us won't work very, very long. And so this is where I think we're getting to in this other system. And that's why I think Counterparty is still this very underground movement. Started in 2014. Did anybody here know what the Lindy effect is? Lindy effect? Okay. And so that's kind of a thing known to where the longer something's been around, the more chance it has for being around a lot longer. Okay. And so that means Rare Pepe the Frog is not going away. Pepe coin, this other shit coin, all these other fake Pepe stuff out there is all just, rehashes of what the original intent was through Rare Pepe. And I believe there's a lot more esoteric meaning behind some of these pictures, maybe military memetics, maybe steganography. There's a ton of different things that I go into. If you guys want to check it out, there's a research paper that I've done called the Covfefe dig. It's on Substack. It's an article that actually brings in Trump with Bitcoin, Rare Pepe. It's kind of a funny, different rabbit hole if you guys are into those things. But I can prove it all on chain, right? I can actually prove some of this stuff on chain because it's all based upon numbers and it's all based upon future proving the past, to where now with Bitcoin, we actually have proof of publication so that we can go back and look to see what happened in the past to see how the future actually ended up.
And to kind of springboard off of that whole looking into the past to see what the future is going to look into, Rare Pepe ended up inspiring a bunch of other collections in Counterparty, including the Fake Rare collection, which is a very competitive, highly curated Pepe collection. It's really hard to get into. It's expensive to submit a piece. And it's an achievement that many artists in this Pepe space look to do. We also have the Dank directory on the opposite end of the spectrum. That's kind of like the people's meme, we want to be more inclusive. We want to make an inexpensive way for artists to kind of showcase their talent. And we also want to bring Pepe to the masses and make people aware of how powerful this magic is.
Yeah, shout out to the Fake Rares, shout out to the Danks. I also have my own project called the Pepe Project, which actually is a research series of tokens that have followed some of my research between connecting all these things. But, as we get into more of this, the tokenization aspect of this, and of course I lost my thought there, but essentially what we're doing in these tokens is we're providing proof of authenticity, proof of scarcity, and proof of realness through this. And so one example I used was because Elon Musk was actually replying to the WHO, or the World Health Organization or whatever, okay? And Elon said, hey, look, I'm going to give you guys $6 billion to help feed the entire planet. But you have to do one thing, and you have to open up your books. And what the WHO said? They said, we're not opening up our books. Imagine that. Elon Musk offers you $6 billion, and you say, we're not going to open our books? So what did I do? This is actually during the time of the Canadian trucker rally. And I was like, you know what? Let's prove a point. I can prove that I can do everything on chain transparently to donate to the Canadian truckers. And so I started I created a card called the BTC Truckers. Okay. It ended up becoming a Fake Rare. And it was 100% a charity NFT, to where everybody that bought this NFT could see that, the money was going into my wallet. And at the end of the day, I could prove that 100% of the proceeds actually went directly to the BTC Truckers address. So everything was transparent. So if you think about what that means is that governments turn into service providers, right? You want to go start a war in Ukraine? Start a GoFundMe, bro. Start a token that says, you want to buy this token? We're going to send bombs to Ukraine. How many people are going to buy that fucking token, right? Probably not too many people. You want to start, a charity for this organization? prove to me that 100% of those proceeds are actually going to go to the people that need it. They can't do it. Just like 100% of your tax dollars, 0 of that actually goes to public service. Nobody knows that. Look up Executive Order 12369 by Ronald Reagan. It's called the Grace Commission. He proved that 100% of your tax dollars go to interest on the debt. So we've been debt slaves for over like 50 years at this point. And what we need to do is turn our government, which is proof of stake in its essence. Democracy is a shitcoin, okay? Your vote hasn't fucking mattered in 50 to 100 years. We change everything from proof of stake to proof of work, because all it takes is corrupting 501 people out of the 1,000 people that control 300 million in America to basically make the rules for all of us. Okay. And so this system actually changes everything, because we can now transparently, voluntarily commit to actually self-organization. We can voluntarily now join or donate or do whatever we want in the interest of what we want to do. And so this tokenization fundamentally changes every aspect of that. And I think a lot of people are missing that point because they want to, put some monkey JPEGs or put some penguins or, do some stupid shit for like a pump and dump. And so this battle is way, way deeper. And now we've been given the tools, we've been given immaculate conceptions of these two amazing technologies, and now we can use them. Individuals can go out there and create whatever they want, create your own charity, create your own business. You have a free energy, design or something, go create it, create a token and ask people to support it. And that's how we beat them with these parallel systems, to where individuals can make their own decisions to join or voluntarily, be part of something or not.
Yeah, I really I got involved with the Counterparty community 3 years ago, and to be completely honest with you, I got into it because of the memes. I thought it was fun. I was just learning about Bitcoin. I never truly understood how deep the rabbit hole of the energy theft of my life had gone. I did not fully grasp the extent of the bondage and enslavement that the cabal, the central banks, and most importantly, the equity markets have put into the lives of everyone on earth. I mean, even imagine someone who's not really struggling, just wants to take possession of their stock certificates. Go to Charles Schwab and ask him to take possession of your stock certificates, and it's probably not going to happen. You don't even need to worry about that with Counterparty, because if you have your 12 words memorized, your stock certificates are literally in your head.
Yeah, and I think I guess we'll kind of wrap it up for questions and stuff. But if you guys want to check out some of the stuff, pepeproject.com is my project. You have pepe.wtf, which if you want to go research all the markets of the different tokens. Freewallet.io is a free open source Bitcoin counterparty wallet. If you guys go there, you can create a wallet and then start. A lot of people just give them away for free. So if you guys want to check me out, I'm GMoneyPepe on X. And if you send me a message and you get a wallet, like I'll send you some free Pepes if you guys want to get involved in it. But it's a really cool community. And I guess we'll open it up for some questions.
Yeah. Anybody have, and by the way, if anybody's interested, my Twitter handle is phodl17, powerhodl17, in case you guys want to give me a follow. What do you guys have any questions regarding Counterparty, Pepe, anything else?
Oh, GMoneyPepe. GMoneyPepe. All that.
You have any questions?
Nobody has a question about Pepe? Okay, cool. Thanks, Tatiana, for having us.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. We've got only one dead person here in the front. Otherwise, most people survived. See, he's smiling. Oh, he's not alive. Thank God. He's alive. Thank God. Anyway, really appreciate everybody's hard work, everybody's understanding of the craziness that went on to get us all here. I hope to do this again soon, and maybe we'll do one in Poland or something. Who knows? Anyway, love you guys. Thank you very much for everybody who participated, and we'll be sharing this content. What? I don't understand the words that you're saying. Okay, I hate when people try and whisper to me and I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're saying. Anyway, I really appreciate all the different sponsors that help make this happen, our media partners, Kristan, we have Candy, we have Nathan. Doug came all the way here. He just had a kid. He was like, oh no, I have to spread the word. He's going to go on Luke's show. Been having a lot of fun over at We Are Change. Yeah, Aaron and Eileen just came here. We have, just members from the community. We've got my friends coming from England, the Taproot Witches. So yeah, coming up, Counterparty. But like Ordinals and Runes have their own thing. So definitely check out their project. Thank you so much to everybody who was able to come. Thanks, Frank. You were holding it down. You and Kristan were like technical monsters. Michael Evans, I don't know where he's at right now, but he was amazing, of course. Wally was helping. I know I'm going to forget people. Liz, who came in from out of town. Carrie, who came in from out of town. All of our great speakers. Paul, who's just like cool and stuff. Our Cake Wallet friends. Make sure you guys download a Cake Wallet, please. Nathan, Hawk, awesomely cool. What else we got? We got Xano. Get some free Xano. Like, why not? Yeah, think about your privacy. Think about going to Monerotopia. Think about your friends and family when you, I don't know, prepare for the oncoming years. Let's hope they're good ones. Love you guys. Thank you. Bye. And also, Free Ross. Thank you to Solana. Thank you to Kenny. Awesome. Bye, guys. See you later. Thank you. Woo. Oh, pirate ship. I did say pirate ship.